Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6GLL. Chapter 251 During Master Time, Bankai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The battle on the field is basically you and me, but there are two exceptions. What exactly is going on? G. Tyson's face was full of shock, and he looked at the boss in the distance incredibly. Although the others did not speak, they were shocked in their hearts. Because it was too weird, the captain's attack was useless at all. Every time the knife was swung, the flames that swept out of it all disappeared strangely, as if it had never happened. Zanpakuto lightly waved. The captain raised his eyes and stared at the boss closely. It's useless. Any attack is useless to me. Looking at the scorched traces around and the deep pits all around. The boss patted the badness on the clothes, and then looked at the captain slightly. It's useless. Any attack is useless to me. Give you a chance to join the world government. The old man in front of him was really strong, and the flame was very terrifying. Time. The captain took a deep breath, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then suddenly spoke. The sound is not loud, but there is no weak person present. Therefore, many people have heard about it, and G. Tyson and others looked at the captain in confusion. Time. What does it mean? But the body of the boss took a while, his face was surprised, and he looked at the captain in surprise. It seems to be correct, it is the power of time. Looking at the boss's expression, the captain knew that he was right. The ability of the person in front of him was really time. Advertisement. Just now, he has been paying attention. Every time he attacked, he felt abnormal, not that his attack was invalid. Rather, when there is a problem with time, the boss can control the time. It's really terrifying ability to control time. Can you set time back? The captain took a deep breath, his eyes tightly on the boss. This ability is really terrifying. Time is the respect, space is the king. What? Manipulate time. Let time go back. Hearing the words of the captain, G. Tyson and others all exclaimed and looked at the boss incredulously. How is it possible? How is it possible to have such a pervert ability, which can set time back, then how to fight? This is simply invincible. And, is there such a fruit? Yes, I am a special Paramesha time fruit ability person. Even if you know what, from the beginning, the result is doomed. The boss's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at the captain indifferently. He also didn't expect that his abilities would be discovered so quickly, which was a little bit beyond his expectation. Master Time, this ability is really terrible. However, it should not be unlimited. The captain's body shook, and the next moment, a terrifying Reiatsu rose into the sky. Reiatsu never kept it anymore. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and time seemed to freeze. The gravel on the ground turned into powder one after another, and countless cracks spread. Advertisement. Feeling the horror, the bodies of Reiatsu, G. Tyson and others trembled and swallowed uncontrollably. Trembling. Everyone's body was trembling, fearful. In front of this Reiatsu, everyone felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This is the strength of the deputy captain. Luo tightly held the ghost cry in his hand and looked at the back of the captain in shock. I have seen Conqueror's Haki of Noel and others, but he feels that the captain Reiatsu is even more terrifying. The people who were fighting were all stiff, and they couldn't help looking at the captain. Monster. Kaido punched the fifth back, panting heavily, but looked at the captain in shock, CDCC, and then cursed in a low voice. Sure enough, when he first saw this person, he felt a strong threat from the captain. Even Noel didn't give him such a feeling. Peepee. It seems that the captain is serious. Looking at the cock who was smashed out, Noel smiled and looked at the distance. This Reiatsu is really terrifying and has no reservations. Although I don't know what happened, but the captain can do his best. It is enough to prove that the boss is powerful. Is it Bankai? Noel took a deep breath and stared closely at the captain's movements. Bankai. In the other place, Unohana Retsu felt the terrifying Reiatsu of the captain, and the body also took a while, and then looked in his direction. Bankai. The captain looked at the shocked boss indifferently, and his solemn voice resounded through the audience. Boom, boom. Under everyone's gaze, a monstrous flame rose into the sky. Advertisement. Rewind. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, a wave of heat swept out, G. Tyson and others' complexion changed, and then they shouted out. Jinbei grabbed Shirahoshi and Vivi, then swept back quickly. This temperature is really terrifying, even more terrifying than the direct Golden City. The heat wave hitting him made him feel suffocated. G. Tyson and others also retreated quickly. It's so terrifying before it takes a shot. If you really do it later, if you don't retreat, it is estimated that you will be involved. Wiping the sweat left on his forehead, Luo stared at the sea of fire in the distance. There was no other color. It was bright red, a sea of fire, and even the sky was dyed red. The moisture has been evaporated. Seeing the mist rising in the air, Van Oka swallowed, then spoke in a deep voice. If you are in the center, it is estimated that even the blood will be evaporated. Kid's body was trembling, looking at the vague sound in the sea of fire in horror. Apu and others did not speak, even if it was not directed at them, but they also felt fear. That old man, wouldn't it just die like this? Bonnie stared at the sea of fire tightly. The temperature was so terrifying that it was impossible for people to survive. Whoops, whoops. The next moment, the sky full of flames suddenly swept into Zanpakuto frantically. What came in front of us was a scorched black area, hundreds of meters in circumference, and black smoke on the ground. Monster. The boss skimmed the scorched black marks on his clothes, and looked at the captain on the opposite side solemnly. Chapter 252 Fierce Fighting, the Second Child's Killing Intent. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The boss looked at the captain solemnly, his eyes flashed with deep jealousy, the flame was too terrifying. It was not that he hadn't heard what Xiao Xiao said, but it was still beyond his expectation. Looking at the scorched clothes of the boss, the captain's eyes flashed with a strange light. Sure enough, there is a limit to the control time, and it definitely consumes physical strength. Just now, he was sure that the flame burned this man's shoulder. Except for the burnt marks on the clothes, there are no wounds. Manipulate time, turn your own time back and restore the injured area. The captain took a deep breath, really tricky ability. Even if you know that there are restrictions, if you want to solve it, it is still very tricky. Hearing what the captain said, the boss's brows couldn't help but he saw it again. That's right, the flame did burn him just now. However, he manipulated time, turned his own time back, and restored the injured area. Whoops, whoops. Under everyone's gaze, the boss stomped on the ground with one foot and immediately disappeared in place. It's like gliding, and the action is extremely strange. The sword of fierce fire. Looking at the flickering figure, Zanpakuto in the captain's hand lifted up, and then directly swung it out. Boom, boom. A terrifying flame swept out, and the ear-splitting explosion resounded through the audience. The objects touched by the flames exploded one after another. Numerous explosions created deep pits on the ground. Sparks flew everywhere, forming a sea of fire around, and it was still exploding. Advertisement. Seeing this trick again, it's even scarier than before. Seeing the constant explosions in the field and the flames that swept out of the field, Jinbei couldn't help swallowing. If it were him, he would not be able to stop the attack at all. Luo and the others nodded their heads, their eyes were on fire. Kendo 2 breaks. In the sea of flames, a vague figure could be seen. The captain narrowed his eyes, suddenly held a knife in both hands, and then cut it out. The dark shadow knew it, and at this time, Zanpakuto also swung in front of the dark shadow. But at this time, the captain felt the weirdness. Boom, boom. A cold light passed in front of the eyes, and the captain made a single foot on the ground, and then stepped back a few steps. And where he stood, a deep hole appeared. After steadying his body, looking at the white marks on his shoulders, the captain let out a cold snort. The moment he swung the knife, time slowed down, and then the boss avoided the attack. Then in another instant, time speeded up again. He reacted very quickly, but he was still swiped across the shoulder by the short blade. The reaction cannot keep up with the acceleration of time. Looking at the flames that were gradually extinguishing, the captain's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the opponent was not uninjured. The sea of fire was completely annihilated, and the figure of the boss appeared in front of everyone. Injured. Seeing the scorched wound on the boss's abdomen, Railton was taken aback, then smiled. Well, but he also attacked the deputy captain just now. Luo nodded and stared at the two people in the court closely. The battle between the two was really thrilling, he just felt weird. Advertisement. It is estimated that only the captain knows the real situation of the fight. Is it healed? The captain looked at the fast healing injury of the boss's abdomen and couldn't help letting out a suffocating breath. It's time to use it back again, letting his injury recover. The injury healed, but the boss's expression became more and more gloomy. If this continues, it will become worse and worse for him, and sooner or later the limitations of his ability will be exposed. Moreover, he can't use his power in this way without limit. After watching other people's battles in the field, the boss felt even more sudden. The third and fifth are fine for the time being, but the second seems to be unable to hold on anymore. As for Lu Qi and others, they are also struggling to support it, and defeat is only a matter of time. Garp Vice Admiral, Marshal Akainu and they have come to the Holy Land. On the rooftop, the ghost spider watched the battle in the field, and then said in a deep voice. It seems that Akainu can't wait. Garp sprinkled the ghost spider, then spoke in a deep voice. ... For flowers. Arrived so soon, the guy Akainu was really eager. Because of this world government meeting, Marine's top combat power is not in New World. In addition, Marine moved forward with all his strength, so he came so quickly. Boom, boom. A figure suddenly smashed in the direction of Garp and others, and then slammed into the house in front of them. The house was directly smashed through, and kept hitting various houses. The ground shook. Garp, Ghost Spider and others looked at each other, and then quickly walked away. Puff, puff. Advertisement. As soon as he landed on the ground, Garp saw his second child leaning on the wall and spouted a mouthful of blood. Garp. Oh oh oh. The second child supported the ground with both hands. After climbing up from the ground, he looked at Garp not far away and let out a low growl. Garp Vice Admiral. Seeing the second child's gaze towards them, the ghost spider's body couldn't help but tremble, and even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't avoid it. Marine wants to betray the world government. The second child wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Garp coldly. That kid is the grandson of the old man. This time, the old man is not helping each other. The behavior of the old man has nothing to do with Marine. Garp flicked the booger from his fingers and looked at the second child with a calm expression. The ghost spider beside him and the Marine soldier behind him looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. Very good, Garp. Hearing Garp's words, the second child's expression became awkward, put his right hand on his left wrist, and then twisted. Taste. Click. The white bones were twisted back directly, and then he looked at Noel in the distance. Too strong. This kid is far more terrifying than intelligence. And Noel in the distance cast aside Garp, and his eyes fell on the second child. Whoops, whoops. In the next moment, Noel turned into an afterimage and shot out directly, and the rubble on the ground was rolled up. The distance of hundreds of meters was just a moment of effort. The second child clenched his fist and then hit the ground directly. Chapter 253 Zone Risk. Arrive in time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The distance of hundreds of meters was just a moment of effort. The second child clenched his fist and then hit the ground directly. The fist hit the ground, and countless rocks and rubble were lifted up. The second child narrowed his eyes and waved his fists constantly, only to see afterimages. Every time you punch, you can hear the roar in the air. The rocks were exploded one after another, turning into pieces of rubble, and then one after another shot towards Noel. Small bugs and bugs. Looking at the blasting stone, Noel smiled coldly, and his speed did not slow down. An invisible force gushes out from all around. Boom, boom. When the gravel was close to 2 meters, it was crushed directly by the yard, turning into strands of powder and falling to the ground. Looking at the crushed stones, the second child's left foot was on the ground. In the eyes of Garp, the ghost spider, 003, and others, the body jumped high. Suddenly turning in midair, the second child's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, and the blue veins in his arm kept coming out. Blast punch. Accompanied by a loud shout, the fist blasted out, and the entire space was shocked. With a roar, Garp's face became serious and strong as he watched his second punch. This punch was not bad compared to him. Tekken Garp, this is what others call him. With the terrifying fist wind, a deep chasm appeared on the ground, and then it blasted towards Noel all the way. Looking at the mud that was pushed away, there was a strong wind rushing toward you. Noel's body paused slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Advertisement. Very strong. This punch is terrifying and powerful. After fighting for so long, he probably knew the ability of the second child. Explosive power is completely using explosive power, demon fruit power, Paramesha burst fruit. It's not only strength, but also speed. Before the fight, it also became faster in an instant. Rise. Noel let out a cold sip, and suddenly raised his hands. The mud in front of him lifted up directly, blocking him. Boom, boom. Countless soil, gravel splashed, smoke rose, and terrible air waves swept out. The scene was very shocking. The ghost spider watched the air wave that swept over, with his right hand blocking his forehead. The terrifying wind blew up Garp's coat of justice. It's over, 5 elders. The cold voice resounded in the second child's ears, and Noel didn't know when he appeared in front of him. GGGG. The right hand was covered by thunder and lightning, and it made a sound like a bird, which was extremely ear-piercing. Hearing this sound, looking at the palm that was coming over, the second child's eyes condensed. Without thinking about it, his fist blasted over. Puff, puff. Time seemed to freeze, and blood dripped from midair. Seeing the scene in the air, Garp's body couldn't help but swallowed. I saw that Noel's palm covered by thunder and lightning was directly inserted into the second child's shoulder. The other hand held the fist of the second child. The blood dripped from the second child's shoulder. Advanced armed color. Advertisement. Noel smiled and looked at the second child, Reikiri, who didn't penetrate the shoulder, just fell into the normal Chidori stream. There was a snap, and as soon as the voice fell off, Garp and the others saw that there were dense arcs of thunder on Noel's body and the surrounding area. Thunder arc directly enveloped the two of them, and the second child's body trembled, and a fierce light flashed through his eyes. He lifted his left foot directly, and kicked it hard at Noel. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The second child's reaction was quick, but Noel was faster than him. Seeing Noel in front of him and the sound in his ears, the second child's expression couldn't help but change. The next moment, the body trembled, and the whole person was directly blown out. The 6200-step railing of Bakudo. Bakudo's 75 5-column iron pipes. Looking at the cock who was constantly rolling on the ground, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then spoke softly. Whoops, whoops. The beams of light suddenly shot out of the air, and before it was over, iron pillars appeared next. Avoided a lot of beams of light, and iron. However, there were still 3 iron pillars hitting the body, as well as his arms. Feeling the pain coming from the body, the second child clenched his teeth tightly, and the corners of his mouth kept overflowing with blood. The muscles on the body are twisted with blue veins, just ready to struggle away. I saw Noel falling from midair, slowly standing in front of him, looking at him condescendingly. Your time has passed. Noel looked at his second child with a flat expression, and with a move with his right hand, Yinya appeared in his hand. In the darkness of night, the silver light of death exudes. Damn it. Advertisement. Seeing Noel's movements, the second child's eyelids couldn't help but jump. The breath of death, he smelled the breath of death. He seemed to see Shinigami approaching him, and the sickle in his hand was waving towards him. In the shocking gaze of Garp and others, the long knife with silver light slashed down fiercely. Whoops, whoops. At this moment, 2 golden rays of light came suddenly from a distance. Noel frowned. His hand was stagnant, his left foot kicked directly on the second child's body, and then Yinya changed direction. Boom, boom. There was an explosion, smoke rose, and the second child squirted out a mouthful of blood, and then climbed up from the ground with difficulty. At this time, a golden light suddenly fell on the second child. Kizaru patted his suit, looked at 5 elders, and then looked at the smoke lightly. It's really dangerous. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Noel appeared in everyone's eyes intact. It's you every time. It seems that I really want to kill you. Noel looked at Kizaru lightly, and then spoke in a cold voice. Just now, if there was no such thing as a spoiler in 2.2, he would have cut his second child just now. Hearing Noel's words, Kizaru's body gave a slight pause, and he was also very hard. Who made him fast? He does this kind of thing every time. However, he is also screaming at the ghost spider in his heart, is this regardless of the outcome? Although I haven't seen other people's fighting, but when I just arrived, I saw that my second child was almost slaughtered by Noel. Sengoku and them. After the second child spit out a mouthful of blood, he withdrew Noel, and then asked in a cold voice. Marine people are here, if you have Sengoku and others to help, then you won't be afraid of Noel and others. As a last resort, the world government's whole cards could not be used. Even if Kizaru did not arrive, he still had a way to get out, but. Chapter 254. A few kilometers in radius, flattened. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru glanced at Noel, his eyes fell on the second child's body, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the scar on his body. He was scammed again, and he had a bad premonition again when he said that the outcome is good. However, thinking that this is a holy land and that this is the headquarters of the world government, Kizaru can't help but be certain. If you lose the Noel pirates here, then it goes without saying. Even if the people from Marine come, they won't be able to save you. The times have changed, but you are still alive in your dreams, and you are still the master. Noel's body shook slightly, and he looked at his second child indifferently. Before he finished speaking, his body slowly floated up and his hands opened. Seeing Noel's movements and hearing his words, the second child's eyes condensed involuntarily, but his body tightened. Getting higher and higher, gradually, Noel turned into a black spot. What are you going to do again? Seeing Noel, who had turned into a black spot 23, Kizaru's brows were tightly frowning. Although it is not clear what this man is going to do, it is certainly not a good thing. In the distance, G. Tyson and others also found Noel in the sky. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all very puzzled. Super God Luo Tianzheng. An indifferent voice was heard in the air, and Noel's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Boom, boom. The next moment, centered on the second class, the entire ground was shaken, and mud was lifted from the surroundings. A big pit is constantly expanding, and the whole holy place is shaking. With a terrifying repulsion, Kizaru's figure flashed, turning into a golden light and appeared in the air. When Noel shouted, Super God Luo Tianzheng, Garp, Ghost Spider and others used moonwalk and appeared in midair. Advertisement. Looking at the scene below, everyone's complexion changed. It was too shocking. A big pit continued to expand, and the surrounding dilapidated buildings were pushed towards the surroundings one after another. In an instant, hundreds of meters around were directly flattened, and the range was still expanding. As this trying to destroy Marihoa? The ghost spider swallowed, and then said silently. This kid. Garp took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and looked at Noel in the distance in shock. On the other side, I felt the vibration from the ground and the mud that had swept over it. The expressions of G. Tyson and others also changed, and then they quickly fled from the place. Hey, the captain doesn't want to kill us all. Running wildly, Rail couldn't help but yell at the mudslide that swept over him madly behind him. But the people who were fighting did not stop, especially the beast Kaido. He simply ignored the mudslide, and ran towards the fifth eldest in madness instead. Madman. Seeing Kaido rushing over, and the mudslides around him, the fifth child also yelled at him. His physique is not like this beast. He kicked on the ground with one foot and then jumped high. Both feet kept kicking in the air, using moonwalk to quickly leave the scene. Roar! Roar! Looking at the old fifth in the air, Kaido let out a roar, instantly transformed into a dragon, and his claws grabbed it severely. At this time, the fifth child also saw the surrounding scenes. Looking at the expanding pit, his expression froze completely. Advertisement. How old is Marijoa? This is only known to the people of the world government, but it is several times larger than the naval headquarters. However, the surrounding several kilometers have been directly leveled. Looking down from above, the scene is extremely shocking. If Noel comes a few more times, maybe the whole holy place will be destroyed. With the sound of breaking through the air, looking at the sharp claws that came over, the old fifth's eyes flashed with cold light. The upright six king's spears. The entire space was swayed, and the huge black long spear suddenly blasted out. Boom, boom. Sparks flew everywhere. The claws collided with the spear. Kaido's claws trembled, and his eyes were full of fierce light. The big mouth opened, and the golden light condensed. A golden beam of light blasted directly at the old fifth. Feeling the terrible heat wave coming from the front, the old fifth frowned, his left foot kicked in the air, like a cannonball, swept towards the distance. Die to me. Looking at Lao Wu's back, Kaido let out a smirk and threw his long tail directly. I've been waiting a long time ago. He didn't think that beam could hit this old guy. It's too fast to dodge, especially here is still in midair. Boom, boom. The tail was drawn on the old fifth's body, and he shot him away directly. Looking at the old fifth who was shot flying out, Kaido looked down. Looking at the huge deep hole below, Kaido's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, it should be like this. The vibration stopped slowly, and Luo and others were panting. Advertisement. Everyone is standing on a roof. This. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone took a deep breath. Fortunately, escape quickly, otherwise it will be buried. Apu patted his chest, and then spoke softly. People from Marine are here 003. Luo's eyes were fixed on the golden light in the distance. Kizaru, even if they were far apart, he could know who that person was. It's so obvious that you can tell at a glance that the golden light is Kizaru. Troubled. Jinbei's eyes condensed and his face became serious. Marine's strength is not weak. The two deputy captains are being entangled. Their words alone can't stop Akainu and the others. Jinbei, there is a captain, what are you afraid of? But Railchun smiled and shook his head, he was not worried. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else nodded in agreement. Because up to now, Noel has not used 8 Gate, otherwise, it is estimated that he would have killed his second child long ago. Captain, what should be waiting for? Luo blinked and smiled at the black spot in the sky. He didn't worry about these problems, he was just curious about what Noel was waiting for. Looking at the expressions of Luo and others, Jinbei was taken aback, and then shook his head. It seemed that his worry was unnecessary. It seems that we will join the war later. The kings and the others looked at each other, and then nodded all together. Marine has arrived, so it means that they are going to join the war next time. Chapter 255 Marine arrives, Celestial Dragons shoots. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The storm and the shaking stopped completely. In midair, Noel watched all this faintly. It's impossible to push Marijoa with one move. It's too big, it's not Konoha, it's incomparable at all. Looking at the fighting around, Noel's eyes fell in the distance, and Marine's top combat power came. Marine and others, who came from a distance, saw the squeezed mud and the huge rock at first glance. It seems that the fighting is fierce, and Marijoa has actually become like this. Sengoku looked at the mud wall in front of him and couldn't help taking a deep breath. This time the Noel pirates must be wiped out. Akainu glanced at her broken arm, her face turned sullen. Every time he saw the broken arm, he felt pain. He can install a shredder like Zephyr, but Akainu does not. Shoo! Everyone at Marine glanced at each other and quickly crossed the mud wall and swept towards the battlefield. Boom! Boom! In the battlefield, a figure was thrown away directly, and fell to the ground, after spouting a mouthful of blood. Just as Lu Chi was about to get up, Janos appeared in front of him, stepping directly on his arm with his left foot. The steel blade in his hand was swung out, and his left arm was directly cut off. The blood stained the ground red. Lu Chi's face showed pain, his face twisted. Slowly opened his eyes and looked at the indifferent Genos in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Janos looked at Lu Chi indifferently, and slowly stretched out his right hand. A hollow appeared in the palm of the hand, and the red energy was condensing. Advertisement. At the next moment, a red light beam directly blasted out. The entire ground was shocked, smoke and air waves swept out, and Lu Chi's entire head was directly shattered. Terrible. Once the strongest and most potential member of CP9, after a few years, he finally has the strength of Admiral, and now he has been killed. Lu Chi does have the strength of Admiral, but if compared with Kizaru and others, there is still a slight gap. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to be killed. However, in general, Genos' strength is too strong. If it is Kizaru and other Admiral, the outcome is really uncertain. especially those with Logia ability, have a restraining effect on Genos' ability. After all, he uses high technology. At the same time, in addition to Enel, Ming Jie and others also solved their opponents one after another. Puff, puff. A mouthful of bloody phlegm came out of his mouth, and Brother Ming directly slumped on the ground, also very embarrassed at this time. Shang's clothes have long since disappeared, and there are many scary wounds on his body. The blood has dyed the upper body red. After all, the opponent's strength is not weak. Looking at the corpse next to him, Brother Ming took a deep breath and scanned the surroundings. Jill also walked slowly from a distance, looked at Brother Ming, and then his eyes fell on Enel and the man in black in the distance. It's really embarrassing, Enel. Brother Ming skimmed Jill, then smiled and watched the battle in the distance. The man in black was very shrewd, and he didn't go head to head with Enel at all. Like a mouse catching a cat, at the speed of thunder fruit, he couldn't keep up with that guy. As Marine coming. Advertisement. Brother Ming's eyes suddenly condensed, staring closely at several figures that flew in the distance. Jill's body also had a meal. Following Brother Ming's gaze, he saw Fujitora and others appearing on the battlefield. Whoops, whoops. Seeing Akainu and others appearing on the battlefield, Luo and others who were watching the battle looked at each other in the distance, and then flew away. Are you late? Sengoku scanned the battle in the field with a heavy expression on his face. Came at full speed, but unexpectedly, it was over. Akainu didn't speak, but his fists were clenched together. If you arrive early, plus the combat power of Lu Qi and others, you will not be afraid of the Noel pirates at all. Now, I can only rely on them. However, the two deputy captains, Noel and Kaido, were blocked by 5 elders. Momoshiki looked at the flames in the distance, and a gleam of eyes flashed. Can win. Akainu's body shook, and then let out a cold snort. As long as these 4 strongest combat powers are dragged down, then they have a chance to win. Moreover, he does not believe that the world government has only such strength. After standing for so long, the world government would have been destroyed long ago if only this little combat power were needed. Akainu was right. At this time, in the depths of Marihoa, most of the celestial dragons lived. Now, there are flames everywhere. However, many people in black suits appeared in the court. Everyone exudes an icy breath, and their stern eyes scanned the surroundings. Zo support 5 elders. Quote. Advertisement. The first man with 2 scars on his face looked around, then spoke coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person disappeared into the dark night. The others glanced at each other, and then quickly followed. Not long after this group of people left, the ground was bulging. We should go now. If we don't go, we won't be able to go anymore. Secretly, Bello Betty let out a suffocating breath, and then spoke in a deep voice. It was terrifying. The group of people just now gave her the feeling that they weren't human. Looking at their direction, it should be the battlefield on Noel's side. Karaz looked around, then spoke in a cold voice. Let's go. Their battle is not something we can participate in. Good. Sabo took a deep breath, looked in Noel's direction, and then spoke in a deep voice. Even if they were so far apart, he could hear the terrifying roar. Without seeing it, I can also imagine how fierce the battle is. Bello Betty glanced deeply in Noel's direction, and then sank directly into the ground. Both lose and lose. This is the best result for the Revolutionary Army. If the Noel pirates win, or the world government wins, it is the worst news for revolutionaries. If the former wins, it means that Noel has truly become the overlord of the world. At that time, how will the Revolutionary Army get along with Noel, and is it still necessary to carry out a revolution? Escape. Not long after Sabo and the others left, a dark shadow appeared in their original position. 36%. Chapter 256 Shameless Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A dark shadow appeared where Sabo had just stopped, and he couldn't see the person's appearance. Looking at the footprints on the ground, the man in black let out a cold snort and took a step slower. Shoo. 2 more figures came from a distance, both wearing suits, standing quietly behind the man in black. My lord, it is already certain that the members of the Revolutionary Army have left. The man in the suit on the left looked respectfully at the back of the man in black, and then spoke in a deep voice. It's really fast to escape. When the Noel pirate group is resolved, it's time to destroy the Revolutionary Army. The man in black turned his head slowly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and the dust on the ground gently rolled up. Now, how is the battlefield? As 5 elders dead? The man in black slowly raised his head and looked at the 2 people in front of him indifferently. Under the moonlight, at this time, the appearance of the man in black was also clearly seen. His face was pale, and there were special tattoos on his face, which was very strange. Very young, with brown 003 hair. Generally, members of the world government call 5 elders as adults. However, the man in front of him is directly called 5 elders, and this man gives a sense of superiority. Neither of them was surprised when their master bluntly asked about the life and death of 5 elders. In terms of status, even 5 elders is not as good as their master. Advertisement. Moreover, for 5 elders, their master has never been used to it. It can also sense the breath of several people. However, other people's words can't be sensed by anyone except Tibet. At this time, the man in the suit on the right slowly opened his eyes, and then respectfully Kaido. It's worthy of being an existence that can make that adult feel jealous. But it's really embarrassing. Those old guys. The black-clothed man's mouth evoked an evil smile, and he looked at the direction of the battle playfully. My lord, the elders of the clan suggest that the national treasure be dispatched. The body of the man in the suit on the left paused, and suddenly remembered that CDCC, account of the elderly in the clan, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. As soon as the voice fell, both of them could see that the expression of the black-clothed man suddenly fell cold. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and neither of the men in suits spoke. At this time, they dare not speak. After all, their master's temperament can be changeable. Smile at you 1 second, maybe kill you the next second. Moreover, they all know very well what a national treasure is. A group of old and confused, the Noel pirates is strong. However, we are not yet qualified to dispatch the national treasure. 5 elders will handle it. The black-clothed man let out a cold snort, ignoring the thoughts of the 2 of them, and then rushed directly towards the battlefield. Who? The black-clothed man just left. The 2 looked at each other, and then they wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads together. Before I knew it, the cold sweat had wetted my clothes. This sense of oppression is too strong, and I am in a state of tension all the time, for fear of offending anyone. Advertisement. It seems that the adults are going to take the action personally. The man on the left took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. My lord is the strongest existence in the clan. Okay. Let's hurry up. 2. If you take the action yourself, the result of the Noel pirates is doomed. The other person shook his head slightly, put one foot on the ground a little, and then also swept towards the battlefield. And at this time, between flowers, above the void throne, Yim tightly pressed the reward order on the wall, as well as the photos. Noel's reward order, as well as Shirahoshi's photos, were staring at the town. If you took a wrong move, it seems that you are upholding you. A sneer appeared at the corner of Im's mouth, and an indifferent voice came out slowly. He has always felt that Noel is a big threat, and he has taken him seriously in his heart. Unexpectedly, he was so stupid now that he would actually appear in the Holy Land. If you change it to another place, it won't work for a while. Noel pirates. However, choosing to go to war in the Holy Land is simply taking the initiative to send it to the door. Shoo! A cold light flashed, and the photos of Noel and Shirahoshi were directly torn apart. As for all of this, Noel is not clear. If he knows what Yim thinks, he will probably laugh. He actually dared to appear in the Holy Land. Of course he has his own self-confidence and the power to deal with everything with confidence. Moreover, this time I chose to fight in the Holy Land. I also wanted to see the strength of the world government and celestial dragons. Null. The second child looked at the slowly coming empty space, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Advertisement. Seeing the second child's expression, Kong's eyes couldn't help but squinted. It was the first time he saw the expression of 5 elders. This guy Garp. Sora nodded to the second child, then shook Garp not far away, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, This guy Garp didn't make a move, but he could understand. This time, this old guy just needs to stand in a neutral position. It's really troublesome. Why should I help deal with this monster? Kizaru glanced at the two, then looked at Noel, his face full of bitterness. The last thing he doesn't want to be against is Noel, but it happens to be to let him go against people who don't want to go against. Even if he was to deal with the captain, or Kaido's lunatic, it would be fine. Hearing Kizaru's complaint, Sora also looked at Noel, his face became serious. Sora, wait for me to attack you, Kizaru is complicated. The second child's body shook slightly, and then he spoke in a cold voice. He is not Noel's opponent by himself, but with the addition of Sora and Kizaru, he is confident. Garp Vice Admiral, if I am in danger later, I hope you can save my life. Kizaru didn't have the confidence of her second child. He curled his lips, turned his head, and smiled at Garp in the distance. Among Marine, Garp is a thigh. If he takes a shot, it would be much easier. He doesn't know how strong Garp is, but he is definitely a hidden monster. The strongest Marine is undoubtedly the Marine hero. Hearing Kizaru's words, Garp's mouth twitched, but he didn't answer. Chapter 257 Powerful Use of Ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Kizaru's voice is not loud, everyone can hear it clearly. Sora's face couldn't help but glared at Kizaru. However, when he saw his indifferent expression, he couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is like this. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. They are just old fried dough sticks. No one can do anything about him. Marine's top combat power, one is more weird, and the other is more weird. Shoo. Noel chuckled softly, took a deep look at Kizaru, and then shot out. Coming. Launi had been paying attention to Noel's movements, watching the flying figure, and then let out a cold snort. As soon as the voice fell, the expressions of Kizaru and Sora became serious. Kizaru's figure suddenly flashed, turned into a golden light, and instantly appeared in midair. The empty fist was clenched, armament hockey covering the arm. Blast punch. Armed corundum. The second child, Sora looked at Noel close in front of him, his left foot stepped out one after another, and his fist blasted out directly. The whole space was shocked, the two punched at the same time, and the terrible wind swept out. Jelly. It's really terrible. 5 elders are as strong as monsters. Kizaru in midair, watching her second child's movements, his eyes raised slightly. Although he was not shooting at him, he could also feel the terrifying power, and the entire space was shaking. One can imagine how horrible the two punches are. Advertisement. Kizaru pressed Noel tightly. Although the two men's attack was terrifying, it was not so simple to solve this man. Chang Chang. Sora. Both of the bodies of the second child sank, and sparks passed in front of them. The surrounding area sank directly. Looking at the mercury barrier in front of Noel, Kizaru's fingers stretched out. The golden light was condensing, and then, a golden beam of light burst out. The mercury barrier that stood in front of Noel suddenly expanded, or made a sharp sword blasted towards the golden light. Boom! Boom! 2 attacks exploded in midair. All this happened between the electric light and flint. The battle of several people was full of destruction, and the surroundings completely collapsed. Troublesome ability. Liquidity. Kizaru shook his head softly as he watched the smoke that swept out, the golden light on his body getting brighter and brighter. Shoo! At this moment, in the eyes of Garp and others, silver chains suddenly shot out from behind Noel. There was a sharp muzzle on the top of the chain, which shot at the 3 people from all directions. His head was light, and he dodged the chain that fired from the front, and the second child kicked out with his left foot. The chain that was shot from the face was kicked out directly. The chain was kicked into the air, but in an instant he turned his head again and shot past. In the whole field, only the sound of collision and the explosion were heard. There are too many, densely packed, and the entire space is entangled by chains. 1,000 birds sharp gun. Seeing the movements of the 3 of them, Noel suddenly shot his right hand, and a thunder arc entangled in his hand. In an instant, a spear of thunder and lightning was formed. Noel sneered at the corner of Noel's mouth looking at the second child who was avoiding the chains. Advertisement. The thunder and lightning spear in his hand shot directly past. With the force of breaking through the air, the thunder and lightning spear shot out, and there was a crackling sound around. Bakichong Guyu. At this time, Kizaru was not idle either, fingers stretched out. The bright golden light flickered in midair, and light beams shot toward Noel one by one. Boom, boom. The whole ground was shocked, and a figure shot out from the smoke. Noel landed on his feet and stabilized his body, then looked at Kizaru in midair with an indifferent expression. After 2 shots, Kizaru's strength was a bit shocking. Very calm, completely different from his appearance. Kizaru Admiral. The ghost spider looked at Kizaru in shock. At this time, Kizaru was more reliable than before, and his strength was very terrifying. This guy looks serious. Garp cast aside Noel, his eyes fell on Kizaru's body. Among the 3 Admiral, the most unfathomable is Kizaru, which is a big reason for his character. At the beginning, Zephyr looked down on Kizaru the most, saying that he was relying on the fruit. For flowers. However, Zephyr has no idea at all how terrifying the fruits are when they are developed to ultimate. Among the 3 Admiral, the worst physique may be Kizaru. However, in terms of fruit's ability and development, Kizaru is undoubtedly the strongest. Vientiane gravity. Noel patted the dust on his body, and suddenly grabbed his hands out of thin air. The space shook slightly, and Kizaru suddenly felt the terrifying pressure coming from around. Advertisement. Without hesitation, it becomes elemental in an instant. A sonic boom rang out, and Kizaru turned into a golden light and smashed into the distance. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Looking at the 2 people flying by from the left and right, Noel's eyes flashed brightly, his arms opened, and he let out a cold drink. Oh. The air waves swept out, the second child and Kong both had a meal. A terrible repulsive force gushed out, and their faces changed, and their faces began to twist. Roar. Both of them roared, their feet sank to the ground, and stared at Noel who was close in front of them. Fist. Only inches from Noel's head. However, just these few inches, it seems to be out of reach. At the next moment, the bodies of the 2 of them shook, and then they were directly lifted out. Pincha. Click. The feet of the 2 people dragged a gap on the ground, and the terrifying force shook them up hundreds of meters away. After stabilizing their bodies, the 2 of them held Noel tightly. At this time, Kizaru also walked out of the smoke, patted the suit, and looked at Noel indifferently. Very strong, the 3 of them are still at a disadvantage when they join forces. This strength has completely surpassed Whitebeard. Moreover, Sora and Kizaru also knew that Noel's real whole cards had not been revealed yet. This is just warming up. 8 Gate, that terrifying physical skill is the man's real trump card. Thinking of the horror of Noel opening the 8 Gate, Kizaru sighed. If there is no way to stop it, it will be useless even in multiple people. It's a pity, Garp refuses to make a move, otherwise. Chapter 258 Space Warped, Shocked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the 2 men rising from the ground, Noel shook Kizaru, his eyes flashed suddenly. I don't plan to play with you anymore. Suddenly, Noel's feet suddenly lifted off the ground, and his body slowly floated up. In the alert gaze of the 3, Noel suddenly stretched out his hands and pointed directly at the second child, the 2 of them. Vientiane gravity. The indifferent voice came out slowly. Seeing Noel's movements, the eyes of the second child and Kong shrank, and the scene of the past appeared in their minds. Just about to dodge, the entire space sank. The 2 of them sank, and their feet went directly into the ground. The next moment, they felt a terrible suction. Gravity, there is still a citation. Feeling the pressure from his feet, Kizaru's eyelids couldn't help but jump. The second child, Sora and the 2 are constantly struggling, but the horrible suction is too terrifying, it can't stop it at all. The 2 dragged and flew towards Noel. Watching the 2 draw towards Noel, Kizaru's eyes flashed, his body turned into a golden light, and then disappeared in place. 8 Gate open. Seeing the twinkling golden light in front of him and the condensed figure, Noel sneered at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the voice fell, Kizaru, who had just appeared in front of Noel, trembled. The next moment, the whole person disappeared directly in the same place, the 8 Gate. When Noel yelled that sentence, the scene of the 4th child being hanged and beaten appeared in his mind. Advertisement. In an instant, Kizaru appeared in the air, looked at Noel below, and swallowed involuntarily. Sure enough, Noel's skin instantly turned red, and the terrifying aura swept out. Fortunately, run fast. Kizaru's eyes showed a look of horror, and such a strong fourth was hanged, and he didn't think he could fight Noel in this state. As for the second child, there is still a free marshal, so sorry, there is nothing I can do. He did everything he needed to do, to take his own life for other people, he couldn't do it. Laser. Even though he thought so, Kizaru didn't just look at it either, his fingers condensed with golden light, and he shot towards Noel. This guy. Kizaru had a SAO operation, but Noel was a bit stunned. He looked at the golden light that blasted over before reacting. Looking at the two people flying towards him, Noel suddenly exploded. After playing for so long, I wanted to kill the second child, but I didn't expect Sora to join in, so let's send him a ride together. Sora's expression changed as he watched the bursting shot of Noel, that special physique. The face of the second child has also changed drastically. Xiao, and the people at Marine have all said that Noel is a physical technique. The fist suddenly blasted out with terrifying power, and the entire space was one. However, the next moment, Noel's eyes suddenly condensed, his body paused, and then he backed away quickly. Without that terrifying suction, Sora, the second two fell on the ground. Immediately, I saw that the space where Noel had just stood was distorted. It was densely packed, and there were cracks in the space. It was very scary. Everyone present could see the black piece in the cracks. Are you here? Advertisement. Looking at the distorted space, the second child's eyes flashed with joy, and then looked behind him. Noel slowly landed on the ground, aside the twisted space, and looked forward indifferently. What caught my eyes was a man in black, with a pale face, floating in the air. Kizaru, Sora, including Garp and others, all looked at the man in black together. It's just the world's strongest. Very keen response. The man in black looked at Noel in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It is worthy of being the world's strongest. Very keen response, but it is well deserved. In an instant, he noticed the abnormality of the space, and then left decisively. It's really a wolf fox, 5 elders. The black-clothed man took a deep look at Noel, and his eyes fell on the second child. Sarcastic. Everyone present could hear it, and the tone of the man in black was ironic. This person. Garp and others were all taken aback, looking at the man in black in astonishment, mocking 5 elders, what exactly is this person? Moreover, looking at the appearance of the second child, there is no unexpected color. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Sora was considered a top high-level man, but he had never seen this man in black. However, he actually dared to satirize 5 elders, proving that this person's background was more terrifying than they thought. Uninteresting. Looking at the second child who didn't speak, the black-clothed man chuckled softly, and then disappeared in place. In an instant, the man in black appeared next to the second child. What? Advertisement. Noel's eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked at the man in black in amazement. There was no movement or trace of movement. Appeared next to the second child in an instant. Garp and others also looked at the black-clothed man in shock, because they just couldn't see how the man moved, just like this appeared next to the second child out of thin air. Unexpectedly, you actually did it yourself. The second child took a deep breath and looked at the black man beside him faintly. If it wasn't for the 4 of you to be too useless, I wouldn't make a move. The whole Holy Land is in a mess, Lord Yim, I'm not very satisfied with you. The black-clothed man pouted his lips, then looked at his second child playfully. With such an opportunity, he didn't want to let it go. After all, 5 elders is always on the top, and he hasn't used these old guys for a long time. Hearing the words of the man in black, 2.2, the second child's eyelids twitched, but he did not speak. However, the corner of the empty mouth beside him was twitched, and he was more curious about the identity of this person now. Since hearing Noel's conversation with the 4th child, he knew that the water in the world government was deeper than he thought. In addition to that Lord Yim, now, there is another person like this. Celestial dragons. Noel scanned the 2 of them, his eyes suddenly fell on the man in black, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Celestial dragons. Kizaru, who just landed on the ground, heard Noel's words and couldn't help but looked at the black man in surprise. is this man celestial dragons? In his impression, celestial dragons are all wearing a hood, and the strength is weaker than ordinary people. 37%. Chapter 259 Noel is suppressed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Celestial dragons. Except for the second child, everyone's eyes fell on the man in black. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, the black-clothed man suddenly patted his palms and looked at Noel with a smile. Taste. Click. Noel's foot was on the ground a little bit, and then appeared in midair. Looking at the distorted space in the same place, Noel looked at the man in black playfully. It was really insidious. Garp Vice Admiral, if it's not wrong, this should be. Kizaru fell on the ground, looking at the back of the black-clothed man in shock. Well, space fruit. Garp nodded, staring at the man in black tightly. Time fruit, space fruit, two special fruits, are also pervert fruits. All the time, the major forces have been looking for it, but I didn't expect celestial dragons who are capable of space fruit. Distorting space is really a terrible ability. Noel's face also became dignified, and he didn't expect that celestial dragons still existed like this. Space fruit, he has seen it in the fruit illustration. However, that has always been a legend, and the last person with the spatial fruit ability didn't know when it happened. 23. The Dark World also has a reward, tens of billions of Baileys. No wonder, the incompetent appeared, it seems that they have been hiding in the Holy Land. Boom, boom. Advertisement. Silently, looking at the black-clothed man who disappeared out of thin air, Noel's eyes condensed, and he looked around indifferently. Good scary ability. Kizaru's eyes were also narrowed, and then he spoke in a deep voice. This ability is really terrifying, silent, not moving at all, but teleporting. A black crack suddenly appeared in Noel's upper left. A woman-like hand held a short blade and pierced towards Noel. Chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere, and Noel reacted as soon as the black-clothed man took the shot. Space jump. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the man in black couldn't help but smile, with a weird smile on his face. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The sound of fierce collision, and the splashing sparks. Blood spurted out continuously, and Kizaru couldn't help swallowing as he looked at the figure that appeared from time to time. Noel was actually forced to be able to defend only, and, from time to time, he was cut and wounded. It was the first time they saw such a scene. Ha ha ha, please try to please me. Crazy laughter came out, and the flashing figure of the man in black became more and more frequent. Puff, puff. Looking at the blood squirting from his shoulder, Noel's eyes flashed with a cold light. Space jumps. Space is distorted, and has the ability to become a space by itself, which is terrifying. In terms of speed, oneself would definitely not be able to keep up. After all, the opponent was no longer moving, but teleported. Observation hockey is also useful, and his senses are better than others. Otherwise, I really can't keep up with this crazy man's movements. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Monster. Watching the battle in the field, the ghost spider swallowed, then couldn't help but speak. That Noel was actually suppressed. The adjutant beside him also felt incredible. This was the first time I saw such a scene. Garp didn't speak, his face solemnly looked at Noel who was desperately resisting in the field. It's not that simple. If this kid dared to appear in the Holy Land, he wouldn't rely on 8-Gate alone. Moreover, even if it is now downwind, he didn't see Noel's expression change, but his smile grew thicker. Why? Sora looked at the second child beside him suspiciously. He just wanted to take a shot and take advantage of this opportunity to solve Noel, but he was stopped by his second child. If you do, he will even kill you. The second child looked at the black-clothed man who was constantly flashing and laughing in the field with an indifferent expression. Only they know how crazy this guy is. How terrifying is this person's strength, especially his character. Even if 5 elders meets them, he must be courteous. In the entire Holy Land, only Lord Yim could make him succumb. Is he really celestial dragons? Sora's brows are tightly frowning, even killing him, lunatic. Ellen, he was a lunatic. The second child looked at the twinkling figure in the field, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitched, thinking of a bad picture in his mind. Boom, boom. Noel's body paused lightly, and then he was directly blasted off, his body tumbled in midair. Advertisement. Too slow. Noel. A person's head suddenly appeared in the space. Alan smiled and looked at Noel. Although he was smiling, his expression was very controversial and terrifying. Cut. The short blade in his hand was cut out, and the entire space was shocked. Noel was in the air with one foot, and then quickly drew away. An invisible force cut the ground directly. Looking at the gap on the ground, Noel couldn't help but smile, and his destructive power was also full. This is definitely the strongest fruit he has ever seen. There is no one. Time. Space 007. I did not expect that there really is such a fruit. Alan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Noel, his fingers constantly flipping short sword. Has the injury recovered? It's really amazing. Seeing the blood on Noel's body and the completely healed wound, Alan's eyes were also narrowed. This resilience was too terrifying. When he first fought, he discovered that Noel's resilience is very pervert. The short blade cut a hole, but the instant kung fu healed. No wonder. Those old guys can't help you. This amazing resilience alone is enough. Alan smiled and looked at Noel. The short sword in his hand was constantly turning, and a trace of blood flew out. Celestial dragons, there will always be one or two unique existences. Noel held the knife on his shoulder in his right hand, and looked at Alan with a smile too. It can be said that the person in front of him is the strongest person he has played against so far, even the fourth child in the first place. The eyes of the two were facing each other, wiping a strong spark in midair. They are almost the same age, and both of them are in positions of height. Chapter 260. See and hear Color Ultimate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The aura of the two of them kept rising, and they were all taken aback when they watched Alan's explosion of Conqueror's Haki, Kizaru and others. However, Noel was not surprised. This was the second celestial dragons he saw with conquerors besides Ming. Although 5 elders is in charge of the world government, it is not celestial dragons. As for the Eem hidden among the flowers, it is not clear whether it is celestial dragons. Space, time, and the same abilities as the two bugs are all used by the world government master. Noel chuckled softly, and the next moment, his body flew out. The 8th gate is open and can control the space. It is indeed pervert, but it is not invincible. Seeing Noel flying by, Alan narrowed his eyes. It's fast, but no matter how fast it is, it can't help him. He who controls the space is already invincible, and the only one who restrains him is the boss. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. The dazzling battle between the two began again. Sparks flew everywhere. Looking at Noel who was blocking his attack, Alan's eyes flashed with surprise. Move faster. It is indeed that the action has become faster, or it can be said that the man in front of him just didn't use his full strength. In the dark night, silver teeth radiated a bright white light, and he lightly waved his right hand. A transparent sword aura shot out. Looking at Alan who disappeared, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up. This person can be said to be the strongest and most difficult person he has ever played against. Shoo. Advertisement. Lifting his right hand again, Yinya cut directly into the air. Silver Fang had just swung out, and the space was swayed. Alan drilled out of midair, and the location was surprisingly where Noel had attacked. As soon as he drilled out of the space, he saw the cut silver tooth, and Ailu couldn't help but feel shocked. Broken. Taste. Click. The sound fell, the surrounding space was completely shattered, and a dark hole appeared. Silver Fang fell on the black hole, and Noel felt a terrifying suction. However, in the blink of an eye, the black hole closed quickly. Alan appeared on the other side, looking at Noel with a gloomy expression. Was it just a coincidence, or this guy actually made a move in advance, and the attacking position is where he just appeared? If it's a coincidence, it's fine, but if it's not a coincidence, it's troublesome. Are you thinking now, was that just a coincidence? Seeing Alan's constantly changing expression, Noel couldn't help but smile. The silver tooth in his hand waved lightly, and a crack appeared on the ground. If it is a coincidence, then you can continue to try. Playful sounds echoed around. Hearing Noel's words, Alan's mouth turned into a smirk. Interesting. The next moment, in everyone's eyes, Alan disappeared again. Shoo. Seeing Alan's movements, Noel shook his head slightly, his eyes flashed with a flash of light, and Silver Fang cut directly towards the upper left. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere. A blood arrow spurted out. Alan's eyes were darkly wide, and he looked at Noel in shock. Advertisement. Although the short blade in his hand blocked Yinya, the speed was still slow. Yinya slashed across his shoulder and brought out a hole. The first time may be a coincidence, but the second time, it is definitely not a coincidence. This guy really knows where he appears. It's really powerful to be able to use space, but no one tells you. When you use space to jump, will there be abnormalities around you? Looking at Alan's incredible, shocking expression, Noel clenched his fist and then blasted out. Fist out, the power of horror swept out. Alan disappeared, but his fist blasted in the air, and the entire space was distorted. The scene suddenly changed. Noel was still at a disadvantage just now, but now he has the upper hand. The change was so fast that it was too fast for everyone to react. Garp Vice Admiral. Kizaru furrowed his brows together, and then looked at Garp aside. He didn't know what was going on. How did Noel know where Alan appeared? It should be observation Haki. Garp's eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Observation Haki. Kizaru, Ghost Spider and others were all taken aback, but they quickly reacted and looked at Noel in shock. Garp took a deep breath, but he was also very shocked. Noel, the little devil's perception was too terrifying. Observation Haki. It is estimated that it can be the same as Ka-er, for a short time to predict the future. At this point, Garp really didn't guess wrong. Indeed, observation Haki. Noel is indeed the same as Ka-er, able to predict the future for a short time. Advertisement. This ability was obtained from the system before coming to the Holy Land. 5 Elders Lord. Sora on the other side glanced at Noel, then looked at the cock on the side worriedly. Damn, it is observation Haki. The second child's face also changed. Like Garp, he thought of observation Haki for the first time. Observation Haki. Alan walked out of the space, eyes tightly on Noel. He also thought of this, observation Haki ultimate. Then, in other words, this guy just teased himself completely. Since seeing, hearing and color can predict the future, it was just acting completely. Thinking of this, Alan's face was even more ugly. His face began to be distorted, teasing himself, the Zhao, no one ever teased himself. Very good, very good. You irritated me completely. Hearing Alan's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then spoke softly. If you are the trump card of the world government, then I am really embarrassed today. Do you think that if you can predict the future for a short time, you can really defeat me? Don't be too naive, Inferior 7. Alan let out a roar. His hands suddenly stretched out, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Schizophrenia. Seeing Alan, who was screaming and screaming on his face, Noel couldn't help but stunned, and then gently shook his head. This guy seems to have a problem with his mind. Chapter 261 Time Stops, Space Transfers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Alan's stubborn face, the smile on Noel's face grew thicker. The distorted character. Sure enough, this is the feces of celestial dragons, and the clown is the same, and his thoughts are also very crazy. Boom, boom. In everyone's eyes, the entire space was shocked, and a terrifying roar came out. Collapse. The space around Noel collapsed suddenly, and the dark cracks made people feel terrified. Seeing the crack that spread, Noel's eyes couldn't help but his face became serious. It created a space collapse, and he didn't know what would happen if he was implicated in it. Die. Alan yelled frantically, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Wayhow. It's really scary. Kizaru not far away, looking at the crack beside Noel, the corners of his mouth twitched. There is no place to dodge at all, the cracks continue to spread. It seems that I was underestimated. Noel's figure kept flashing, his right hand gripped silver teeth tightly. As soon as the voice fell, it exploded directly in front of him, and a terrifying air wave swept out. Noel's body shook, and was lifted off by the air wave. After stabilizing the body of 007, Noel looked around faintly, if it weren't for him to dodge quickly. Was implicated just now. Although observation Haki can foresee it, it does not mean that it can be completely avoided. Hide, then you show me all to hide. Advertisement. Seeing Noel avoiding his own attack, Alan smiled at the corner of his mouth and waved his hands again. I was also screaming in my heart, in this world, there can be no better people than him. The stronger Noel showed, the more fulfilled he would be if he killed him. Behind them, the two men in suits glanced at each other, and both shook their heads with a wry smile. Here, their master, it is this character that makes them feel fearful. Others don't know, but they know very well. Alan is a monster, pervert, utter lunatic. Many people died in his hands, whether it was slaves or other people, even celestial dragons had a few tragic deaths in his hands. Boom, boom. The explosion sounded, and a figure was directly blown out. After a spout of blood, it fell to the ground. How can it be? Seeing the figure that was smashed out, the second child's body couldn't help but tremble, and then he said silently. Garp, Kizaru and others were also shocked, looking at Alan who had fallen to the ground in an incredible way. It was a space collapse just now. Garp swallowed, and the scene just appeared in his mind. Kizaru nodded. He also saw it, just in front of Alan. There was the same space collapse as Noel before. What exactly is going on? Why? Alan's ability would attack him. Alan spouted a mouthful of blood, put his hands on the ground, and looked at the smoke in shock. It was indeed my own attack just now. What is going on? The smoke slowly dissipated, and Noel appeared in front of everyone intact. Seeing everyone in shock, Noel's eyes fell on Alan, and then smiled. Advertisement. Space transfer. Don't you know? Space transfer. As soon as the voice fell, Alan's body trembled and looked at Noel in an incredible way. That's right, Noel just used the ability of space transfer. This is Kido's ability, and he just remembered it just now. Kido Grand Master, he will have Kido owned by Shinigami. This Kido can move places arbitrarily in the space. Because it hinders the spatial order of Soul Society, it is listed as forbidden technique. Former users. Tsukubishi Iron Tailor, Hashigan. Time stop is also one of the forbidden techniques, which can stop the surrounding time. Because CDCC hinders the chronological order of Soul Society, it is listed as forbidden technique. Can Noel also manipulate space? Kizaru swallowed and looked at Noel not far away in shock. Originally, I still felt hopeful this time. Now, Noel has used the ability of space again, how can this fight? He felt that this time he was sad again. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is the case every time, and Noel's demonstrated ability is getting more and more terrifying. However, Reiatsu's consumption is really terrifying. Noel murmured to himself, just using one space transfer, it consumed 10% of his Reiatsu. In this case, it won't take him long at all. However, it was enough. Before Reiatsu was consumed, it was enough to deal with Alan. How is it possible? How is it possible? I am the only one who can control the space. Alan got up from the ground, angry, but looked at Noel with disbelief, his body trembling constantly. Because of the fruits of space, he has today's status, and he has the capital to ignore 5 elders. Advertisement. Devil fruit can be said to be a rare thing for others. However, for him who is the celestial dragons, it is very common. Even Logia, ancient species, and Eudemon species can be obtained. However, the space fruit has always been a legendary fruit. Long ago, he obtained this fruit, and only then did he have today's strength. In the Devil Fruit illustrated book, Time Fruit and Space Fruit are what he has always hoped to get. As for the ability of Time Fruit is the boss. The ability to control space is only right for those with the ability to fruit space. Really? Then you can see clearly. Hearing Alan's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, and his eyes blinked suddenly. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding wind stopped, and the picture seemed to stagnate. When everyone came back to their senses, they saw the shocking scene, and Alan was stepped on by Noel. Guru. Guru. In the end, what happened? Kizaru's eyes widened as he watched Alan stepped on by Noel. What happened just now? Why? For an instant, Alan was trampled under Noel's feet, and they couldn't remember. Grown-ups. And the most shocking thing is the 2 men in suits. They have always been under the impression that Alan abused others in blood. When will they be trampled underfoot? Jumping. Alan let out a roar, and the whole person disappeared in place. Seeing Alan who appeared next to her second child, Noel couldn't help but smile. Is it only 2 seconds? 37%. Chapter 262 Crisis, Defeat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 2 seconds. That's right. The time stop Kido can only stop the surrounding time for 2 seconds, and the range is only 100 meters away. However, the consumption of Reiatsu is even greater than the space transfer just now. Garp Vice Admiral, what happened just now? The ghost spider rubbed his eyes, then looked at Garp beside him with a fan. In his eyes, Alan just stood there still. Noel quickly came to him, then punched him directly to the ground, and stepped on him. Time, Kid Noel, just stopped time. Garp took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. It is also a coincidence that the Kizaru in front of him is still within 100 meters. And to him and the ghost spider, it was 100 meters away. Therefore, they are not within the time limit. Garp just saw it very clearly. Kizaru in front of him was taken aback when he heard what the two said. Not only space, but also time. If this is the case, it seems that it is because of Garp Vice Admiral. The ghost spider condensed his eyes, glanced at Garp, and then said in a deep voice. The thoughts in his heart felt that it was because of Garp, so they were able to see it. Garp frowned. He didn't think so. Based on his knowledge of Noel, this kid does not respect the old and love the young so much. The next moment, Garp's eyes flashed suddenly. The range, by the way, if it is correct, it should be the range. Noel's ability to control time should have a certain range. Advertisement. Garp's appearance looks carefree, but he is actually a burst of wisdom. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Alan clenched his fists, looking at Noel with an ugly expression. He didn't know what was going on, or why he was trampled on by Noel. Master Five Elders. Empty brows frowned together, and then looked at the second child who was aside. Just relying on Alan's words, should not be Noel's opponent. Wait, let's shoot together. The second nodded, looking solemnly at Noel in the distance. He didn't expect that Alan, who controlled the space, was not Noel's opponent. Now, Noel's demonstrated ability, the strength is getting more and more terrifying, more and more weird. Noel, I must kill you. Red threads appeared in Alan's eyes when he thought of being stepped on by Noel just now. The tyrannical aura swept through his body. As the proud son of the Emperor, he was actually trampled under the feet of an inferior man. This is simply shame and unforgivable. Idiot. Noel curled his mouth, then gently shook his head to settle these people as soon as possible. He could sense that Luo and others are now in a disadvantaged position. Before Alan appeared, more than a dozen strange auras appeared on the battlefield. Now, Luo and the others have all shot, but they are completely at a disadvantage. There are too many opponents. Thinking of this, Noel's figure suddenly flashed and flew in the direction of Alan. Noel just moved, the second child, the two of them looked at each other, and then they flew out. Advertisement. That's right, on the other side, the battle is even more intense, since the 12 men in black arrived and joined the battlefield. 12 men in black joined forces with Akainu and others, and this combat power was very terrifying. Luo and others, who have not done anything, also took action one after another. Boom, boom. When the explosion sounded, Kid and Hawkins were directly blown into flight. Smashed to the ground, the surrounding rubble and smoke rolled up. Puff, puff. Damn, it's so strong. Climbing up from the ground with difficulty, Kid spouted a mouthful of blood. His face gloomily looked at the figure walking on the opposite side. Jinsei also got up from the ground. Although he didn't speak, he was also very embarrassed at this time. It's too strong. He and Kid joined forces, and they weren't even one of the black men's opponents. Looking at the situation in the field, Hawkins couldn't help but look in Noel's direction. It's not good to go on like this. The captain hasn't settled the opponent yet. The two deputy captains and Kaido have the upper hand. However, the opponent could not be resolved for a while, and it was completely deadlocked. For flowers. Five Elders has also become smarter, and since Marine and these men in black arrived, they have not gone head to head with Kaido and the others. First just want Marine to solve them, and then join forces to deal with the deputy captain and them. Today, let you become history. Akainu looked at Acides with a grim face, his arm was covered by magma, and then he blasted out. Boom, boom. Advertisement. The falling ice ball was directly smashed by magma, and the ice shattered everywhere. Acedes backed away a few steps and pressed Akainu tightly. Although this guy had an arm cut off by the deputy captain, his strength was still terrifying. Akainu's body shook, the surrounding mist dissipated, the lava from his arm dripped to the ground, and then he walked out towards Acedes step by step. The two looked at each other, and then they all shot out one after another. Oh, Father. Shirahoshi, who was watching the battle from a distance, looked very anxious as he watched the battle in the field. She was worried about Enel and others, but she was even more worried about Noel. Neptune clenched his fists and his face was very heavy. This was the first time he saw that the Noel pirates were at a disadvantage. The situation is not good. If the Noel pirates lose, the Fishmen Island will end. Now, the fate of the Fishmen Island has been linked to the Noel pirates. Boom, boom. The explosion sounded, interrupting Neptune's thinking. Following the sound, everyone in the Fishmen Island showed excitement. A mushroom cloud rose, a terrifying air wave swept out, and Genos walked out of the sea of fire, carrying a man in black covered in blood. However, Genos is also very embarrassed now, with lines appearing on his feet and face, and his face is half ruined. Looking at the surrounding battle, Genos kicked his feet, then swept in Jinbei's direction. The enemy is too strong, and all of the 12 men in black are terribly strong. Those 12 people were the strong men sent by the 12 families of celestial dragons. For this, Genos didn't know. Chapter 263 Yim shot and ran away. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Half an hour later, looking at Alan lying on the ground, he was still dying not far away, and the second child who also fell on the ground was still free. Garp couldn't help taking a deep breath, staring at Noel in shock. The three of them joined forces and actually lost to Noel, the monster. As for Kizaru, he was also covered in blood at this time, looking at Noel panting. Who? Noel let out a foul breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face was full of exhaustion. This was the first time he was so embarrassed. This was his most difficult battle in this world. It's okay for one person to say, but when these three people join hands, it's not as simple as 1 + 2 = 3. Especially Ellen, the ability to manipulate space is really tricky. Heyman, Kido, all kinds of methods have been used. If it weren't for 007, with high-speed regeneration, it would have been killed long ago. Especially Alan's final counterattack, that space collapsed. It really made Noel feel the breath of death, and high-speed regeneration couldn't keep up. You can imagine how terrifying. Da. Dragging silver teeth, Noel stepped out towards her second child. The blood dripped on the ground, dragging out a blood stain, some dripped from the silver tooth, and some dripped from his body. As for Alan, he had already been killed, and his heart was smashed with a punch. Now, there is a big hole in the heart, which is very scary. Whoops. The figure flashed, and Noel instantly appeared beside the second child. The second child opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Noel, who was in front of him with a very flat expression. Advertisement. He knew that he was abandoned by Yim, because at this time, he didn't even make a move. In the end, we are all a pawn. The second child spouted a mouthful of blood, then said bitterly. What about being in a high position? In the eyes of anyone, they are all dispensable pawns. Can be abandoned at any time, without the 5 of them, that one can support others in the upper ranks. Noel's body paused, his brows frowned as he looked at the second child's appearance. Ended. Taking a deep breath, Noel slowly lifted his silver teeth. The pain from his body made his right hand tremble. Yinya cut down. The next moment, Noel's body suddenly shook, and a blood arrow shot from his arm. What? Looking at the blood arrow splattered from Noel's arm, both Garp and Kizaru's eyes condensed. Looking at the wound on his arm, Noel slowly raised his head, staring into the distance. Blood dripped on his face, the second child's eyes widened, and then he let out an exclamation, Master Yim. Is that I'm? Hearing the exclamation of the second child, Noel narrowed his eyes, tightly touching the dark shadow in the distance. The wound was actually corroding, beyond regeneration, it did not recover from the injury. What kind of attack is this? Feeling the tingling from his arm and feeling of exhaustion, Noel took out the fairy bean directly and stuffed it directly into his mouth without hesitation. Taste. Click. Boom. Boom. The fairy bean was chewed, and the fatigue on Noel's face disappeared. Looking at the dark wound, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Poison. That's Lord Yim from Five Elders. Advertisement. The real power holder of the world government. Both Kizaru and Garp are tightly chatting with the dark shadows in the distance. The distance is too far. As far as hundreds of meters away from them, it can only be seen vaguely as a personal shadow. As for whether it is a man or a woman, it is not clear. A face-to-face wounded Noel, this. Hundreds of meters apart, the two of them stared at each other, and Noel's face became serious. Unexpectedly, the big boss hidden behind this finally came out. However, what really frightened him was Yim's method. The attack just now was too fast. A silver needle, the attack just shot over was a silver needle. It was completely aimed at his heart, but he used the space transfer, but still penetrated his arm. Court death. Noel's face suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharp. Boom. Boom. A terrifying aura swept out. In the surprised eyes of Garp and Huang Yuan, they suddenly swept away into the distance. What happened again this time? Kizaru smiled bitterly while watching Noel leaving straight away. On the other side, Neptune and others all fell to the ground. Shirahoshi's face was full of tears, and he looked at the man in black in horror. Shirahoshi, run away. Neptune opened his eyes hard, and then let out a roar. Shirahoshi. Luo and others who were fighting also discovered this scene, and they all screamed. They all know Shirahoshi's position in Noel's heart. If Shirahoshi had a problem, they couldn't imagine what the captain would be like. Advertisement. Everyone wanted to save Shirahoshi, but they couldn't get out of it and got entangled with their opponents. Asshole. Get out of lousy. Enel's face became savage, and the lightning arc on his body flickered. Boom. Boom. A figure appeared in front of Enel, with a fist hitting his face directly. In an instant, Enel's whole body was directly blown out, spouting a mouthful of blood in the air, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. Green Bull. The person who shot as impressively, Green Bull, one of the current Marine Admiral. This person. Seeing Enel being blasted out, Zhang couldn't help but shrink his eyes and looked at Green Bull in shock. The monster, this Marine Admiral, is simply a monster. He has been fighting Enel for a short time, and of course he knows his horror. 2.2 What to kill. Seeing Sengoku bursting over, Jill became more and more anxious. Shirahoshi had an accident, and the captain estimated that he was going to run away. Puff. Puff. The roar sounded and the sky was stained with blood. Looking at the youngest who was cut in half, Unohana Retsu saw the injuries on her body, and then quickly swept towards Shirahoshi's direction. Deputy Captain. Seeing Unohana Retsu solve the third child, Jill and the others all showed joy, and then they all yelled. At this time, the hand of the man in black was already on Shirahoshi's shoulder. I said, no one can touch her. A roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone raised their heads together, and immediately saw the red figure that swept in the distance. Chapter 264 Angry, Kicked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain. Hearing the angry roar, everyone raised their heads, excited to look at the fiery red figure. Anger surged into his heart, Noel's eyes were flushed, and his body exuded a breath of breath. Master Noel. With tears in his eyes, Shirahoshi looked at Noel approaching with excitement. The man in black trembled and grabbed Shirahoshi. Just as he was about to escape, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Didn't you hear what the captain said? No one is allowed to touch Shirahoshi. Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto and looked at the man in black faintly. The surrounding temperature dropped. Hearing the indifferent voice from behind, the man in black's hair was hardened. Thinking of the character that the adult had confessed, his heart was cruel, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Puff. Puff. Just ready to make a move, a blood arrow was shot, pressing Shirahoshi's hand, and it was directly cut off. Blood dripped 23, and the blade was covered with blood. The pain, the severe pain, made the black man's face turn white. Boom. Boom. A strong wind swept through. Noel fell to the ground, and the whole ground was smashed into a big hole. The man in black raised his head and looked at Noel who was in front of him. His body trembled and his eyes widened. What greeted you was a pair of bright red eyes, anger, and amazing killing intent. Especially the breath on the body is chilling. Stunned, completely stunned, the body was trembling constantly. Advertisement. He felt being stared at by an angry beast. Death, the feeling of death. As I said, no one can touch her. Noel looked at the man in black blankly. The next moment, with a fist clenched, the veins of his arm came out, and then he blasted out directly. In the shocked gaze of Neptune and others, the entire space was shaken. The black-clothed man's body shook, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The entire chest was directly penetrated. Puff, puff. With blood splattering, Noel's eyes flashed with a cold light, his right hand suddenly grabbed, and then he twitched fiercely. Puff, puff. With the sound of a heartbeat, Vivi's face turned pale when he looked at the object in Noel's hand, and immediately felt nauseated, and he opened up and threw up. Not knowing it was Vivi, Neptune and others' bodies were also shaking. Because they all saw clearly what was in Noel's hands. It was the heart of the man in black, a beating heart. It's not that they haven't seen murder, but it's the first time they have seen such a scene. Whoops, whoops. The right foot was directly thrown out, and the force of terror gushed out, and the man in black was directly kicked and exploded. The sky was stained with blood, and the whole person turned into a blood mist, and was directly kicked and exploded. Ha ha. Looking at the blood dripping on the clothes, Unohana Retsu smiled. The heart was squeezed. Neptune looked at the wine, the blood, and the tragic scene in front of him. They couldn't bear it anymore, and started throwing up like Vivi. As long as it is an ordinary person, it will be unbearable to see such a scene. Advertisement. Vivi's body was trembling even more, staring blankly at Noel's back. Master Noel. Shirahoshi got up from the ground embarrassedly, and then walked to Noel anxiously. Seeing Shirahoshi, whose face was full of tears, Noel breathed a sigh of relief and raised his right hand, habitually preparing to pat her head. Then he discovered that his hands were covered with blood, and his movements couldn't help but stagnate. Seeing Noel's movement, Shirahoshi directly moved his head to Noel's hand. Noel-sama, that Shirahoshi doesn't care about is the cleanest. Shirahoshi smiled and looked at Noel. After so much, she is no longer the crying ghost. Although the character is still very weak, it has changed a lot. Looking at Shirahoshi's sincere smile, Noel patted her head lightly, and then smiled softly. Hey, wait for me here. Noel took a deep breath, then slowly turned his head, staring at the battlefield coldly. Sister Lai, you protect Shirahoshi. After speaking, Noel made a sudden move with his right hand, Yinya appeared in his hand, and walked out towards the battlefield step by step. He doesn't dare to take any risks now, mainly because there is still an I'm in secret. For Yim, he was still very jealous. Just hit by the silver needle, beyond the power of regeneration, he was unable to recover his injuries. Now, he felt the tingling sensation in his arm. The toxin seemed to corrode nerves. Shoo! The space shook, and Noel disappeared in place. Boom! Boom! Advertisement. Kid and Hawkins were blasted off, both of them were covered in blood. Especially Kid had a big hole in his shoulder. After hitting the ground, he tried to struggle to get up, but he shook his body and fell to the ground again. The man in black who fought with them flashed and appeared in front of them in an instant. Asshole. Looking at the man in black in front of him, Kid clenched his fists. Hawkins was also expressionless, and his face was very pale. Fate, it seems that I can't accompany the captain in the world. 010 However, the next moment, both of them stared with wide-eyed eyes and stared closely behind the man in black. Feeling the strong wind and the chill coming from behind, the black-clothed man's eyelids couldn't help but jump. The fist was covered by armament hockey, and without thinking about it, he blasted directly behind him. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew in all directions, and the fists collided with Yin-Ya, wiping out strong sparks. An unstoppable force surged out, and the body of the man in black trembled, and then the whole person was directly slashed out. Captain. Looking at Noel and Kid with red gas on their bodies, Hawkins both exclaimed. After taking a look at the injuries of the two, Noel blinked, and then threw 2 blue balls. Taking the blue balls thrown by Noel, the two of them did not hesitate and threw them directly into the entrance. Before he could react, he saw Noel disappear in the same place, rushing towards the man in black who had just gotten up in the distance. It was so strong that it actually blocked his own blow. No wonder Kid and Hawkins are not opponents. No wonder Luo and others are completely at a disadvantage. This is the foundation of celestial dragons. Sending a group of people casually, the strength is so terrifying. How strong is the strength of the entire world government? Chapter 265 Peeping. The casualties are heavy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because of the speed, there were rubbing sounds around. The man in black who had just gotten up from the ground. Before I could raise my head, I felt a strong wind blowing towards me. The strong wind slapped his face, and the feeling was exactly the same as before, and my heart couldn't help but suddenly. Good strength. No wonder you can beat kings, Kid. Noel looked at the man in black indifferently. The icy voice came out slowly, but to the man in black, it sounded like a demon. Want Noel's strength? He feels desperate. Although his strength is good, compared with Noel, he is not on the same level at all. Even Lord Five Elders was hanged, let alone him. Just because of the knife just now, although it was blocked, but now his right hand bone is broken. Shoo! The black-clothed man gritted his teeth, kicked his left foot on the ground, and blasted his fist directly at Noel's face. However, Noel moves faster than him. A cold light flashed by, and the silver teeth waved out, and even the shadow was not visible. After all, he is now opening the 8th gate, and his actions and strength have reached ultimate. Blood spurted out, and screams resounded throughout the battlefield. The whole arm was directly cut off, like a fountain, blood constantly gushing out. Whoops, whoops. Several cold lights flashed by again, and the man in black didn't even have time to scream this time. The whole person was directly chopped in half, and the corpse fell to the ground. The whole ground was stained red with blood. Advertisement. Kid and Hawkins, who had been paying attention to all of this, glanced at each other, and then they all swallowed together. The two of them joined forces, and neither was the opponent of the man in black. However, such a strong man is like a child in the hands of the captain, without the ability to resist. As expected of the captain. After swallowing the blue pill, the injury slowly recovered. Kid crawled out of the ground, and then smiled. Noel was just about to turn his head, his eyelids twitched. This feeling is the same as before. Noel slowly raised his head and stared at the distance. Although he didn't see anyone, he could feel someone staring at him. This feeling is the feeling that Yim had shot him before. Kid, Hawkins, let Enel and the others gather. Noel took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. The two kids not far away were all taken aback when they heard Noel's words. Assemble. Is this preparing to evacuate? The captain and the deputy captain have all solved their opponents, and they can take this opportunity to solve the world government. Although I don't know why Noel did this, they didn't ask much. The two looked at each other, and then quickly swept towards Enel and others. Noel stared at the distance tightly. The feeling of being stared at secretly was really bad. However, for Yim's strength, he is still more jealous. 8th gate is not invincible, just take Alan just now. If it wasn't for Keto's reason, even he could not do anything with that guy. Boom, boom. Enel's feet dragged a gap on the ground, and after steadying his body, he looked at the green bull on the opposite side with a grim look. Advertisement. Damn, this bastard is so strong, that power is really terrifying. Armament hockey, almost used ultimate. It's a personal monster. Shoo. Hawkins swiftly came from a distance, and then landed beside Enel. Captain. The captain asked everyone to gather. Looking at the green bull on the opposite side, as well as the Tibetans constantly appearing in the field, Hawkins said in a deep voice. Gather. Enel frowned and looked at Kings suspiciously. Good. Kings nodded with a wry smile. He didn't know what Noel was thinking. Although I fell into a disadvantage just now, if Noel himself makes a move, he can completely wipe out the Marines. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered behind Noel. Although I have a lot of doubts, but no one said it. It was very tragic, and almost everyone was wounded. Most people are dyed red with blood, and those who have enemies also have their own. This battle can be said to be the most serious casualties of the Noel pirates. Rail. There are many potential newcomers who have been killed. Van Oka's left hand was empty, and one arm was directly cut off. Luo, Jinbei and others were also scarred, and their faces were extremely pale. I almost couldn't stand still, and my body was shaking. Looking at the appearance of everyone, there are also the corpses held by Kid and others. Noel's fists were clenched together, to the effect that he underestimated the strength of the world government. Advertisement. The fruits of space and time, the two most pervert-capable people, are actually members of the world government. Looking at the bodies of Rail and others, Enel and others clenched their fists together. How could it be? Damn it. G. Tyson was covered in blood, his eyes were flushed, and his body was trembling constantly. Everyone has been getting along for so long. Among the Noel pirates, the one who has the best relationship with him is Rail Chun. The other people's faces were also very gloomy, and Jill's eyes flashed with cold light from time to time. Captain. Looking at Rail Arsenic and others, who had wide-eyed and never woke up, Enel couldn't stand it anymore and let out a roar. Go back first. Noel took a deep breath, suppressed the killing intent in his heart, good, and then spoke in a cold voice. I won't go back. Enel's body trembled, his face became distorted, and then he yelled at Noel. Enel. Seeing Enel yelling at Noel, Jill and others hurriedly held him down. Listen to the captain's claws. Luo's body was shaking constantly, but he still desperately held down Enel, who wanted to rush out. Since the captain is going to stop, then there must be his reason. Noel turned his head slowly and looked at Enel, whose face was full of tears, and his fists, which had just relaxed, clenched together again. Go back. Looking at Noel's red eyes and the trembling body, Enel's body stiffened, and then he collapsed to the ground. The next moment, the whole person burst into tears. Chapter 266. The wind stopped, the fear of both parties. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing Enel sitting on the ground crying bitterly, everyone fell silent, and they could understand his current mood. Everyone has been getting along for so long, and Rail Chun is the first old member to join. Although, when a pirate is prepared for death. However, the Noel pirates have always been smooth, and they are always pushing their enemies horizontally. People from Marine and World Government also gathered together, staring at Noel and others closely. Damn it, it fell short again. Akainu clenched her fist, her eyes filled with unwillingness. This time it was really close. If they were given a little more time, the Noel pirate group would be completely wiped out. Now, the captains are all injured. If someone blocks Noel for a period of time, it will be completely successful. Fujitora and others did not speak, but this time they also knew that the Noel pirates were not invincible. The boss left Noel and the others, his eyes fell in the distance, and the youngest corpse was chopped in half. One more person was lost, 5 elders, now the 3 elder star. Compared to the Noel pirates, their casualties were even more serious. Not only the 3rd child was killed, in addition to the few people who just started, and the men in black sent by celestial dragons, they were also killed. What happened? The 5th child frowned, looked at Noel in the distance, and then looked at the 2nd child suspiciously. 130. Alan was killed, Lord Yim just shot. The 2nd child took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Master Yim. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of the boss and the 5th trembled, and then let out an exclamation. Everyone at Marine also stared wide-eyed, looked at Noel in the distance, and then suddenly realized. It seems that Noel wants to retreat, all because of Lord Yim in the mouth of 5 elders. Since that one shot, why not kill them? As soon as Akainu stepped on, he walked tightly around the 5 elders. If Noel can retreat, then that Lord Yim must be very strong. Akainu, don't be too presumptuous. Master Yim's actions are not our turn to intervene. Hearing Akainu's words, the boss frowned, then looked at him coldly. Humph. You will regret it. Meeting the cold gaze of the boss, Akainu let out a cold snort. Sengoku did not speak, but he agreed with what Akainu said. CDAJ. Let the tiger go back to the mountain. This time I don't take this opportunity to leave Noel and others, I don't know when I have to wait next time. The main reason is that Noel is too weird and is getting stronger all the time. The two sides are not far apart, and the voices of Akainu and others can be heard by Jill and others. Captain Eames. Hearing the conversation between Akainu and 5 elders, Enel suddenly raised his head. Just before he was about to speak, he saw Noel's blackened arm. Is the arm dark? No, the captain's hand is still shaking. Injured. How can this be possible without healing? He knows that Noel is beyond regeneration, and any injury can heal quickly. Seeing Enel's abnormality, Jill followed his gaze and looked at Noel's black arm, his eyes condensed involuntarily. Captain. Advertisement. Jill's heart trembled, and then looked at Noel anxiously. Leave first. Noel took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, "This poison is really terrifying." Yes. Enel abruptly stood up from the ground, wiped away tears, and then spoke anxiously. He now knew why Noel had to retreat. He was injured. It was not that he had never seen the captain injured, but it was healed every time. Genos. Noel glanced at the opposite side, then said in a deep voice. Clear. Genos nodded, then took out a blue ball of light and threw it directly onto his head. The right hand stretched out, a hole appeared in the palm, and a beam of light blasted directly on the basket color ball. Boom, boom. The ball of light was exploded, and a bright light burst out in an instant. The blue beam of light rushed straight into the sky, and that weird pattern enveloped Noel and others. Seeing the blue beam of light and the weird lines, the eyes of 5 elders and others couldn't help but shrink. What the hell is this? What the hell is the blue ball of light? The boss's brows were tightly clenched together and could be used for teleportation. This was the first time he saw such a thing. This is not ability at all, but like a prop. In the distance, Yim also stared at the beam of light that opened up to the sky. This time he underestimated Noel. I thought that he recklessly led people to attack the Holy Land and was seeking his own death. Advertisement. With Ellen and others taking action, they were completely able to keep them. Unexpectedly, Noel actually killed Ellen. Noel actually controls space, as well as the ability of time. It was because of fear of Noel's strength that he could watch him leave. There was a roar in the entire space, and Enel and others stared coldly at 5 elders and others. Whoops, whoops. Garp, who came slowly, looked at Noel, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Both lose and lose, this is the best result. In everyone's shocked eyes, Noel and others disappeared directly. In this way, it disappeared strangely, and the blue beam of light also dissipated directly in the sky. At last it's over. Kizaru beside Garp, watching Noel and others disappear, was also a long sigh of relief. Compared to Akainu, he doesn't want to continue fighting like this. Because there was no confidence at all, unless the hidden Yim shot. The cold wind blew, and the distance gradually began to turn white. Looking at the surrounding ruins, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This battle directly flattened several kilometers around. The entire holy place was destroyed by 1/5. If the fighting continues, maybe the entire Marijoa will be sunk. Neither side knew that the whole world was paying attention to this battle. Although it was an unexpected incident, Noel led people to attack the Holy Land, and such news could not be hidden at all. The roar of the battle was too terrifying, and, this time, it was World Summit, and the kings who participated in the meeting directly spread the news. 5 emperors, all major forces are paying attention to the results. Chapter 267 Rolling Across the Sea, Ancient Weapon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Underworld Beast. When Noel and others came back, the people stationed in the underworld beasts were all shocked. Everyone was covered in blood, even Noel was no exception. Especially when they saw Luo and others holding the bodies of Railton, everyone was stunned. Captain Rail Arsenic, a former member of the 7th Division, stared at Rail in Luo Y with wide-eyed eyes. Captain, your arm. As soon as Jill landed, he looked at Noel anxiously and fixed his eyes on his arm. Hearing Jill's words, everyone else also looked at Noel's arm. When he saw his arm, everyone trembled. The whole arm turned purple and black, which was very shocking. It's really terrifying poison, so you can hold it, Noel. In other words, the other people are already dead. Unohana Retsu chuckled softly, then slowly pulled out Zanpakuto. In an instant, Zanpakuto became a huge and flat one-eyed monster similar to a devil fish. Noel couldn't help but twitch at the corner of Noel's mouth as he watched the meat babble floating in front of him. Unexpectedly, he would have such a day. This method of treatment is really unacceptable. Deputy Captain, hurry up. Seeing Ru Shizuku cough, many people's bodies trembled. Everyone present, as long as they were seriously injured, were basically swallowed by Ru Shizuku's cough. In Vivi's shocked and horrified gaze, Ru Shizuku directly opened his mouth and swallowed Noel directly. Unknown Neptune and others, when they saw Noel being swallowed by the strange fish, they couldn't help but swallow. Advertisement. Several people looked at each other and saw the confusion in their eyes. Who am I? What just happened? Noel was swallowed by that strange fish. Shirahoshi, what is going on? Master Noel. Neptune looked at Unohana Retsu cautiously, and then whispered. That's Sister Yi's ability. Shirahoshi wiped the tears from his face, then smiled. I don't know how long it took, but the meat mark suddenly opened his mouth and spit out Noel directly. Climbing from the ground, Noel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched his arm recovered as before. The whole arm has no intuition, and is paralyzed. If it were not beyond regeneration, it would have been useless a long time ago. The poison was so terrifying that it was constantly corroding. It's your turn. Unohana Retsu smiled and looked at everyone, his eyes swept over Enel and others. Master Deputy Captain, I still don't need it anymore. Seeing Unohana Retsu's eyes fall on him, Enel's body couldn't help but tremble, and then he shook his head quickly. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he was really afraid of this meat. The fear from the heart, I don't know why. Even if he knew that Ru Shizuku could heal his injuries, he still didn't dare. Tomorrow at noon, we will gather in the lobby. At that time, I don't want to see anyone else with injuries. Noel took a deep breath, glanced at Enel, and then spoke in a cold voice. Advertisement. After speaking, he just turned and left, and walked towards his room. Looking at Noel's back, the corners of Enel's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and then he looked at the meat with a wry smile. Enel's body keeps flaring as he looks at the meaty mark that keeps approaching. Babo, help me fix it. Janos glanced at Enel, and then walked towards the room. Yes, Master Janos. Babo was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly followed. It didn't want to be swallowed by the strange fish. A piece of news swept across the sea the next day, and this battle that attracted everyone's attention finally came to fruition. At first, everyone was very curious, the result of this war. But when they saw what was published in the newspaper, everyone was stunned. On the mobile, Whitebeard's face was full of shock, and his eyes were fixed on the newspaper in his hand. Ancient weapon, unexpectedly, the Murloc princess who has been with Noel. It's ancient weapon. Marco took a deep breath, then looked at everyone with a wry smile. Hearing Marco's words, no one else said anything, and they didn't think of it. For Flowers 0. That's right, the newspaper just said that both Luz and Luz, and the Noel pirates were hit hard. However, the most shocking thing is, ancient weapon, Poseidon, the Murloc princess. Now, I guess everyone is going crazy. Beasta's face became dignified, he could think of the scene that Noel and others were about to face. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's bodies trembled, especially Ace, with their fists clenched together. Advertisement. Enemies in the world, no one, no force, can withstand ancient weapon. No one thought that the legendary Poseidon was actually a creature and the princess of the Fishmen Island. Point 0. 5 elders. Whitebeard put down the newspaper in his hand, his eyes flashed with light. That guy Morgans, even if he knew about ancient weapon, he wouldn't dare to publish it. However, it is now published. If it is correct, the driving force behind it is the world government. The intention is already very obvious, I want all forces to be enemy Noel pirates. Ancient weapon, as long as it is ambitious, it will not miss it, even if it knows to face the Noel pirates. Whitebeard guessed right, this is indeed the method of the world government. Morgans was completely forced, and the news was completely forced to be published. 5 elders came to the door in person, he did not dare to refuse, and could not refuse. The whole sea was completely boiling, because Shirahoshi's identity was completely exposed. In an instant, all the major forces and everyone's eyes fell on the direction of the New World, Noel Pirate Group. This was an opportunity. The Noel Pirate Group was hit hard just after a battle with the world government, and all the captains, including Noel, were injured. If Shirahoshi is grabbed, it is equivalent to Master Poseidon. Although I don't know the power of Poseidon, ancient weapon is a legend. Pluton can sink an island in a single blow, and presumably Poseidon will not be much worse. Greed, ambition, even the revolutionary army that had a deal with the Noel pirates, was moved after seeing the news. Chapter 268. The times are different, I have to fight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New world. In an island, another big power, the four-person alliance also gathered together at this time. Ka glanced at Teach, his eyes tightly at Earl Red and Bullet. Ancient weapon. I didn't expect that the Murloc princess was actually Poseidon. Teach held the newspaper with both hands, his body trembling constantly, and his eyes fixed on the newspaper tightly. The other three did not speak, but their expressions were very excited, and jealous. Ancient weapon. This is the existence of the legend, now, finally showed up. Even the Red Earl did not expect that Poseidon was actually a creature, actually a beautiful mermaid. No wonder that kid who snatched the Fishmen Island from Whitebeard. It seems that I have known Poseidon a long time ago, that is the Murloc princess. B30. IGMOM also held the newspaper tightly, his eyes flashing red, and his eyes were filled with undisguised jealousy. For what reason? The little devil's subordinates are as strong as monsters. Now, there are even legendary things like ancient weapon. Even the captain at the beginning and Roger, who later became the One Piece, did not have such a terrifying thing. Poseidon. Bullet's eyes flashed a little, and his eyes were fixed on Shirahoshi in the newspaper. In an instant, the four of them all raised their heads. The eyes of the four people were facing each other, and a strong spark was ignited in the air. The same idea as that Shirahoshi must be grabbed. Four terrifying auras collided, and the round table in the middle collapsed without any suspense. Advertisement. The terrifying wind swept through. This is Conqueror's collision. There was a strange sound in the space, and cracks appeared on the ground under the feet of the four. Spider web-like cracks spread quickly, and Shiryu and others are all tightly holding the four. Touch, touch, touch. Sigu Haki came quickly, and went quickly. The four of them glanced at each other, and then sat down again. Four monsters. Looking at the cracks around, Shiryu's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and then he spoke in a cold voice. In his eyes, these four people are monsters, although his strength is good. However, these four people picked one person randomly, and it was completely enough to sling him. Now, Noel is the enemy of the world. We are not the only ones watching Poseidon. Teach laughed, his face suddenly changed, and looked at the Bullet 3 seriously. However, this is indeed a good opportunity. Bullet clenched his fist, then spoke coldly. It is our opponents, namely World Government, Marine, Redhead, Whitebeard. Don't forget the Revolutionary Army, their strength is not weak. Teach glanced at the newspaper, then spoke in a deep voice. Most of what was published in the newspaper this time was Shirahoshi, as well as the battle between the Noel pirates and the world government. However, there is also a part of it that the Revolutionary Army also appeared in the Holy Land. Not only killed celestial dragons, but also set fire everywhere. Advertisement. The Revolutionary Army announced to the world government that a full-scale war had begun. It was for this reason that Yim decided to expose Shirahoshi's identity. A Noel pirate group is difficult enough, and if you add a revolutionary army, even the world government can't hold it. The most important thing is the red hair, Whitebeard's actions. Red Earl's eyes flashed, and then started softly, his left hand gently shaking the red wine in the glass. Thinking of the red hair and the personalities of the two Whitebeards, the three of Teach's brows frowned. Yes, these two people are indeed a problem. I am not afraid that they are not interested in Poseidon, but I am afraid that the two will stop them. Only the two of them cannot be our opponents. A fierce light flashed in Teach's eyes, and then he spoke in a cold voice. Red-haired, although the two of Whitebeard are strong, they can't be the opponents of the four of them. Don't underestimate Shanks that kid. Don't forget the fellow Roger. Bullet skimmed Teach, and several figures appeared in his mind. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of the three of them were shocked. After looking at Bullet, their expressions became serious. Yes, they almost forgot, the redhead was once Roger's crew member. It's just that a red hair is not terrible, I'm afraid he will invite the strong man on Roger's ship. You know, There are not only Bullet and Rayleigh, the others are not weak. Teach may not be very clear, but Red Earl and Bigmom are very clear. Teach and the others are discussing. In a certain island in New World, the red-haired face is solemnly looking at the newspaper, and the eyes are full of complicated colors. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Ancient Weapon actually appeared, and it was controlled by Noel. Of the three forces, the weakest is you. The Eagle Eye sitting opposite, put down the wine glass in his hand, and looked at the red hair faintly. As soon as the voice fell, Lackey Lou and the others looked at each other, and then both smiled bitterly. It's really merciless, but I also know that Hawkeye is telling the truth. Among the three major forces, the weakest is indeed them. A Noel pirate group is better than Whitebeard and two red-haired pirate groups. Even if you don't want to admit it, you can't help it. Teach's four-man alliance, the strength is beyond them. Bullet, Red Earl are not alone now. With the strength and reputation of these two people, in New World, two great forces soon formed. Hawkeye, you really don't give me some face. The red-haired body paused, and then looked at Hawkeye with a wry smile. However, this time, the world government played a good hand. Ben Beckman 0.9 held his cigarette and looked at the two faintly. Even a fool can tell that the world government is planning behind this, and the purpose is to let the major forces target the Noel pirates. Noel pirates, it is so easy to deal with. No matter what the result is, when the time comes, it is destined to flow into a river. Yangmu, a proper Yangmu, even if he knew it was a trap, he had to go into the pit, just like Red Discovery was in this way. He didn't dare to be interested in Ancient Weapon, but the current situation made him unable to remain unmoved. If you don't fight, others will fight. If you are weak, you will be beaten. Now, the times are different and there is no balance at all. Otherwise, they won't join forces with Whitebeard. Chapter 269 Enemies all over the world, excited. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Among the underworld beasts, Neptune's face was full of sadness. Originally, he was ready to return to the Fishmen Island. Unexpectedly, I saw what was published in the newspaper the next day. At that time, I was frightened. Except for Jill, everyone else looked at Shirahoshi beside Noel curiously. They did not expect that Shirahoshi was actually the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon. For a long time, everyone thought that ancient weapon was a weapon, but unexpectedly it was a creature. Looking at Noel without showing a trace, Ming-Jie also smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that Noel has long known that Shirahoshi is Poseidon. It is estimated that this is the reason why she has been protecting her. The most shocking is Jinbei. Shirahoshi can be said that he grew up watching. Captain, it seems that everyone is eyeing us now. Jill took a deep breath, looking at Noel solemnly. When Noel told him that Shirahoshi is Poseidon, he was also very shocked. However, he did not expect that his true identity would be exposed so quickly. I thought that with their strength, it wouldn't matter even if they were against the whole world. However, after experiencing the previous battle, O discovered that the hidden strength of the world government was far more terrifying than they thought. A world government is so terrifying, now, let alone the whole world. Kaido was still leaning against the wall, full of wine bottles in front of him. As for Jill's concerns, none of them seemed to him. Relying on their strength, plus Poseidon, even if they are enemies of the world. Kaido is also very curious about Shirahoshi's abilities. Advertisement. It's just a bunch of clowns. Noel gently shook the wine glass in his hand, then spoke in a cold voice. No one else should be afraid. The only thing he fears now is the world government and Yim. However, it's just a panic. The captain was right, but Lousy took a look this time, and how many idiots jumped out. Enel swallowed the apple in his mouth directly, his eyes flashed with thunder. This battle, but he was aggrieved. Now, he hopes that the more people come, the better. Come one to kill one, two to kill a pair, to kill as many as you want. Although the others did not speak, they were not worried in their hearts. By the way, Captain, I don't know what Shirahoshi's ability is. Enel hesitated, then looked at Noel cautiously. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's bodies were shaken, and they all looked at Noel. Shirahoshi, who was eating dessert with him, raised his head suspiciously. Gently patted Shirahoshi's head, Noel looked at everyone faintly. Able to order sea kings. Shirahoshi, she is the real master of the sea. The flat voice echoed in the hall. Everyone was stunned, staring at Shirahoshi with a blank face. Safeguard. When the bottle fell on the ground, Kaido also stared at Shirahoshi with wide eyes. Command Sea Kings. Kid swallowed, then muttered to himself. Advertisement. This ability is simply amazing. The mouths of Enel and others were twitching. They were also guessing just now, but they never thought about this ability. Aokiji's eyes also condensed, and he felt shocked in his heart. None of the people present are stupid. Of course, I know how terrifying this ability is to be able to order sea kings. In the entire ocean, how many sea kings are there? Especially in the deep sea, I don't know how many monsters are hidden. In this world, although the real masters are human beings, what about reality? Who has the strength to fight against the Sea Clan? No, not one, unless it is on land. The captain also narrowed his eyes, took a deep look at Shirahoshi, and then lowered his head. When he first saw Shirahoshi, he felt that Shirahoshi was unusual. But I didn't expect that she was actually the legendary ancient weapon. Tezzolo, Brother Ming. Ignoring the shock of everyone, Noel looked at the two Ming brothers. Captain. Tezzolo and Ming Jie glanced at each other, and then both looked at Noel in confusion. I need a lot of Bailey money. Noel stood up slowly, looking at the two of them faintly. He didn't want to use Shirahoshi's ability to become stronger, so he could only rely on the system. Clear. Hearing Noel's words, both of them were taken aback, and then nodded. Bailey is nothing to them. The former master holds 20% of the currency in circulation in the world. Advertisement. The latter, there is also a family behind, and was once an intermediary in the dark world. How many Baileys Ming had, even he didn't know. However, one thing is certain, even the 5 emperors did not make as much money as him. Noel nodded. Now, he wanted to see who couldn't bear it first. He had to admit that Yim played really well in this hand, so that the eyes of the whole world fell on them. As long as people with brains and ambitions, 130 don't want to miss ancient weapon. When he saw the newspaper, Noel was also shocked. He didn't expect that Yim actually disclosed Shirahoshi's identity. 5 elders may know, but they absolutely dare not be so early. This is possible only if I'm ordered it. Everyone, be prepared to be the enemy of the world. Noel took a deep breath, smiled on his face, and looked at everyone with a smile. Yes, Captain. As soon as the voice fell, Enel and others looked at each other, and then they all spoke in unison. The blood is boiling, and the enemy is against the world. Although it sounds terrifying, everyone's hearts are more excited. Enemy with the whole world, besides them, who else can do it? Next time lousy, I must tear up that old guy. The wine bottle hit the ground, Kaido's eyes flashed red, and the figure of the old fifth appeared in his mind. The Green Bull guy. Hearing Kaido's words, Enel also thought of Green Bull, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the previous battle, because he was hiding in the entanglement, he suffered a lot in the hands of Green Bull, and even the bones were smashed. If he hadn't listened to Noel's guidance and had been exercising with thunder and lightning, he would have been killed long ago. 8%. Chapter 270 Fight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters. In the conference room, Akainu sits in the middle, with high-level high army on the left and right. For such an important matter, the world government did not communicate with us. Dao Mian took a deep breath, looked at everyone present, and then spoke in a deep voice. No one else spoke. Shirahoshi was Poseidon. If they hadn't read the newspaper, they probably wouldn't know. Who would have thought that the princess of the Fishmen Island is actually Poseidon? Huo Shaoshan looked at everyone with a wry smile. It is estimated that no one would have thought of such a result. At the beginning, during the Battle of the Golden City, Noel had a conversation with the 4th child. Although the 4th child guessed that Noel mastered Poseidon, it has never been confirmed. Poseidon's ability, we don't know for the time being. However, since it is ancient weapon, it must be very capable. The ghost spider nodded, looking at everyone with solemn expressions. Now, what's the situation on the Fishmen Island? Akainu took a deep breath, then looked at the general standing beside him. After the newspaper was published, Noel sent a deputy captain to garrison the Fishmen Island. There is also the Jufan team currently in the Fishmen Island. Hearing Akainu's question, the general was taken aback, and then spoke quickly. Deputy Captain, who is it? Kizaru narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Compared to Unohana Retsu, he is more afraid of the captain. Advertisement. It's Yamamoto. The general looked at Akainu cautiously, and then spoke in a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, Akainu's face became gloomy, and every time he mentioned the captain, or saw him, he would think of the knife. 5 emperors, what about those big forces? Sengoku, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly let go of the snack in his hand, and then asked. The 5 emperors have not moved yet. However, the great pirates of New World, as well as their major strengths, are all ready to move in the spring. At present, there are many big pirates who are approaching Noel's site. Hearing the general's words, everyone was stunned, and many people's eyes flashed with light. It seems that the other 5 emperors want to be the last hunters. Momoshiki frowned. There is no fool in this world. The 5 emperors are smarter than the other, and they don't move. They just want other people and consume Noel's combat power. Whitebeard, it's not surprising that the red hair doesn't move. However, it is impossible for the Teach 4 to remain silent. If it hasn't moved now, it can only be said to be waiting. Except for the 5 emperors, these pirates are going to die when confronting Noel. Kizaru curled his lips, then sneered. Kizaru Admiral, the great pirates of New World, have all formed an alliance. The power of the composition is very large, not smaller than the power of the 5 emperors. The general suddenly remembered the information that had come, and then spoke anxiously. Alliance. Everyone here was taken aback, and then their expressions became serious. What is the most New World? Advertisement. Of course, there are the most pirates, and there are even many old monsters. There are simply too many powerful pirates, and not every pirate has joined the 5 emperors. It just means that the 5 emperors have the largest territory. Together, these pirates are a very terrifying force. Now, what's the situation in New World? Akainu frowned, then asked coldly. Except for the 5 emperors, the current pirates of New World are divided into 4 major forces. One after another, then, the generals explained the current situation of New World one by one. However, the faces of Akainu and others became more and more serious. That's right, the pirates of New World are united together very tacitly. The first is to fight against the 5 emperors, and the second is to fight for Shirahoshi. One word describes the current New World: chaos. It was so chaotic that it became a mess of porridge. On that day, if that Imkin shot, there will be so many things today. Akainu lined up on the table with a slap, eyes flashing angrily. The cause of all this is not 5 elders and others. Now the mess of New World is waiting for them to clean up. That day, that was the best opportunity, and now I have completely missed it. 5 elders doesn't care about the chaos of New World. The final processing is still by Marine. However, now all forces, all big pirates are united. With Marine's strength, it can't be dealt with at all. A Noel pirate group can destroy the entire Marine. New World. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions, fighting, and screams continued to resound. The entire sea surface was illuminated by fire, and the sea was dyed red with blood. Kill them. The Noel pirates, the members of the 4th Division, looked at the ships passing by, all raised their weapons and jumped over. How many waves is this? Jill looked at the fight in front of him indifferently. It has been half a month since the news was published. Since yesterday, there have been pirates, and all major strengths have poured into the Noel pirate group. Captain Jill, this is the 5th wave. On the side, a man with blonde hair like a knight glanced at the fight on the opposite side, and then spoke in a deep voice. Cavendish, a newcomer who has just joined the Noel pirates. Although he is a rookie, Cavendish also has a big name in New World and his strength is very strong. Now he is also a member of the 4th Division. Jill nodded. It was not the pirates who came to attack this time, but the alliance of the Mafia. The strength is also very strong, and now, the 4th Division is responsible for defending the nearby waters. Kill all claws. Jill's eyes flashed slightly, and then he burst out. Looking at Jill's back, Cavendish smiled slightly, stepped on the deck with his feet, and flew towards the opposite side. Every minute, people fall down, screams are constantly echoing, gunpowder smoke, fireworks all over the sea. Completely ran away. In this era, no pirates are looking for any big treasures. The goal of everyone is the Noel pirates. Enemies of the whole world, this time is the real enemy of the whole world, fighting, the whole new world is fighting everywhere. Ordinary civilians dare not walk out of the house at all. Chapter 271 Crisis, steadily retreating. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The war was raging, and the entire new world was full of gunpowder smoke. It was crazy, and it was bloodshed. The scope of the war is getting bigger and bigger, and many big forces are showing a crazy side. The Noel pirate group's site is constantly being attacked, even if there are Enel and others, they can't be stationed. Retreat steadily. Seeing that the Noel pirate group fell into a disadvantage, those big forces, the large pirates, were even more crazy. Those who were prepared to watch the show also started to take action. Although the strength of Enel and others is strong, the Noel pirate group's territory is too big. Moreover, the enemy's strength is not weak. Above the underworld beast, Noel could not help taking a deep breath as he looked at everything that was empty around him. Although he is prepared to be an enemy of the world, the current situation is still beyond his expectations. Da da, da da. There was a mess of footsteps. Hawkins walked over anxiously, after seeing Noel, then he said in a deep voice. Captain, Luo and Ming were seriously injured. As soon as the voice fell, Noel's eyes couldn't help but contemplate. Luo and Ming are not weak in strength. The 130 strength of the former is stronger than the original. Even without the strength of Admiral, it is not much different. And Ming Jie is Admiral's strength. The fruit awakened, his strength is even stronger than the original. The two are separated and have their own garrison. Especially Luo, with Van Oka by his side, these two people work together. Even if they are Admiral-level powerhouses, they can fight. Now they are seriously injured. Could it be that Teach and the others took the shot? It's New World's Pirate Alliance who made the move. Advertisement. Hawkins looked at Noel solemnly, the situation getting worse and worse. The Pirate Alliance, if it were them, it wouldn't be surprising. The strength of the four great pirates alliance is not weak. If it is single, each alliance can be compared with a single five emperor. It's just that there is a gap in the top combat power, there is no imperial power. Although there are no imperial-level powerhouses, there are still admiral-level powerhouses. Well, how are the others over there now? Noel took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. The situation is not very good either. Except for the deputy captain, the other captains have met their opponents. Hawkins looked at Noel with a wry smile. Let Kaido support Luo's side. Also, on the Fishman Island side, just have a captain stationed there and let Jinbei return to New World. Noel's eyes flashed a cold light, and then he spoke in a cold voice. The situation is more difficult than he thought. You know, the world government, Marine, and the five emperors have not taken any action. He found that he had completely underestimated the world, and there were too many hidden monsters in New World. Just like the four leaders of the current Pirate Alliance, they are composed of the old monsters of New World. Clear. Hawkins nodded. Kaido is the most idle right now. The enemy is not stupid. Kaido, and Unohana Retsu, there are no enemies at all. No one is so stupid and wants to go head to head with these two monsters. Whoops, whoops. As soon as Hawkins finished speaking, a figure flew from a distance and appeared in the hall. Seeing the figure appearing in the hall, Noel couldn't help but smile. Is he back? Advertisement. Tezzolo, the person who appeared in the hall, was the Golden Emperor. Get Bailey to the lobby. Noel nodded to Tezzolo, then spoke in a deep voice. It will be here soon. Tezzolo nodded, and then Kaido softly, but he was also very curious in his heart, not knowing why Noel wanted so much Bailey. Correct. Captain, I heard that the situation is not good now. Should I take action? His strength is not weak, a proper admiral level strong, CDAJ person. No, it's just a clown. It's just an appetizer now. The dinner hasn't been served yet, let those guys jump for a while. Noel chuckled softly, then shook his head softly. Bailey arrived. Tezzolo nodded. Noel said it was okay, and he didn't insist anymore. Dot 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 dot. The Noel Pirates group retreats steadily. The news spread all over the sea. Teach, who has been silent for a long time, finally couldn't bear it. The four big brothers gathered together. The four big one stepped on the foot. New World or all shocking forces, gathered together. The movement of the four Teach people made the situation more intense. Set off, the 5 emperors, and 2 old monsters, rushed towards Noel's territory. Target, Enel's direction. On a military ship, listening to the information reported, Akainu's eyes flashed involuntarily. Redhead, Whitebeard and them. Is there any movement? Advertisement. Hearing Akainu's question, the ghost spider beside him shook his head slightly. No, but, Whitebeard, the red hair is all together. Sengoku on the side looked at the blue sea, and then said in a deep voice, the Whitebeard guy, I guess he won't shoot Noel. I think so too. After all, Ace Huaquan is Noel's younger brother. Moreover, Noel also helped Whitebeard. With his character, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Momoshiki nodded in agreement. She didn't think Whitebeard would take action against Noel, maybe she would help him. Akainu did not speak, but silently looked ahead. During this time, countless pirates were killed and injured, which is the greatest good thing for Marine. Many people died in the Noel Pirates. It would be better if the 5 emperors were killed. However, the 4 of Teach moved, and the real battle was about to break out. No one is immune from this war, even Marine is no exception. Don't do it at this time because it is not yet time. Garp sat on the deck, but his expression was very heavy. This time it really became a big mess, and it was even more terrifying than the previous battle in the Holy Land. In this world, all forces, large and small, were involved. He now only hopes that Noel can hold it, but this time it is really dangerous. To be the enemy of the world, even the world government plus Marine would not have this capability. Continue to stare at Whitebeard. This time, we must destroy the Noel Pirates. Akainu squeezed his fist, and then ordered in a cold voice. This is Noel's biggest crisis. He won't let anyone help him. If Whitebeard helps, then Marine will stop him. Chapter 272 Lottery, 2 summoning cards. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the room, looking at Shirahoshi who was sleeping next to him, Noel took a deep breath and then sat down slowly. Name. Portgas D. Noel. Abilities. Seeing and hearing color, high level, armed color, premium, conquerors, premium, force field ability, moonwalk, shaving, swordsmanship grandmaster, premium, Kido, Reiatsu. Gift package. 0. Crew. Janos. Lottery points. 212 million. This is the lottery point for the redemption of Pele, which was delivered by Tezzolo and Ming. Before the draw, he also asked Baccarat to use the ability of Lucky Fruit on him. System. For 20 consecutive draws. Looking at the numbers on the virtual panel, Noel's eyes flashed. Ding. Congratulations to host for acquiring Earth-style ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a bottle of Gene Potion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points for gaining physique. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a corpse of a monster. Ding. Congratulations to host for acquiring a steel battleship. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a pack of God-level seasoning. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the character summon card Ulquiorra Cipher. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting an energy stone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Hogyoku. DJ. With a series of prompt sounds, Noel's face was constantly changing, with excitement, shock, and helplessness. After half an hour, Noel regained his senses, his eyes flashed brightly. Advertisement. This time, it was a bumper harvest. 20 high-level draws, and 2 character summoning cards were obtained. Noel's right hand suddenly appeared, and a white bead appeared in his hand. Hogyoku, this is what he just got from the system lottery. He is no stranger to this thing. Shoo. In Noel's surprised gaze, Hogyoku radiated a white light, and then swept directly towards the center of his eyebrows. So fast, when he came over, Hogyoku had already got into his forehead. Pain. A tingling sensation came in my mind. I don't know how long it took. Noel slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on Noel's face. This is the best prop he has gotten so far, not one of them. However, there are two more character summoning cards. A white light flashed, and a confused figure quickly gathered together. He has short black hair, pale complexion and green eyes, with dark green Arankar patterns resembling tears on his face. With a familiar face, Noel couldn't help smiling as he looked at the expressionless man in front of him. Xiao Wu, he didn't expect that he would be drawn to him. Ulquiorra, a character in an anime in a previous life. Master Noel. Ulquiorra slowly opened his eyes and looked at Noel in front of him. Noel smiled and nodded, flipping his right hand lightly, looking at the characters in the card, the corners of his mouth curled up. The white light flashed again, and Ulquiorra looked at the condensed figure on the side, his eyes couldn't help but one. The name is blonde with red eyes, and is also wearing a golden armor. Missions, what are you looking at? Advertisement. Gilgamesh slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ulquiorra coldly. As soon as the voice fell, Noel's mouth twitched. Sure enough, Jin Shining's character was still the same. Enel is arrogant enough, but if compared with Jin Shining, it's still a big difference. Chang Chang. Sparks flew everywhere. Xiao Wu didn't know when the knife was released, and a number of chains appeared behind Jin Shining, blocking the attack. Gilgamesh, enough. The two suddenly made a move, and Noel had no time to stop it. Seeing that the two wanted to do it, he said in a deep voice. Humph. Jin Shining let out a cold snort when she heard Noel's words, and the lock of heaven behind her disappeared. Xiao Wu Zi looked at Jin Shining faintly. The eyes of the two were facing each other, wiping a strong spark in midair. Looking at the appearance of the two, Noel couldn't help but smile, two problematic teenagers. If you add the guy Enel, it would be even more fun. He could think of what would happen to Enel and Jin Shining. Although Jin Shining is loyal to him, her character cannot be changed. For Flowers 0. Looking at Shirahoshi who was still sleeping, Noel's brow furrowed. The collision between Jin Shining and Xiao Wu just now, with such a loud voice, Shirahoshi didn't even wake up. Shirahoshi, from sleeping last night until now, has not woken up. Let's go. Noel shook his head, then stood up slowly. Hall. Advertisement. Seeing Noel coming out, Hawkins couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Just before he was about to speak, his body was taken aback. Looking at Jin Shining and Xiao Wu, everyone in the hall was stunned. Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Everyone stared at Jin Shining two people closely. When did these two people come to the underworld beast, and who they were? Point 0. The people who looked at the hall were watching him, their golden eyes flickered, and as soon as they were about to speak, they remembered what Noel had just mentioned. Captain. Kaijin C took a deep look at Jin Shining and the two, and then looked at Noel respectfully. He is also very curious about the identities of these two people. He could see that the two of them were not simple. Their eyes, the two of them looked at him as if they looked at an ant, one indifferent and the other disdainful. How is the battle now? Noel nodded, brushed aside the glitter, and then looked at Hawkins with a smile. Teach them moved, the target should be Captain Enel. Now, Kaido, Jill, Captain Aokiji and the three of them have rushed towards Captain Enel. Hearing Noel's question, Hawkins's face became serious. Even if Noel doesn't come out, he is going to find Noel. Teach. Noel frowned, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't taken care of him, but now he had a chance. Captain, now the three captains of Kaido are close and able to support, and the other captains are all dragged. Kaiken smiled bitterly at Noel, Kaido, Enel, and Ching Nai. Although Jill were strong, they couldn't stand the influence of these four. Chapter 273 Flurry, The World Moves. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. Pogok Country, the place guarded by Enel, the war, it is here that is fierce now. On an island, Teach and others are coming fiercely, and one of the pirates' alliances all arrived at the same time. These guys. Enel returned the ship to the sea in the distance, his face was very dignified. In the large fleet, there are countless pirate ships on the sea, at least hundreds of them. A ship has at least dozens of people and hundreds of people, which adds up to tens of thousands of people. The three of Jill, Aokiji, and Kaido on the side didn't speak, they all stared at the front closely. At a glance, the entire sea, with pirate boats everywhere, was surrounded. They were surrounded. I don't know what agreement they have reached. The four of Teach didn't actually do anything with the Pirate Alliance forces. Captain, when will they come? Captain, 133. Apu swallowed, then looked bitterly at Enel in front of him. Not only is the number of people crushing them, the opponent's top powerhouse is also more than them. It should be soon. Enel hadn't spoken yet. Jill flashed a cold light in his eyes, and then spoke in a cold voice. Bigmom. Kaido clasped the mace in his hand tightly, staring at one of the ships with his eyes. Only two people know the grievances between him and Bigmom. Aokiji didn't speak, but his face was very heavy. Although the strength of the four of them is good, the strength of each other is even more terrifying. Teach, Bigmom, Bullet, Red Earl, these four have no suspense, they are all Imperial class. The strength of the captain and cadre under his command is not to be underestimated. Simply put, if you really fight, there is no suspense. The opponent's strength can completely crush them. Advertisement. This group of bastards, when the captain comes, we must kill them. A flash of thunder flashed through Enel's eyes, and his face became savage. He also felt the pressure, and knew that, relying on their words, he was not an opponent of these people at all. Brew. Brew. The voice of the phone worm suddenly rang, everyone was taken aback, and Jill quickly took out the phone worm. Captain. Jill, what's the situation on your side now? Did Teach them arrive? Hearing Noel's voice, everyone's spirits were shocked, and Jill looked at the fleet that became clearer and clearer, and then spoke. Already here, in addition to the Teach 4, there is also an alliance force. As soon as the voice fell, the phone worm fell into silence. Not long after, Noel's voice came again. In 2 hours, we will be there. After speaking, the phone worm hung up directly. U.S. Jill's eyes flickered slightly, and he heard Noel's keywords just now, shall we? Not alone, not just the captain. However, according to his understanding, the other captains, including the two deputy captains, couldn't get away at all. The captain is coming. Everyone present heard the conversation between the two, and heard that Noel was about to arrive in half an hour, and Apu and the others were all relieved. When docking, the ships of the large fleet docked one after another. Teach jumped, and then landed on the ground, still holding a wine bottle in his right hand. Standing on his left is Bigmom, and on his right are the Red Earl and Bullet. Da-da, da-da. Ka-er. Shiryu and others all fell on the ground one after another, staring at Enel and others in the distance. Advertisement. The reason why I didn't go to Noel directly was because I wanted to defeat them one by one. However, the people of Noel Pirates also reacted quickly. Kaido. Bigmom stared at Kaido in the distance. A former 5 emperors, a former marine admiral, and a real demon, the last one is Logia's most capable person. Guru. Guru. Looking at the approaching Teach and others, Apu left cold sweat on his forehead. How many people are there? So densely packed that you can't see the side at a glance, this is too much. Moreover, few ordinary people can be defeated if they can enter the new world. Shoo. A black shadow suddenly swept over the sea, and a strong wind swept across it. In an instant, the black shadow fell in front of Enel and the others. Genos. Looking at the person in front of them, the four of Jill couldn't help being stunned. They didn't expect that Janos would come. It's not just me, other captains are also coming here now. So is the deputy captain. Janos looked at the approaching Teach and others, and then spoke in a cold voice. What? Jill's eyes narrowed when he heard Janos' words, and then he let out a cry of exclamation. At the same time, all the forces suddenly stopped, and they all rushed here. Janos nodded and looked at Teach and the others indifferently. Because of the captain. Jill took a deep breath, then said in a deep voice, he knew what was going on. Advertisement. While Jill and others were talking, Teach and others also received the news. All the forces, who want to compete for ancient weapon, all rushed towards this island. Because, the underworld beast moved, and the direction is this island. It's better this way, just kill Noel. Bullet took off his sunglasses and looked at Enel and others in the distance with a sneer. Then do it hard. Teach also laughed, and the wine bottle in his hand hit the ground directly. I was thinking about breaking them one by one, but, unexpectedly, Noel would come here. Well, now we can only fight. However, he is most worried about world government, Marine, red hair at zero point 0.9, and Whitebeard's movement. The reason why I haven't done it now is because of this reason. At the same time, the redhead and Whitebeard, two big pirates, also moved. Aboard the mobile, unexpectedly, this old bone of mine would actually have to move. Rayleigh held the bottle, smiled and looked at the redhead, and Whitebeard. Deputy Captain, I'm sorry, this time I can't help it. The redhead looked at Rayleigh apologetically. Many people on the boat looked at the other two in surprise. One of them was Hawkeye. He was invited by the red hair. Shanks, if you lie to me, Lousy will kill you. On the bow, the man in the cloak suddenly turned his head and looked at the red hair with a sneer. Chapter 274 Break, Set Fire, Go to War. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the passage of time, more and more pirates came, and the entire sea area was full of ships. There were a lot of people fighting each other, but no one spoke. Everyone looked at Enel and others playfully, all with the same purpose. They are all waiting for Noel's arrival, and no one wants to be this early bird. Captain, Marine's people are also leaving. Catalina. Daipeng glanced at Enel and others, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke in a deep voice. She hates the Noel pirates very much. The ugly scar on her face was caused by Noel. HMPH, it's been a long time since I saw the two old guys Garp and Sengoku. Teach hadn't spoken yet, and the bullet beside him gave a cold smile. People of the same age as him, dead, hidden, really few are still alive. Garp and Sengoku are old acquaintances. However, Teach found that when Bullet mentioned Garp, his eyes flashed with fear. Marine, if you dare to come, kill them today. Teach paused, then let out a big laugh. Now, there are so many forces gathered here 23. If Marine dares to intervene, all the pirates will attack them. It is not Marine that really makes him jealous, but the Jungfu of the world. He knows the strength of the Noel pirates very well. However, in the previous battle in the Holy Land, he heard that Noel retreated because of the world's Jungfu. However, Marine's strength is not weak now. Those guys are not weak. Count Red rolled aside the old man with a cane in the distance, and then chuckled softly. Advertisement. Following Earl Red's gaze, the three of Teach nodded in agreement. One of the four major alliances of pirates, one of the strongest, the leader, is a great pirate in the Roger era. Teach, BIGMOM. Everyone's goal is the same, first kill the Noel pirates. How about deciding where Poseidon belongs? The silence was suddenly broken. In the alliance, a kind-faced middle-aged man suddenly spoke. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes were condensed, and they looked at Teach and others. Ha ha ha, a good suggestion. Teach glanced, his body shook, and then nodded with a big smile. Lousy must kill these guys. Enel's face became savage, and the thunderlight on his body was flickering. When did I actually become the prey of others? Since joining the Noel pirates, since coming down from Sky Island. I have never encountered such a thing. Don't be impulsive, wait until the captain arrives. Luo, who had just arrived not long ago, was covered in bandages and looked around with solemn expression. Yes, once we do it first, we will be caught fire by everyone. Fan. Oka nodded, holding the spear in one hand, and nodded in agreement. As for the other hand, it was empty like red hair. This camp is really terrifying. That guy, Lousy waits to tear him up. Brother Ming on the side looked at the middle-aged man who had just spoken with a sneer. Advertisement. Like Luo, he was also covered in bandages. As for the injuries on his body, it was caused by the middle-aged man who just spoke. The deputy captain of the Noel pirates is here. The number 1 swordsman who defeated Hawkeye. At this moment, loud noises and exclamations suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this sound, everyone turned their heads one after another, and Enel and others also looked towards the sound. It's the deputy captain, and Acedes. Looking at the two people walking in the distance, Apu's face was beaming with joy. Being stared at by so many people, if you are not afraid, it is fake. Now, seeing Unohana Retsu and Acedes coming, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That is the Noel Pirates, one of the two deputy captains. Bullet pressed Unohana Retsu tightly, his eyes flashed with light. He has not seen Unohana Retsu, but he has heard of this woman. Of course, I don't dare to underestimate her, the world's largest swordsman, just this name can make people look squarely. Everyone looked at Unohana Retsu unkindly. Shiryu's right hand is gently placed on the long knife around his waist, defeating Hawkeye and becoming the #1 swordsman. Boom, boom. The ground shook, and a figure suddenly shot towards Unohana Retsu. Teach, Bigmom. Red Earl's eyes condensed, staring at the black figure closely. Bullet, that's right, shot at Unohana Retsu, and it was Bullet, their ally. No one thought that Bullet was the first to do it. Looking for death. Advertisement. Seeing Bullet swooping towards Unohana Retsu, Enel let out a cold snort. Immediately there was no hesitation, it turned into an electric light, and it swept towards the field. Buddha shao 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 shao, is war going? Brother Ming flashed his eyes, 133 then let out a weird laugh, and his fingers made a smelly sound. Kaido's body was also shocked. He grasped the mace rubbed on the ground, strode and rushed directly in the direction of Teach and others. Kaido. Seeing Kaido rushing over, Bigmom sneered coldly, and then took a big step and rushed out. Kill. Kill the Noel Pirates first. Teach took a deep breath, then spoke aloud. There was no way, and he didn't expect that Bullet would actually do it directly. So, now we can only kill Enel and others first. As Teach's voice fell, everyone present glanced at each other, and then ran towards Ming-Jie and the others frantically. The whole island was shaking, and swarms came. Kill. Looking at the incoming enemies, Brother Ming and the others looked at each other, and then they all flew out. Attention, be sure to hold on and wait for the captain to arrive. Jill looked around with solemn expression, and then spoke in a deep voice. You don't have this chance. As soon as Jill's voice fell, a laugh came over. Teach and Earl Red appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 275 Roar, Despair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The fists collided, Jill and Teach's bodies sank, and the air waves swept out. Seeing the blast of air, Earl Hong couldn't help but smile, and the scepter in his hand pointed directly towards Jill. The speed was very fast, the scepter came out, and the sound of sonic boom sounded. Chang chang, chang chang. The ice shattered everywhere, and the scepter stopped a few centimeters away from Jill. An ice wall appeared on Gil's left. Ching Shong exuded a chill, and looked at Count Hong with a calm expression. 5 color strings. Brother Ming suddenly jumped over the ice wall and appeared on the top of Earl Hong's head. His 5 fingers grabbed it fiercely. Cut. Luo also jumped over Jill, and the ghost cry in his hand slashed towards Teach. Frozen Fruit. Former Marine Admiral. Looking at the ice wall in front of him, Earl Hong couldn't help but smile, and he turned Aokiji away, his eyes flashed with a strange red light. The next moment, the scepter flicked suddenly, and a bright light flashed by. Boom, boom. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Ming-Jie suddenly shot a blood arrow from the shoulder. The blood splashed out, and Brother Ming's body trembled, and then he was directly blown out. The body rolled in midair, landed on the ground, stepped back, his face shocked and looked at the Red Earl in the distance. Not only Ming-Jie felt the shock, Aokiji's eyes also condensed. A sword and a scepter are the scabbard, and at this time Earl Red is holding a long sword in his hand. This monster, the speed just now. Advertisement. Brother Ming looked at the scar on his shoulder, eyes jealous, and looked at Earl Hong solemnly. The speed of the sword just now was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Moreover, the direct line was cut off directly. And Luo stared at Shiryu closely at this time, the veins of his arm appeared, and the ghost cried and trembled. Captain of the Noel Pirates, cut it up, it should be fun. Shiryu held a knife in one hand, dangling a cigar in his mouth, and looked at Luo indifferently. I hope you have this ability. Hearing Shiryu's words, Luo also sneered coldly. Of course he knew this guy. I didn't dare to be careless in my heart, this guy was not weak in strength, and he was still a great swordsman. Boom, boom. There was a constant roar on the field, and the short-term confrontation caused everyone else to arrive. The smoke swept out, exploded directly in the field, and several figures swept directly out of the smoke. Once they met, Jill and others were forced to retreat. Looking at the enemies around, Ming's mouth kept twitching. Teach, the two emperors of Red Earl, as well as Ka-er, are among the best. He felt that he was going to be sad. If Noel does not come again, he might really have to collect their bodies. Kaido collided with Bigmom, and both of them were very familiar with each other's abilities. The fight was also very intense. Kaido, I didn't expect your trash to join the Noel pirates. Bigmom took a step back, looking at Kaido with a sullen expression. Humph. Kaido held the mace and looked at Bigmom with a sneer. Advertisement. Looking at the battle in the field, Bigmom's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he said in a deep voice. Today, no one can save you, even if Noel comes. Hearing Bigmom's words, Kaido moved around Pisa, his face sinking uncontrollably. Just in the blink of an eye, Jill and the others were in trouble. Was besieged by countless people, and now he is struggling to support it. Unohana Retsu was also blocked by the bullet guy, and everyone's situation is now very dangerous. There are too many enemies, and the strength of each one is not weak. The fighting became fiercer and fiercer, and as time passed, Jill and others were injured one after another. Go to hell. Looking at Luo, who was kneeling on the ground while holding his abdomen, Shiryu let out a sneer, and the long knife slashed directly at his neck. Looking at the long knife that was cut over, Luo's face showed bitterness. It was over like this, and couldn't hold on for half an hour. It's not that he is too weak, but that there are too many enemies to block one or two attacks. Luo. Fan. Oka just got up from the ground when he saw this scene and couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Pippi, I still care about others. Today, none of you can escape. Laughter suddenly rang in Van Oka's ears. Cracker appeared in front of him, and the sword slashed directly. Boom, boom. The voice fell. Fan. Oka's eyes widened, and then the whole person was directly knocked out. If he hadn't been blocked in front of him with a spear, it was estimated that this sword would be able to split him in half. Damn. Jill, who had turned into a demon, was just about to swoop in Luo's direction, when Teach flew out. Advertisement. After stabilizing his body, his feet went deep into the ground, and Jill's expression became arrogant. The long knife fell through, and Luo rolled on the ground, avoiding the blow. However, another dark figure appeared in front of him and kicked him away. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he put it directly on the rock. Shiryu's body halted, and he looked at Ka-er, who appeared in the court faintly. Asshole. An angry roar came from a distance. Enel repelled a leader of the alliance, and he saw Luo and Van Oka being blown into flight. Looking around, not only Luo and others, but also others are not optimistic. Ming Jie has become a bloody man. Genos's left arm was even more broken, and that well-done circuit on his body exuded a trace of thunder arc at this time. Damn, you are all going to die. Captain. Enel's face became more and more ferocious, and then he yelled to the sky. If you don't come anymore, everyone is going to die, and the entire Noel pirate group is really going to destroy the father. Ha ha ha, it's really hard work, Aokiji. Teach couldn't help laughing as he looked at Aokiji, who was retreated, and the Red Earl, who was flashing in the field. Especially when I saw Shiryu. Ka-ri appeared next to Luo from left to right, laughing louder. The three-pronged and long knives all fell towards Luopai one after another. Ka-er. Shiryu's eyes flashed a cold light. The captain of the Noel pirates is about to die here in the near future. R.O. Time seemed to have stagnated, and Enel and others watched this scene with dark eyes. Chapter 276 Xiaowu's Strength, Powerful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time seemed to have stagnated, and Enel and others watched this scene with dark eyes. Everyone in the Noel pirates roared. Looking at the two people on the left and the right, Luo had a smile on his face. Without fear, a series of pictures appeared in his mind. He just went out to sea, and then met Noel, and was finally invited on board by him. Genos's teachings, everything, joining the Noel pirates, was his happiest moment. Farewell, Captain. I couldn't see you. Kun is facing the sea. Boom, boom. The roar sounded, and the smoke directly covered the three of them. The two figures were directly blown out. Shiryu, Ka and the other two flew out of the smoke. Their bodies kept retreating, and after steadying their bodies, they stared at the smoke. All the people on the island were shocked when they saw Shiryu and Ka who were blown out. The smoke was suddenly blown away, and Luo slowly opened his eyes. Two strange figures came into view. One is golden shining wearing armor, and the other is Xiaowu wearing a Rancor costume and holding a long knife. This is. Looking at the two strangers in front of him, Luo's body couldn't help but stop. Captain 133. At this time, Enel, Kid and others all exclaimed. Everyone looked at the sky excitedly. Advertisement. Are you here, Noel? Hearing the voices of Enel and others, Teach's eyes shrank, and after pulling away from Jill, he stared at the figure in the sky closely. At this moment, everyone stopped their hands one after another, struggling tightly. Noel appeared in the sky at some point. Luo also raised his head anxiously, and was shocked to see Noel in the sky. One of the 5 emperors, the strongest man in the world. Many people looked at Noel with complex expressions. If it weren't for Shirahoshi, no one wanted to offend this man. However, since this man appears here, it is representative. Poseidon. Poseidon is on top of the underworld beast. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes showed fiery light. Although their goal is to destroy the Noel pirate group, the most important thing is to obtain Shirahoshi, master ancient weapon. As this one of the captains, really weak and pitiful. CDAJ, Jin Shining holds Shang in both hands, looks back at Luo indifferently, and then speaks softly. Hearing Jin Shining's words, Luo couldn't help but stop, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He is not a fool, he naturally knows that the two people in front of him are his own. Weak. It seemed that it was another Enel. The first time I met the bastard said so too. Whoops, whoops. A clear breeze swept across, and Noel appeared in front of the two, scanning the audience. Arrived in time, Vimana. This time they were driving the golden throne of the king, Vimona. I have to say that the speed of this shining boat is really fast to ultimate. Captain, it looks like the situation is very unfavorable. In that case, then I'm not welcome. Advertisement. Jin Shining also turned her head and looked at the people around her faintly. In the end, her eyes fell on Shiryu. Seeing Jin Shining's gaze, Shiryu's right hand holding the long sword couldn't help but tighten. He didn't know this guy, but he didn't dare to look down upon the people of the Noel pirates. Moreover, he was forced to retreat just now because of the person wearing the armor. Miscellaneous, who allows you to look at me like this? Suddenly, glittering golden eyes flashed, and light clusters appeared behind them. In the shocking eyes of everyone, countless weapons appeared in the light group. Shu. Long spears, long swords, and long swords all aimed at Shiryu one after another, and then directly shot out. The power of breaking through the air. Are you capable of fruit? Shiryu's eyes couldn't help but look at the fired weapon, and the long knife in his hand brought up afterimages. Sparks flew everywhere, and the weapons fired by glittering gold were cut down continuously. Falling on the ground, small pits were blasted out. Nice strength, choppy. Seeing her own weapons were cut down, Jin Shining's mouth was sneered, and the light group behind it made waves. Various weapons protruded from the light group again. This guy. Seeing the weapon fired again, Shiryu couldn't help but shook his body, kicking his feet and dodge constantly. Xiao Wu, kill him. Seeing Shiryu dodge constantly, Noel shook his head slightly, then spoke softly. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu disappeared in place. This speed. Advertisement. Luo behind him saw Xiao Wu suddenly disappear, his eyes condensed, his face showing shock. Because he couldn't even see the shadow, if it weren't for observation hockey, he wouldn't be able to catch Xiao Wu at all. Just after avoiding a spear, Shiryu felt the chill coming from around him. Shoo! A green light beam suddenly shot out from the body, extremely fast. Boom! Boom! In the shocked eyes of everyone, Shiryu was directly blown out. Shaking his numb arm, Shiryu's body trembled just after he stabilized his body, staring at Xiao Wu in front of him with wide-eyed eyes. Facing those cold pupils, I don't know why, Shiryu's cold hair stood up. This was not a human look at all. There is no trace of emotion, no trace of fluctuation. The long knife brought a cold light and a black light. Chang Chang. Sparks flew in all directions, the long sword blocked in front of him. Shiryu's body trembled, his feet sank into the ground, and the blue veins on his forehead appeared. Virtual bullet. Seeing Shiryu blocking his attack, Xiaowu slowly stretched out his fingers, and a cold voice came out. The red light condensed in the fingers, and then shot out directly. Compared with the previous Sero, the speed of virtual bombs is faster. It is not as powerful as Sero, but it is 20 times faster than Sero, especially at such a short distance, it is impossible to dodge at all. The blood spurted out, Shiryu's entire shoulder was directly pierced, his eyes widened, and then the whole person was directly blown out. So strong. Luo widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Wu's back in the field in shock. Chapter 277 No Elves Teach, Red Earl. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The court fell into silence. After Noel appeared, everyone stopped strangely. All of this happened between the electric light and flint, from Jin Shining's hands to Xiao Wu's hands. Seeing Shiryu who was blown out and the hole in his shoulder, everyone swallowed. How can it be? Catalina. Dai Peng's body trembled, shocked, and looked at Xiao Wu incredulously. They are all members of the Blackbeard Pirates, and they know each other's strengths very well. Shiryu's strength is not weak, except for Blackbeard, it can be said that he is the strongest person. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was seriously injured. And Noel looked at all this lightly. Xiao Wu's strength is very strong, even if he hasn't returned to the edge yet. The long knife in Shiryu's hand was stuck on the ground, his right arm was hanging down, and blood covered the whole arm. Pain. Severe pain. Looking at Xiao Wu not far away, Shiryu grabbed the long knife in front of him, and his expression became hideous up. Kill. Destroy the Noel pirate group and grab ancient weapon. Poseidon, Poseidon. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the field. Although the scene just now made people shocking, but there was no fear, greed, and ambition that instantly flooded everyone's hearts. Humph. Seeing Xiao Wu seriously hurt Shiryu, Jin Shining let out a cold snort, and then his eyes fell on the others. The sound of fighting, screams, and roar resounded throughout the island again. The rubble was splashing, the sea around the island boiled completely, and the whole island was shaking. Advertisement. Looking at the situation in the field, Aokiji and others were completely at a disadvantage. There are too many opponents, and the strong are just like dogs. Noel's eyes flashed, his feet kicked, and he shot out. If he doesn't do anything, it will not be long before Aokiji and others will be killed. Whoops, whoops. In an instant, Noel appeared between Teach and Earl Red, and his fists blasted out directly. Looking at Noel who appeared in the middle, both eyes flashed. Teach's fist was wrapped in black gas, a grin appeared on his face, and then he also blasted out. And Earl Hong held the long sword in his hand and cut it out with a scarlet aura. Boom, boom. A terrifying air wave swept out, and the bodies of the three of them sank and exploded directly around them. Jill, go and deal with other people. Noel looked at the two people in front of him lightly, and then spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Noel's words, Jill and the others looked at each other, and then quickly swept towards the others. As for Teach, Earl Red, they didn't care. With the strength of the captain, even two imperial powers, there is no problem. These eyes. Watching Jill and others leave, Earl Red, Teach did not stop him. 1-to-1, no one will be Noel's opponent, and you must work together. But, now both of them are staring closely at Noel's eyes. It's too weird. These eyes have white pupils, but there is a red flower between the pupils. The most important thing is that both eyes are different. Advertisement. One eye is a red flower, the other is a windmill. Mangekyo Sharingan, this is the ability drawn from the system before Noel came. Yes, two Mangekyo, different abilities. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I saw you. Noel. Teach's right arm was trembling, but he smiled and looked at Noel in front of him. Count Red did not speak, but he stared at Noel closely. For Noel, it was the first time he met, and he had been imprisoned in Impel Down before. After I came out, I was looking for the fruit, and finally decided to do something. Looking at Noel who was silent, the corner of Teach's mouth curled up, and then he continued. It's really good luck. You have even encountered things like ancient weapon. However, you are destined to be unable to keep it. Even if the Noel pirate group is strong, this cannot be an opponent of so many forces. Hearing Teach's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then whispered softly, "Did you finish?" "I have written the last words, Teach. For flowers 0. Boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the robe behind Noel was lifted directly, and the aura on his body skyrocketed. Feeling the terrifying aura on Noel, the eyes of Teach and Earl Red couldn't help but condensed. This is not Conqueror's hockey, but pure momentum. Humph. Teach let out a cold snort, and the next moment, the surrounding rocks were lifted up and floated in the air. Lion fruit. This is his ability to capture the fruit of Golden Lion. Advertisement. On the other hand, Earl Hong was exuding black and red air, which was extremely strange, and a pair of wings suddenly opened from behind him. Zone bat fruit, vampire form. It still hasn't changed. It really made you find this fruit. Ignoring the dangling rocks around, Noel watched the changes of the Red Earl faintly. Hearing Noel's words, Earl Red couldn't help but take a halt and looked at Noel in surprise. Bat fruit, vampire form. Teach's eyes flashed, and he was very surprised. In his impression, Earl Red is not a capable person. How can he suddenly become a capable person? The most shocking thing was Earl Hong. He was a capable person. No one knew about this matter except himself. Moreover, Noel recognized at a glance that he was a bat fruit, vampire form. This is a bit weird. There was an explosion and a roar from all around, and a smirk formed at the corner of Teach's mouth. The next moment, the surrounding rocks blasted towards Noel. Without blind spots, it is impossible to dodge at all. Boom, boom. Under the gaze of the two, the rock exploded before Noel hit. The air waves swept out, an invisible force poured into the two, and the entire ground was directly lifted. Drink. Teach. Earl Red's eyes were condensed, fists and swords blasted out directly. The entire space was swayed, the blue veins of Teach's arm came out, staring at Noel. This power. Red Earl's long sword also stopped in midair. Chapter 278 Electric Flint, Solemn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. The long sword paused in midair. Earl Hong's eyes were tightly closed, and the long sword in his hand was light. Looking at Noel in front of me, I felt the terrifying rejection. Teach. Earl Red glanced at each other, and then used their strength. There was a bursting sound in the air, and the air waves swept out. The two of them shook their bodies, and then they stepped back a few steps. There were countless cracks on the ground. This monster is still so strong. Shaking his numb arm, Teach looked at Noel solemnly. It's not that it's still so strong, but it's more terrifying and stronger than before. Although Earl Hong's face did not change, he was also very shocked. After a brief confrontation, he understood how strong Noel really is. 3-3. He met two such people. One was Roger, the One Piece, and the second Rox, who was known as the Overlord. Noel's eyes were turning. His eyes scanned the situation in the field. It's not very good, but the problem is not big for the time being. Xiao Wu and Jin Shining join in. It has greatly eased the previous scene, and the real decision is the high-end combat power. However, everyone can now be said to be in temptation. Kaido and Bigmom didn't know if there was any deep hatred. The two played fiercely. As for Unohana Retsu, Bullet also played fiercely. Advertisement. However, neither of them has used their full strength at present. Jill, Enel and others were entangled, and the fight was fierce. The whole island is roaring, explosions are constant, and screams are also ringing from time to time. However, it is not the enemy in the island that is being watched out now, but the hidden world Zhengfu, and Marine and others. If these guys join the battle now, the Noel pirates will really be defeated. Thinking of Yim, Five Elders' poopiness, Noel's eyes flashed. Even if they want to shoot, these guys won't shoot at this time. The shot is also chosen when they both lose. Among these people on the island, there must be spies from the world's Zhengfu. Five Elders must also know the situation on the court. The more intense they play, the happier Five Elders. If you don't come out, then force you to come out. Noel's eyes flashed slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of Noel's mouth. Teach, who has been following Noel all the time, couldn't help but suddenly see his expression. Although I don't know what he is thinking, it is definitely not a good thing. In an instant, Teach became vigilant in his heart. Although Earl Red didn't speak, his right hand holding the long sword was tight, and the green wings behind him flicked. Boom, boom. Earth style, a big river of earth flow. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Suddenly pressing his hands on the ground, Noel let out a loud shout. Under the gaze of the two of them, the ground suddenly shook, and a stream of brown soil burst out of Noel's back. Advertisement. The earth stream separated Noel, and then rushed directly towards Teach and the Red Earl. Duliu. Such an attack is useless to Lousy. Seeing the rushing dirt stream, Teach let out a big laugh, and then his whole body suddenly floated. The two wings behind the Red Earl are also one, and the whole person is soaring into the sky. As soon as the two leapt up, there was a sound of breaking through the air in midair. In front of Noel, I don't know when, several earth dragons appeared. Soil bombs blasted directly at the two of them. The front of the two of them was blocked by countless earth bombs. Such an attack, it seems that Lousy is really underestimated. Looking at the several soil bullets that blasted in front of him, Teach let out a sneer, clenched his fist, and then blasted directly. Boom, boom. At the same time, Earl Red also quickly swung his long sword, and a scarlet sword aura slashed out. The soil bombs exploded one after another, turning into countless muddy quicks. Not to underestimate you, but to never take you seriously, Teach. An indifferent voice suddenly rang in my ears. Hearing this sound, Teach's body couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head slowly and saw that he was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and he was holding Noel with silver teeth in his right hand. The silver teeth waved, bringing a cold light, and also a blood arrow. Blood shot from Teach's shoulder, and the screams sounded at the same time. At this time, Earl Red's eyes flashed, and he appeared on Noel's head instantly, and the long sword pierced his head directly. Chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere, and a mercury shield appeared above Noel's head, blocking the attack. Looking at the surging mercury beside Noel, Earl Red couldn't help but frown. Advertisement. Watching the mercury quickly form a chain shape again, with a wave of his wings, he quickly swept away towards the distance. All this happened between the electric light and flint. At this time, Teach also fell on the ground, and the blood had dyed the clothes on his left shoulder. It hurts Lousy. Looking at the scorched wound on his shoulder, Teach let out a howl. There was lightning on the silver teeth just now. Noel chopped at his neck, but Teach reacted very quickly, his body stunned, and he avoided the critical point. Red Earl floated in midair, his eyes fixed on Noel. Although, he has heard that Noel can use various abilities. However, it was the first time I saw it today, it was too tricky. As far as the current demonstrated ability, he can use earth currents, thunder and lightning, repulsive force, and the weird body just now. Moreover, this kid's observation hockey is estimated to have reached the ultimate level. With the distance of 0.9 just now, plus his speed, Noel knew his attack in advance and made a defense in advance. Tricky. Too tricky, stronger than he thought. He and Teach joined forces, but Noel wounded one person. Captain. Lafitte shot Kid back with a shot, and when he saw the scene just now, his body was shocked. Deserves to be the captain. After the opposite kid stabilized his body, he followed Lafitte's gaze with a smile on his face. A 5 Emperor, one is also an imperial powerhouse, and when the two join forces, they are still not the captain's opponent. Chapter 279 The island is sinking, fierce. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. Run away. Damn it, the island is actually falling. Cracked. Bastard. Screams and exclamations kept coming from the island, and many pirates looked around in horror. The whole ground was shaking and cracking, and the entire island was completely cracked. The battle was too fierce. 2 hours have passed since Noel arrived. The fighting on the island never stopped for the entire hour, and it simply couldn't bear such a fierce attack. It's not bad to be able to hold on for 2 hours. Teach was covered with blood at this time, looking very horrible, and Kakuzu had scars on his shoulders, abdomen, and even his eyes. It looks serious, but, in fact, his life will not be killed. It is all skin trauma. Red Earl is not as elegant as before, a gentleman, and he is also very embarrassed. On the back, There is a fierce cutting edge, which drags from the back shoulder to the tail keel. Damn, this bastard is so strong. Panting heavily, Teach clenched his fists and looked at Noel in the distance with fear. It's too strong. The two people joined forces with all the means, but they weren't his opponent. 23 I was almost killed several times, and now I think of it, Teach is sweating cold all over his body. The pain from his back caused Red Earl's brows to frown. The blood had stopped, but the wound was still there. The longer the fight, the more you can understand how terrifying the man on the other side is. If the battle continues, he and Teach will definitely be killed by Noel. Too many methods, too weird. Advertisement. Moreover, he could feel that Noel didn't use all his strength at all, and he didn't know what he was planning. At least, those strange eyes made him feel unusual. Those eyes are probably also some kind of ability. However, Noel has never been used. Also, he heard that Noel can use a powerful physical skill. Once you use that physical technique, your strength will increase sharply, and 5 elders will be blown up directly. You can imagine how powerful it is. Boom, boom. It was torn apart, the entire island was split apart, and Teach's eyes flickered as he looked at the shaking ground. An invisible force supports the land underneath. In Noel's eyes, the shaking on the ground became more and more terrifying. Immediately, the cracked ground under Teach's feet suddenly rose slowly. It's really convenient. Lion fruit. Looking at the rising land, Noel couldn't help but smile, but observation hockey shrouded all around. He always felt that someone was staring there, which was a feeling. However, the strange thing is that observation hockey and Reiatsu can't even feel anyone exists. This feeling is fascinating. Whoops, whoops. Catalina. Daipeng ignored the injuries on his body, saw the land rise, and then quickly swept away. Fleeing everywhere, many people stopped their hands one after another, all fleeing the island. However, there are 2 people who are still fighting frantically. They are Kaido and Bigmom. Brother Katakuri, what should I do? Advertisement. Cracker wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, watched the battle between the 2 not far away, and then spoke worriedly. No one else spoke, but Chi-Chi looked towards Ka-er. However, everyone's bodies trembled when they saw the arms made of glutinous rice in Ka-er. Brother Katakuri. As soon as Smokey grasped Ka-er's glutinous rice arm, his eyes widened and his writing was incredible. How can it be? Bule's body trembled, her eyes instantly turned red, and tears kept falling. Broken. The right arm was broken, and now the right arm is made of glutinous rice. But Ka-er gently shook his head, but looked at Xiao Wu in the distance. Too strong. That guy is a monster, a real monster. It was not a human being at all, his arm was cut off by Xiao Wu. Following the gaze of Ka-er, Bu-lei and others also saw Xiao Wu. Okay. Let mom leave now. Ka-er shook his head slightly and broke an arm. Although it had an impact on his strength, it was not great. Like Aokiji, Akainu, Logia-capable people can use their abilities to replace their limbs. Everyone also came back to their senses, and all looked towards Bigmom. The Bigmom in this state is obviously violent and irrational. It is simply not recognized by the 6 relatives. They all know how terrifying the violent Bigmom is. It is true that even one's own children will be killed. Such a situation has not happened once or twice. Looking around, Ka-er let out a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. You get on the boat first, Brother Perospero. Advertisement. Clear. Hearing what Ka-er said, Perospero nodded, glanced at each other, and then swept towards the coast. Looking at everyone's back, Ka-er looked at the corpse of Jogwa Wei, and then quickly swept in the direction of Bigmom. A stick of glutinous rice arms stretched out from behind, and then directly grabbed at 133 Big Mom. Bigmom's body trembled, and before he could react, he was dragged away. Linlin, Laozi is going to kill you. Seeing Bigmom being dragged, Kaido, who was also plunged into madness, let out a roar, and ran straight over with his mace. Shoo! Just after taking 2 steps, a white figure stood in front of Kaido. Xiao Wu held a long knife and looked at Kaido faintly. Go away. Looking at the person who suddenly stood in front of him, Kaido couldn't see who it was at all. The mace in his hand was also directly swung out. Kaido, this guy. Jill and the others who were also gathered together couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw Kaido attack Xiaowu. Captain. Brother Ming frowned, then looked at Noel. Don't worry, Xiaowu's strength is very strong. Noel smiled and looked at everything in the field, shook his head slightly, and then scanned the surroundings. The battle has just begun. The enemy has not left, and it is impossible to leave so easily. Even if the island is sunk, it is the same, now it is only temporarily stopped. Chapter 280 Loss, Casualties. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chang Chang, Chang Chang. The star Hanabi splashed around, the mace collided with the long knife, and a terrifying air wave swept out. Both their bodies were shocked, and Xiao Wu's feet went directly into the ground. Feeling the terrible power coming from the front, and looking at Kaido, who was in an amazing shape in front of him, Xiao Wu's eyes condensed slightly. Very terrible power, this is not the power that humans possess. Blocked. Above Vamana, Kid and others' bodies trembled, and they looked at Xiao Wu below in shock. They all know how terrifying Kaido's power is. If you really want to compare strength, in the entire Noel pirate group, there are only 2 or 3 people who can compare with him. It's so strong. The captain found another monster. No, it should be 2. Luo stared at the bottom tightly, and then slid forward without showing a trace, his arms wrapped around the golden glitter of Shangtang. Just now he saw that Jin Shining shot, and the strength was also very terrifying. He didn't make a full shot during the whole process, just like an emperor, who has always maintained this appearance. Boy, good strength. Seeing Xiao Wu easily block his attack, Kaido's eyes flashed. In an instant, the flushed eyes calmed down. Ignoring Kaido, Xiao Wu's right hand suddenly shook, and a long knife was inserted in his waist, and then he swept directly upwards. Looking at Xiao Wu's back, and the tsunami that came over. Kaido took a deep breath and looked at Bigmom in the distance. With a sudden kick on both feet, the whole person suddenly jumped high. Advertisement. The explosion was full, and the ground was directly trampled and cracked. That huge figure appeared above Noel and others' heads. Damn it, this crap. Looking at the huge figure above his head, a cold light flashed in Jin Shining's eyes. If it weren't for Noel, he must kill this guy. When this figure fell, it was estimated that the entire Vamana would be shocked. That's right, Kaido fell on Vamala. The whole Vamala shook, but the floor was intact and there were no cracks. This is, quote, because I was too anxious just now, everyone didn't pay attention at all. At this time, I realized that they were not on the underworld beasts anymore. Looking at the luxurious and gorgeous decorations around, Ming Jie and the others looked around curiously. This is the king's shining boat. Seeing Ming Jie and the others looking at Vamana, the corners of Jin Shining's mouth curled up, and then she spoke in a cold voice. Jin Shining is notoriously wealthy, carrying all kinds of treasures on her body. It's a mobile treasure house, and Vamana is also one of his favorite things. This king. Brother Ming watched Jin Shining playfully, calling himself the king, which was really interesting. He was very curious about the origins of Jin Shining and Xiao Wu. Miscellaneous, who allowed you to look at this king with this look? Jin Shining's head suddenly twitched, arrogantly and indifferently at Enel, who was staring at him closely. As soon as the voice fell, there was silence on the whole Vamala. Advertisement. Luo and the others' mouths Kakuzu twitched, looking at Jin Shining proudly. It's over, I'm getting bored next, it seems. Apu slapped his forehead and looked at the two with a wry smile. Among the Noel pirates, Enel has the worst character, but now it seems that Jin Shining is worse than him. Hearing Jin Shining's words, Enel's body was stunned. At the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mortal, then who allowed you to look at the god like this? Enel was not to be outdone by Kaido, the arcs in his eyes kept flickering. Calling himself a god, Enel hasn't used it for a long time. However, Jin Shining's arrogant look angered him. If it wasn't for Noel's reason, she might have done it directly. If you can do it, you don't need BB. This is what the captain said to him. What? As soon as she stepped on her golden footsteps, she burst into a huge momentum, or it could be said to be coercion. The coercion of the emperor, the aura of the emperor. This is Feeling the pressure erupting from Jin Shining's body, everyone's eyes condensed. Is this guy really from a certain kingdom, King? Brother Ming looked at Jin Shining curiously. Okay. Don't make any noise, just shut up. If you are in the mood for quarreling, it is better to reserve some strength and wait for the fight. Seeing that both of them were about to move their hands, Noel shook his head with a wry smile, and then spoke coldly. He knew that when Jin Shining met Enel, nothing good really happened. Advertisement. Humph. The two looked at each other, and then they both let out a cold snort. The entire island sank and was divided into countless pieces. The scene was amazing, with countless waves splashing. The tsunami directly flooded the split islands. On the coast, there were constant exclamations and screams. At this moment, because of the tsunami, I don't know how many people were buried by the power of the sea. Those who were too late to escape were directly involved in the sea. In the blink of an eye, only the wreckage of the ship and the corpses floating on the surface of the sea were left. A huge Uzumaki formed a huge Uzumaki in the middle. Teach borrowed the power of lion fruit to raise two huge lands. 10 minutes later, Uzumaki gradually disappeared. Looking at the corpses on the sea, everyone's god, Good Zhao, became serious. Although the fighting did not last long, the number of casualties was quite large. There were corpses all over the sea. To say nothing, there were hundreds of them. In other words, hundreds of people died here in just a few hours. However, compared to everyone, hundreds of people are an unremarkable number. At present, the people gathered here are at least 10,000, and all of them are New World Masters. The large fleets of the major forces did not appear at all. The Noel pirates also lost a lot of people. 30% of the people were from the Noel pirates. After all, there are too many enemies, and they are all directed against them. These bastards. Third Rakage slowly raised his head and looked at Teach coldly, as well as the ship below. 40%. Chapter 281 Blast. Log in. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The number of casualties accounted for 30% of the total, which is not insignificant. After all, the remaining 70% belonged to the major forces on the field, and if they were evenly distributed, there would not be much. The others did not speak, but their faces were also very gloomy. Especially Enel, who stopped paying attention to Jin Shining at this time, with his fists clenched together. This time, it was the second division that suffered the most casualties. However, in this pre-warm-up battle, there were many casualties among the major forces. Shiryu, like Shiryu, was severely wounded, and blood is still overflowing from the wound, his body is trembling lightly, and his face is extremely pale. The Blackbeard pirate group, Poison Q, was even killed. Poison Q is a ship doctor, and his combat power is not as strong as Shiryu. The person who killed him was indeed Genos. Seeing the injuries on Shiryu's body, Teach frowned. These top combat powers are the key to dealing with the Noel pirates. If you rely solely on other crew members, no matter how large the number is, it's useless. Katakuri. Bigmom also calmed down at this time, and saw Katakuri's glutinous rice arm. Asshole, today I want to drain the soul of the Noel pirates. Among the 137 thieves of Bigmom, the one she values most is Katakuri. Although there is no such thing as a captain, Katakuri's status is equivalent to that of a captain. Strength, besides her, is the strongest. Bullet, Earl Red stood on the same boat, and neither of them spoke. Looking at the injuries on Earl Red's body, Bullet's eyes constricted involuntarily. This old ghost was actually injured. Advertisement. He had been fighting Unohana Retsu just now, and he didn't even see the scene of the Red Earl fighting. However, he knew that Teach was teaming up with Red Earl to deal with Noel. The two teamed up and were actually injured. How terrifying is Noel's strength? After all, Earl Hong's strength, he is very clear, not weaker than him. On the field, the people who were still alive, at this time, were all staring at Vimana in midair. And beside Vimala, there was the underworld beast. Boom, boom. At this moment, a fiery red beam suddenly blasted towards the underworld beast. Smoke came out. This sudden scene shocked everyone. The underworld beast made a weird sound, and the left was blasted out of a big hole. Looking for death. Noel's eyes flashed with a cold light, One foot was a little bit, and the whole person swept towards the underworld beast. Yes, he saw a figure and just slipped in quickly. However, I was also very surprised. Observation hockey has been shrouded all around. However, no one could be sensed. If it hadn't just made the movement, he would not have noticed it. Someone shot it. The sudden explosion and Noel's movements made everyone present think differently. If it is correct, ancient weapon Poseidon, the princess of the Fishmen Island, should be there. Kill, you can't be preempted by others. The next moment, the entire sea area roared again, and everyone went crazy. Ancient weapon is right in front of you, inside the underworld beast. Advertisement. Bullet and Count Red looked at each other, and then ran towards the underworld beasts one after another. Although it was in the air, it was difficult for everyone living at this height. Because of worrying about Shirahoshi, the distance between the underworld beast and the sea is not high. These bastards. Seeing the crowds rising to the sky, Enel sneered at the corner of his mouth, and then let out a loud roar. Go to hell. Suddenly stretched out his right hand, and then waved it down fiercely. The thunder light in the sky was condensing, and as Enel waved down his right hand, the thunder pillars continued to fall. Thunder and lightning. CDAJ. Jin Shining looked at the thunder and lightning in midair, narrowing her eyes. The entire space was full of thunder and lightning, and the scene was very astonishing, with thunder pillars falling in all directions. Ing. Bullet looked at the thunder pillar that was blasting over, clenched his fist, and then blasted out directly. With a punch, Lei Zhu was directly blasted away. Bullet's body paused slightly, stepped on his left foot in the air, and then ran directly towards the underworld beast. It seems that the underworld is going to be transformed into a battlefield. Seeing the figures flying up one after another, Luo wiped the blood from his body, and then spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and then all rushed towards the underworld beast. On Vimalane, there was only golden glitter and Enel in an instant. Seeing everyone's back, Jin Shining eyes flashed under the playfulness. Miscellaneous, open your eyes and see how powerful this king's throne is. It moved, and as the golden voice fell, Vimala turned suddenly. Shoo. Advertisement. In an instant, it turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the same place. The speed reached the ultimate, the sound of breaking through the air. With the strong wind, Enel's body paused, his eyes widened as he watched the scene passing by. Asshole, the captain and the others are still there, you guys want to escape, do you? For a moment, Enel also reacted, looking at Jin Shining angrily. This is getting farther and farther away, this guy is not afraid, wants to escape, right? Huh, run away. This word won't appear on this king, open your eyes to see clearly. Withdrawing Enel, Jin Shining embraced Shang with both arms, and walked slowly to the front. Vimana suddenly turned and tilted, and the next moment, he swept directly in the direction of the underworld beast. Boom, boom. At a distance of several kilometers, just in the blink of an eye, beams of light suddenly shot out. Countless light beams suddenly blasted towards the person who was about to log into the underworld beast. Enel's face became excited as he watched the beam of light blasting constantly. He also didn't expect that Vimala even had this ability, and actually had the ability to attack. The screams and explosions resounded across the sea in an instant. In the blood fog, many people had no time to dodge and were shot by the beam of light. Without even leaving the body, it exploded directly and turned into a cloud of blood. However, there are also many people who log on to the underworld beasts, and people like Teach and others are one of them. In an instant, a wave of attacks killed hundreds of people, and the blood and wine fell to the sea. Asshole. The person who had just landed on the underworld beast, seeing this scene, couldn't help but curse. Chapter 282 Amaterasu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Next, a round of bombardment killed hundreds of people, and the sky was full of blood and wine. Damn it. Looking at the golden glitter of Vimana in the distance, everyone wanted to kill him, especially Enel's laughter, which was even more ear-piercing. Go on, continue to get rid of these waste. Seeing the blood mist that continued to explode, Enel looked more and more excited, and then let out an excited scream. Miscellaneous. No order this king. Jin Shining's body paused, and then looked at Enel disdainfully, who was just a bun. Even though he said that, Vamala still shoots out rounds of light. At this moment, everyone also reacted one after another, and all the means came out. However, in midair, the response was definitely not as fast as on land, and someone was still bombarded. Among the beasts of the underworld, there was already a complete fight at this time. Seeing Bullet and others log in, Genos and others did not hesitate, and directly greeted them. The enemies have hit their base camp, this is the first time. Da da, da da. Noel came with a blood man in his hand, staring at the battle around him coldly. Behind them are Shirahoshi and Tezzolo. If you look closely, you will find that Shirahoshi's eyes are very bright, and a diamond-shaped mark appears on the center of his eyebrows. Awakened, Poseidon's ability is fully capable of being a master. I've been sleeping all the time, and today, I can finally complete the power of Master Poseidon. This is a kind of transformation, a kind of sublimation. Advertisement. However, Noel breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he set up Keto's enchantment. The world's Jungfu methods are really impossible to guard against, and anyone with any ability has it. He couldn't sense the invasion of this person, and observation hockey was useless. There was no breath at all, as if he were a dead person. His strength was not strong, but his ability was very strange. Tezzolo has always stayed on the underworld beast. As for whether he will abduct Shirahoshi, Noel is not too worried. Because Shirahoshi was asleep, he used the enchantment in the room. As long as someone touched the enchantment, then he would know. Boom, boom. Sparks flew in all directions, Bullet's body paused, and he stepped back a few steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared closely at Shirahoshi behind Noel. It's Poseidon, Poseidon. Shirahoshi's appearance was not only discovered by Bullet, but also by others. In an instant, everyone's breathing became rapid, and their eyes became fiery. The reason why they attacked the Noel pirates and did not hesitate to fight for their lives, for what? Not to get Shirahoshi, the power of ancient weapon, Master Poseidon. Now, the Lord has finally appeared. Shu, Jill and others all abandoned their opponents and quickly retreated behind Noel. Shirahoshi's appearance. Brother Ming's eyes flashed and looked at Shirahoshi in surprise. I can't say it. If I didn't see Shirahoshi's eyes, I wouldn't feel that the mermaid princess in front of me gave people a protective feeling. The temperament on his body has changed, and he is completely like another person. The others also looked at Shirahoshi in amazement and got along with each other, and they knew better. In fact, when Shirahoshi woke up, Noel was shocked, because the temperament change was really big. Advertisement. If it's not Shirahoshi, call out the phrase, Noel Lord, and then pounce on him. Noel probably felt like a different person. Seeing the hot, greedy eyes around, Shirahoshi's body couldn't help but tremble. The somersault cloud underneath shook. Shirahoshi poked his head out, put his hands on Noel's shoulders, and carefully looked at the people around him. Master Noel. The trembling voice came out slowly, and Noel could clearly sense that Shirahoshi's hands were trembling. Shirahoshi, don't worry, we will protect you. Van Oka smiled at Shirahoshi, then looked around coldly. Yes, we are here. Luo and others also all spoke up. Bebo will definitely protect Shirahoshi. Bibo, who has always been shy, also spoke seriously. The entire Noel Pirates group liked Shirahoshi very much. The first is because of her temperament. Second, everyone knows how spoiled and valued Noel is for her. Shirahoshi's body paused when he heard Luo and the others, and then nodded. For Flowers Zero, she knew that these people were coming towards her. Noel, hand over Poseidon, we will let you all survive. Teach came from a distance, staring at Shirahoshi tightly, and the greed in his eyes made no secret of it. Upon hearing Teach's words, the eyes of Jill and others flashed a cold light. Pila, it depends on how people are. Brother Ming cast aside Teach and looked around with a playful look. Today, he can really do a lot. Advertisement. Although the others did not speak, they all decided in their hearts that they must kill Teach today. It was too arrogant. And Tezzolo was looking at the enemies around him. He knew most of these people. Everyone is the object of Marine's reward, and all of them are the big pirates of New World, or they are famous big people. It seems that we are going to have some activities today. Tezzolo grabbed the gold coin in his right hand and suddenly flicked his finger. The gold coin was thrown in the air, and then dropped quickly, grabbing it with his right hand. Looking at the font on the gold coin, Tezzolo couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this hand had won. Touch, touch. As soon as the voice fell, gunshots sounded and bullets shot out. The speed of the bullet is very fast, even if it is observation hockey. If it is not advanced, it is very difficult to sense it. Cement splashed. Bullets hit Teach's feet, and Chisa's Burgess shot. Van Oka raised his spear, still with gun smoke from the muzzle, looking at Teach indifferently. It's a pity, I thought it could blow his head. Hearing Van Oka's words, Kakuzu twitched the mouths of everyone present and looked at him speechlessly. But Noel smiled, looking at Teach, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I don't know, why do you decide our life and death? Just rely on you mobs. Teach, your strength hasn't risen. However, the ability to speak has improved. Noel's body shook, he tore off the cloak behind his back, and then slowly walked out, scarlet, strange eyes looking at Teach faintly. Amaterasu. Chapter 283 Horrible Flame, Heart Trembling. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Amaterasu. As the sound fell, Teach had a bad feeling in his heart, and then he saw Noel's strange eyes and suddenly turned. Not only Teach saw it, but the bullet, who had been holding Noel's eyes, also saw Earl Red. The two looked at each other, and both became cautious, and their hearts also burst. Especially Red Earl, he has always cared about Noel's eyes very much. Now that he sees something abnormal, his heart is extremely vigilant. In the next moment, a scream resounded throughout the underworld beast, and it would not reverberate. Damn it, what the hell is this? A black flame suddenly emerged from Teach's hand, pain, severe pain, and he felt his breath. Under everyone's gaze, Teach's right hand was constantly beating the flames, but the black, 137, colored flames did not go out. The right hand was flapping, the flame did not go out, but the right hand was also touched with the flame, and it kept burning in the palm of the hand. Ah! Ah! Teach rolled on the spot, and his body continued to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the flame, but the range of the flame increased. Captain. The sudden scene shocked everyone present, and the members of the Blackbeard pirate group also reacted quickly. Shiryu and others surrounded Teach one after another. Advertisement. As Teach's loyal first dog leg, Lafitte immediately slapped Teach's side. However, immediately another scream sounded, and Lafitte's body trembled, looking at the black flame in the head. The pain, the intense pain, made him scream like Teach. Seeing Lafitte who fell on the ground, Shiryu and others were stunned, and their movements were also stagnant. Even a fool can see now that the black flame is not an ordinary flame at all, it can't be extinguished at all, and it will be touched immediately when it touches it. It hurts lousy to death. Dark water. Teach's face became savage, and black gas suddenly burst out of his palms covered with flames. Under the gaze of Bullet and others, the black others encountered the black flame and slowly disappeared. Seeing the disappearing flame in Teach's palm, Bullet's eyes flashed. The black flame made his heart tremble. In the blink of an eye, Teach's entire arm showed horrible burn marks. Blood was dripping from the arm and next door, and the white bones could be clearly seen in some places. He was breathing heavily, his face was very stubborn, but he was very pale, as if he had experienced hell, and he had never experienced the kind of pain just now. Seeing Teach's injury, everyone took a deep breath. You know, Teach had armament hockey just now, and it was so terrifying under hockey's defense. One can imagine how terrifying the black flame just now was. There was a chill in everyone's heart, it was too terrifying. If they touched the flame, the end would be even worse. The reason why the flame went out just now was because of Teach's dark fruit ability, which absorbed the flame. Advertisement. However, they don't have dark fruit's ability. It is unrealistic for Teach to save them. Seeing Lafitte, who had completely fainted, his body was constantly trembling, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Lafitte's strength is not weak, even if there is no admiral level, but the strength is by no means comparable to ordinary pirates. Even in New World, he can be regarded as a master, and he just caught the flame just now, and now his entire arm is gone. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at Noel. Noel felt the pain in his eyes, one eye was squinted, and blood was flowing from his eyes. Captain. Seeing the blood flowing out of Noel's eyes, Enel and the others were taken aback, and then they all exclaimed. Fine. Noel shook his head slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. He can now understand why he often uses Mangekyo Sharingan, which can lead to blindness. This sequelae is really terrifying. He now feels his eyes astringent. However, the power of Amaterasu is really terrifying. If Teach did not have the dark fruit ability just now, the fire of Amaterasu could burn him to death. Wiping the blood left from the corner of his eye, Noel looked at Teach and the others indifferently. Seeing Noel's gaze, everyone trembled, especially Teach, who instinctively stepped back. Especially when he saw Noel's strange eyes, he felt more fearful. The black flame just now, the power of this eye, armament Haki, disintegrated in an instant, making it impossible to withstand a single blow. Advertisement. Not only Teach, Bullet, Red Earl, but also the three imperial powers of Ant, are also very vigilant. Just inadvertently. In fact, the black flame can be dodged, just be careful. Everyone didn't know it just now, but now they are all vigilant, and they must not be touched by the flame, otherwise they will be seriously injured even if they are not dead. Make sure Noel is okay. Enel and others breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Teach with a sneer. This guy also has today, he has always been so handsome, but it's a pity that the black flame just didn't burn this guy to death. The two eyes are different. It was the left eye just now, and the blood still shed, it seems that it can't be used frequently. Red Earl's eyes flickered, and he fixed Noel tightly. In terms of details, it is estimated that no one could see more clearly than him. As soon as the words fell, Bullet and the Ant nodded, but they were relieved in their hearts. However, I think about 0.9, the black flame is so terrifying, if it can be used without restrictions, it will be really invincible. Now, the most troublesome thing is Noel's right eye. If they guess right, the other eye should also have special abilities. Lafitte died, and died under the fire of Amaterasu. It was very tragic and very unlucky. I just wanted to save Teach, but he just touched the flame and died like that. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the people of the Blackbeard Pirates, their eyes flashed with complicated colors. Although they are all fierce and evil generations, but they have been together for a long time, and die in front of them like this, if they don't have any thoughts, it is impossible. Chapter 284 The Power of Bullet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, have you got new power again? Brother Ming threw aside Teach, who was panting, and then his eyes fell on Noel. Every time, not long after, Noel will show new abilities. For this, he was really curious about how to do it. Moreover, two powerful partners emerged this time. The more he understands, the more doubtful he is. He has been in the Noel Pirates for a long time. From Shichibukai to being defeated and becoming a prisoner, he finally joined the Noel Pirates. Not only he is curious alone, Enel and others are also very curious. However, no one dared to ask more. After all, everyone knew that this was Noel's secret. The arm was trembling from the pain. Teach wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head, fearful, and looked at Noel opposite in horror. The black flame was so horrible, armament Haki, really like white paper, was broken in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he is a dark fruit capable person, able to absorb the flame. Just now, that was the first time he felt the threat of death. If you slow down a little bit, you will really accompany Lafitte 23 and go to Wonquan together. Damn it, I never heard that Noel has such an ability. Looking at those weird eyes, Teach shuddered, then yelled. He has always felt that Noel is his worst enemy. For him, Teach didn't dare to be careless at all, and had been collecting Noel's intelligence all the time. Advertisement. As long as it is the demonstrated ability, he knows it very well. I thought that what was really difficult to deal with was the weird physical technique, but I didn't expect that eyes appeared again. Silence. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, even the sound of breathing can be clearly seen. Everyone stared at Noel tightly, and many of them clenched their fists. Since I don't want to do it, let Lousy come. Seeing everyone was frightened by the black flame, and didn't dare to do anything, Bullet's eyes flashed brightly. The next moment, the whole person suddenly burst out. Similarly, although he was afraid of the fire of Amaterasu, he was not afraid. No matter how powerful a person is, he won't make him feel afraid. After all, this guy has always regarded Roger as his opponent. With a kick on the ground with one foot, a strong wind blew by, and the whole person disappeared directly. It is not disappearing, but because the speed is so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, Bullet appeared above Noel, his fist was entangled by armament hockey, and then he blasted out directly. A fist came out, and a strong wind swept out. The power was very terrifying, and the punch came out, because of the friction with the air, a sonic boom sounded. Watching Bullet take action against Noel, behind Third Raikage, and Enel, both eyes flashed with thunder. Just about to move, I saw their captain stepping forward with his left foot. The floor under his feet was crushed directly. Noel leaned forward, clenched his fist, and then directly blasted out. Boom, boom. The fists collided, and a terrifying roar sounded in the underworld beast. Noel's feet sank, a spider web crack appeared on the floor, and it spread quickly. Bullet's body also took a while, and the veins of his arm appeared. Advertisement. A terrifying wind rolled out from behind the two. Teach, Enel, and others, all closely clashed with the two colliding people. She slapped the gravel that came over with a slap. Jin Shining looked at Bullet with solemn expression. Very strong. The strength of this brawny man is terrifying. With the power of this punch, a house can be knocked down. Nice power, Bullet. Noel looked at Bullet lightly, then spoke softly. The power of this guy, among the people who played against him, apart from Garp, it is estimated that no one is stronger than him. The original Roger, now you, are the strongest people I have ever met. Hearing Noel's words, Bullet's eyes condensed before speaking in a deep voice. What? After saying this, Bullet's muscles bulged and veins appeared. After letting out a roar, red gas came out of his body. The whole person instantly became very terrifying, like a devil's breath, enveloped the whole body. The devil mode integrates his own ghost energy with hockey, and the speed and power are greatly improved, like a devil from hell, which is also one of the reasons why he is called the heir of the devil. The strength grew stronger, and Noel's body sank. Feeling the terrifying power coming from his arm, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up. This guy, the glittering gold behind, looked at Bullet, whose aura became terrifying, and couldn't help but take a halt. No wonder we can fight the deputy captain. Luo tightly chats with Bullet, which is indeed terrifying. The others did not speak, but they agreed with Luo's words very much. Advertisement. How terrifying Noel's power was, they all knew very well that Bullet actually resisted it. The corners of Bullet's mouth twitched, because he felt a terrifying force. No, it's not the strength, but the fist has become heavier. Thinking of Noel's abilities, he knew that this should be gravity, and it made use of gravity to make his fists heavier. Heavier and heavier, Bullet felt that it was not a fist, but a mountain. 137 standing in front of him as a mountain. Seeing the change in Bullet's face, Noel couldn't help but smile, his body shook, and the veins in his arms appeared. Under everyone's gaze, Bullet's face turned red, and then he was directly blown out. The body is turned over in midair, both feet are on the ground, and one hand is on the ground. The floor was dragged out of the two gaps, after stabilizing the body. Looking at Nor from not far away, Bullet's eyes flashed brightly, and his fighting spirit soared. It's scary, this kid. This kind of battle is really long lost. Since the battle with Roger, I have never encountered an opponent like this again. He also escaped from Impel Down because of Teach. The reason why he was imprisoned in Impel Down was not that Marine proved to defeat him. Many years ago, at the age of 22, Marine launched a buster call on it, and even Garp Sengoku was dispatched. Although Bullet launched a fierce duel, fatigue gradually piled up. When Bullet's stamina was gradually exhausted by Buster Call, the pirates he had defeated also launched a surprise attack, and eventually he was defeated and imprisoned in Impel Down. 1-1, even Garp Sengoku can't help him. Chapter 285 Ultimate Collision, Defeat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The body was straight, the momentum on Bullet's body skyrocketed, and the terrifying conquerors swept out. The deep purple conqueror's hockey, like a Shura scene. In an instant, the entire underworld beast was shaking, and the surrounding walls, as well as the top of the head, were constantly shattered, and dust fell. This Haki. Brother Ming swallowed and looked at Bullet in shock. Monster. Apu's body trembled, and he looked at Bullet incredibly, his body tightened together. What the hell is Haki? It's too scary, it's substantive. I've seen Reiatsu, the captain and others, and I've seen the combination of Noel's Haki and Reiatsu. However, Hawkins and others were still shocked by Conqueror's bullet. Touch. Hawkins and their strength are not weak. Under this Haki, they can all hold on. However, there were people on the court who couldn't hold on, shaking their bodies, and then fell to the ground. If you are weak, you will be stunned directly under this Haki. Which side is this guy on? Perospero cursed inwardly as he watched the man falling behind him. Asshole. The 4 leaders of the Alliance directly screamed, because most of the people who fell were from the Alliance. After all, the Blackbeard pirates are all at the captain level. Although Haki was terrifying, he still didn't stun them. Advertisement. Very scary Haki. The hair was blue, and Noel couldn't help but smile when he looked at Bullet not far away. This Haki is definitely one of the strongest people he has ever seen. Realized, among the people he had met, it seemed that only the red-haired guy could do it. Whitebeard is known as the strongest in the world, but in the use of Haki, there is really no Bullet and Redhead. As soon as the voice fell, an aura of crushing the sky enveloped the audience. The combination of Conqueror's Haki and Reiatsu, at this moment, is completely released without reservation. Huh. Strange sounds sounded around, and 2 terrifying auras collided. Time seemed to have stagnated, the walls on both sides cracked completely, and then collapsed. The wall above the head also made a sound of taste, chow, and countless rubble fell down. Boom. Seeing the falling stone, everyone shot one after another. In the blink of an eye, the smoke enveloped the audience, but everyone looked at the 2 of them without turning their eyes. Before the rock touched the 2 of them, it shattered and turned into powder. This guy, Haki, is getting more and more terrifying. But Earl Hong cast his eyes a little, rolled Bullet, and then looked at Noel solemnly. He has never played against Bullet, but he knows how terrifying this guy is. However, it was Noel that really caught his attention. This Haki was definitely the strongest he had ever seen, not one of them. Because, in Haki's confrontation, Bullet actually fell into a disadvantage. Advertisement. That's right, Haki's confrontation, Bullet really fell into a disadvantage. The dark purple actualized Haki actually broke up a little bit, and kept returning. Idiot. Compare Haki to the captain. Seeing this scene, Enel sneered at the corner of his mouth and looked at Bullet with disdain. On Conquerors, it is estimated that only that one can compare with the captain. Luo Shen exhaled, then spoke softly. The others also nodded. They all knew who Luo was talking about, Deputy Captain Yamamoto. Conquerors, Reiatsu, which is like Noel, combines both. Awakening Conqueror's Haki, for a strong like the captain, there is no difficulty at all. In this regard, the captain is even stronger than Noel. Apu and the others swallowed, then nodded in agreement. The deputy captain was indeed terrifying. They had awakened Conquerors, and they couldn't forget it now. That scene is simply horrible. It's more terrifying than Bullet, Haki, that's just awakening. However, Apu and others did not know that it was not simply Conqueror's Haki, but also Reiatsu. Boom. The terrifying Haki of Bullet was completely defeated. Back, half a step back with one foot, Bullet stared at Noel tightly, and lost, and on Conqueror's Haki, he actually lost. Come on, Bullet. Seeing Bullet's surprised expression, Noel chuckled softly. Disappeared, the body shook and disappeared directly in place. Advertisement. Seeing Noel disappeared, Bullet also reacted quickly. Kill. Seeing Noel find Bullet, Teach glanced at Shirahoshi, who was not far away, his eyes flashed. Not only Teach, but also Red Earl and others. Because they really don't want to face Noel, it's too dangerous, and they will face death if they are not careful. Now, it couldn't be better to have Bullet this brat to deal with Noel. Immediately, there were bursts of shouting and killing around. In an instant, countless people rushed over, and everyone's goal was Shirahoshi. Deputy Captain, leave these guys to us, you just need to protect Shirahoshi. Looking at the people who rushed, Enel let out a cold snort, said something, and then turned into a flash of light and rushed out directly. Unohana Retsu didn't speak, but holding the slicing knife, smiled and looked at the rushing crowd. Jill and the others looked at each other, and then they burst out one after another. Everyone shot, and in the blink of an eye, only Unohana Retsu stayed with Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi watched the battle tightly, staring at Noel's figure intently. Sister, Lord Noel will be fine, as well as Lord Enel. Seeing Enel and others colliding with the enemy, Shirahoshi's eyes flashed with worry, and then he spoke softly. Shirahoshi, don't worry, Noel is very strong, and so are Enel. Unohana Retsu patted Shirahoshi's head, and then spoke softly. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, Shirahoshi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but still watched the battle in the field worriedly. Chapter 286 Return Blade Black Wing Demon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. Vibrations, roars, flowers everywhere, and fierce fighting broke out everywhere in the entire underworld beast. From time to time, someone rushed towards Shirahoshi, but they were all taken away by Unohana Retsu. No one knew how many corpses there were before him. Damn it, except for the captains, everyone else is so strong. One of the leaders of the alliance looked sullenly at Hawkins and Kid standing in front of him. 1-to-1, neither Hawkins nor Kid is his opponent. However, if two people join forces, even he has nothing to do. The same situation happened to other people. Romeo and Arp teamed up to block a leader of the alliance. Compared with Hawkins and Kid, Arp's cooperation is more tacit. The battle on the field was extremely fierce, and the entire underworld beast was almost beaten through. The ceiling above is long gone. The sunlight came in, and large holes appeared in the surrounding walls. However, the most noticeable thing is the Battle of the Red Earl. His opponent 140 is Xiaowu. The two moved very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they collided in midair. If it weren't for the crashing sound and the splashing sparks, the naked eye would not see the shadow at all. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere. The two looked at each other, and then quickly separated. They all landed on the ground separately, and after steadying their bodies, Earl Red faced the white figure on the opposite side tightly. Advertisement. Xiaowu also looked at Count Hong lightly, with no expression on his face. Both sides are currently testing, and neither have exerted their full strength. However, Xiaowu's strength really surprised Earl Hong. Although, I saw that Shiryu was easily injured by Xiaowu before. However, there is also a reason for the sparkle, and Shiryu's strength is strong, but he hasn't paid attention to it yet. As expected of the Noel pirates, it is still as mysterious as ever. Two strangers appeared at random, both of which are so capable. Presumably, your blood should be wonderful, right? Earl Hong's eyes flashed with a gleam, and a smile, CDAJ, evoked at the corner of his mouth. The sharp teeth were exposed, the skin on his face became pale, and both ears suddenly elongated, in a vampire state. This is the open black lens bracket bat fruit close black lens bracket vampire type. It's really wonderful, the best in the world is eternal. The wings suddenly flapped, and the gravel behind was blown away by the strong wind. Count Hong looked at Xiaowu with a smile. Such a strong person, with blood, would definitely be very beautiful. Virtual bullet. Seeing the appearance of Earl Hong, Xiaowu couldn't help narrowing his eyes, holding the moonlight sword in his right hand, and suddenly raising his left hand. The green light condensed in the fingers, and then shot out directly. So fast. Seeing the green light blasting over, Earl Hong's eyes also shrank. However, such an attack is useless to me. Your blood, I want it. As soon as the voice fell, Earl Red disappeared directly, and the virtual bullet directly blasted on the wall. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The wall behind was directly shattered, causing a burst of smoke. Xiaowu's gaze scanned the surroundings, although he couldn't see it, but he could sense it. Chang chang, chang chang. The long sword was swung, sparks flew in all directions, and the moonlight sword stood in front of him. Xiaowu took a step back and looked at the Red Earl indifferently. The strength and speed have become stronger. Compared with just now, it has increased by at least 50%. Did you escape? Keen perception, but what about another attack? Seeing Xiaowu blocking his own attack, Earl Hong showed a weird smile instead. Coupled with his vampire state, it gives people an extremely scary feeling, very scary. In Xiao Wu's eyes, Earl Hong suddenly opened his mouth. A harsh sound suddenly came out, Xiao Wu's eyes condensed, and his body suddenly stopped. Whoops, whoops. At this moment, Earl Hong's eyes flashed suddenly, and the long sword in his hand brought up an afterimage and swung it directly. Boom, boom. The blood spurted out, and Xiao Wu was directly smashed out, and then hit the wall. The harsh voice sounded, and the entire underworld beast fighting could hear it. Damn, what the hell is this sound? It's terrible. Enel, who was fighting Ka not far away, frowned, and then yelled. Hearing this sound, he felt uncomfortable in his eardrums. Red Earl fell on the ground, but his brows were frowned, staring at the smoke. The rubble was splashing everywhere. Xiao Wu climbed up from the ruins, and then walked out slowly. Advertisement. A mouth appeared on the clothes on the left shoulder, but there was no wound. Sure enough, looking at the opening in Xiao Wu's clothes, Earl Hong's eyes couldn't help but condensed. The sword was cut on this little devil's body just now, giving him the feeling that it was cut on steel. The wound was very shallow, and if he guessed correctly, this guy's resilience was also terrifying. Looking at the blood on the blade, Earl Hong's face became serious. If I'm right, you should not be a human being. After speaking, the Red Earl tightly chatted with Xiao Wu. If it were a human being, the blood could not be this color. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Little Wu looked at Earl Hong lightly, and then spoke softly. In a pure state, it's not the human opponent in front of him, it's a direct return. In the shocked eyes of Count Red, a terrifying aura swept out, and the surrounding airflow became chaotic. At this moment, all the fighting people looked in Xiao Wu's direction one after another. Reiatsu. Drops of black rain suddenly dripped, Reiatsu raindrops. A pair of large black wings that are large enough to cover the sky spread out from behind. Wearing a double-horned helmet on his head, his black nails have become long claws. In addition, his hair has become longer, and the tear marks have deepened and thickened. Horror. The aura exuding from Xiao Wu's body at this time was extremely terrifying. This is. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Earl Hong couldn't help but take a halt. This is probably what this guy really looked like. Both of them have wings, but the wings behind Xiao Wu are even more terrifying. Chapter 287 Tricky and Powerful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Both have the same shapes as monsters, but Xiao Wu's appearance is even more terrifying and even more shocking. Especially the big wings behind him are breathtaking, and the aura that he exudes is even more terrifying. This guy. Feeling the pressure from Xiao Wu, Earl Hong squinted his eyes tightly and stared at him tightly. Shoo. Xiao Wu looked at Count Hong indifferently, his wings suddenly shocked. In an instant, the figure disappeared in place. Seeing Xiao Wu suddenly disappearing in place, Earl Hong's mouth made a sneer. Now, it is getting more and more interesting. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere. The long sword collided with the moonlight sword, and both figures appeared in the air. A terrifying air wave swept out, and both of them looked closely at each other. His gaze drew a strong spark in midair. The next moment, both of them invariably stepped back, their wings flapping. After stepping back a few meters, the two swept toward each other again. From midair to the ground, only two strong winds could be felt passing by, and then the sound of the collision was heard. Black Sarrow. The collision, separated again, Xiao Wu floated in the air, fingers stretched out. Immediately after landing on the ground and steadying his body, Earl Hong saw the black and green light that blasted over. Boom, boom. The terrifying roar resounded through the entire underworld beast. The entire underworld beast was shaking, and everyone who was fighting all looked at the sound. Advertisement. A figure flicked out of the smoke, and constantly smashed away from the surrounding walls. Looking at the figure of Earl Hong, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed, and then he flew out quickly. How can it be? Chiche's Burgess, who was at war with Luo, couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he looked at the figure flying over. Hearing Kai Shaw's Burgess' exclamation, Luo also turned his head. Immediately, I saw that Earl Red hit the wall, and naturally saw the little Wu flying by. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, their bodies trembled. This appearance is simply devilish. I have seen Jill's transformation, but Xiao Wu was shocked compared to Jill's demonization. In particular, the horrible aura exuded from his body, and the big wings behind him gave a shocking feeling at first glance. The distance of a few meters is just a moment of effort. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu appeared above Earl Hong's head, and the moonlight sword in his hand was directly cut out. Earl Red, who had not yet landed, opened his eyes, and a flash of scarlet light flashed by. The wings behind him flashed suddenly, and scarlet rays shot towards Xiao Wu. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the air suddenly exploded, and a red blood mist enveloped the surroundings. There was a collision sound in the blood mist, in the shocking eyes of Luo and Chisis Burgess. Two figures, one on the left and the other on the right, flew out of the blood mist and landed steadily on the ground. This guy, the old monster, actually hit this point. Looking at the scar on Red Earl's body, the corners of Chisis Burgess's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was very clear about the strength of Earl Hong, but it was Xiao Wu's strength that really shocked him. However, when his gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, Chisis Burgess was completely stunned. Advertisement. It's not just Chisis Burgess, Luo, and Earl Red both looked at Xiao Wu in shock. The clothes on Xiao Wu's upper body were in tatters. This is not the point. The point is that they all saw the hollow in the middle of Xiao Wushang's mouth. Tearing. Seeing the gazes of the three of them, Xiao Wu frowned, and then tore off the tattered clothes on her body. At this moment, the three of them could see more clearly. A fist-sized hole appeared at the Shang mouth of Xiao Wu. How can it be? Chisis Burgess swallowed and looked at Xiao Wu in shock. How can a person's body have a big hole, and moreover, can still live? Sure enough, it's a monster. Earl Hong took a deep breath, staring at Xiao Wu firmly. Originally, he felt that the guy in front of him was not an ordinary human at all, so it seemed that the guess was not wrong. However, what is really tricky and troublesome is the recovery ability of Pervert. Purchase Flowers 0. Just now, he did attack this guy, and he also saw the wound. However, in the blink of an eye, the wound has healed unexpectedly. Terrifying defense, amazing defense. However, there was one thing he was very surprised, and that was Xiao Wu, who didn't use Haki from beginning to end. Of course Red Earl would not have thought that Xiao Wu would never use Haki at all. However, whether or not Haki will have any effect on Xiao Wu at all. Another powerful partner. Advertisement. Luo took a deep breath, then smiled and looked at Xiao Wu. A golden figure also appeared in his mind. Xiao Wu is so strong, so the other one is probably not much worse. Point 0. Coming. At this moment, Earl Hong's eyes suddenly condensed, and then he spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, the two saw that Xiao Wu turned into a black shadow and swept towards the Red Earl. On the left, he heard the sound of strong wind coming from the left. Red Earl's eyes flashed, his head suddenly lightened. The moonlight sword swung from the ears, and immediately, the long sword pierced directly towards Xiao Wu's eyes. Careful. Seeing this scene, Luo couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The distance was too close, and the speed of the sword was very terrifying. Such a distance is simply impossible to dodge. However, Xiao Wu seemed to have expected Earl Hong's attack a long time ago, and had already prepared for it. He grabbed the beast-like sharp claws in his left hand. This guy is just looking for death. Seeing Xiao Wu's movement, Chisis Burgess' mouth curled up with a sneer, and grabbed the sword with his hand. Red Earl is no ordinary person. Even if there is armament Haki, it is impossible to block the sword intact, let alone Xiao Wu didn't use Haki. Chang. At the next moment, Chisis Burgess was completely dumbfounded, his eyes widened, and he looked at the sparks that were inconceivable. Caught. That's right, just grabbed. The black claws directly grabbed the long sword. Moreover, a series of sparks were also wiped out. Chapter 288 Duan Gui Bian, The Spear of Thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Caught. Just like this, he grabbed the long sword with his hand and watched the sparks that were ignited. Both Luo and Burgess swallowed. They could feel the sword, speed, and power of the Red Earl just now, and it was very strong. Sure enough, the skin is comparable to steel. Seeing Xiao Wu just grabbing his long sword like this, Earl Hong's eyes couldn't help but condensed. Compared to Luo's shock, he was only slightly surprised. After all, the two have been fighting each other. Xiaowu's terrifying body, he also knows it very well. However, one thing he can be sure of is the monster in front of him. It's probably not Haki. Even if he doesn't know Haki, his sensing ability is very strong, not much weaker than seeing and hearing. And this steely skin can be completely compared with 140 armament Haki. Shoo! Xiaowu looked at Earl Hong faintly, and the next moment, his left foot suddenly lifted and threw it out like lightning. The power of breaking through the air, every time a punch or foot is thrown, it brings out the sound of sonic boom. The 2 feet collided together like a bomb. With a terrifying roar, Luo stared at the 2 people in the court closely as he watched the blast of air. The 2 looked at each other and then separated quickly. After stabilizing his body, Xiaowu looked at the moonlight sword in his hand, then slowly raised his head. Duan Gui Blade. The cold voice sounded slowly, and Xiaowu's body shook in the eyes of the 3 of them. As soon as the voice fell, the momentum began to rise, and the clothes on the upper body split directly. Advertisement. This is. Seeing the black body in Xiaowu's eyes, the eyes of the 3 of them condensed. Not only did the eyes leave black tears, the whites of the eyes also turned green. The abdomen to the legs, arms and back are covered with black feathers. The lower part of the robe is divided into 2 halves, and the wings are completely open, exposing bat-like claws. The horns of the helmet became longer and pointed upwards, and a long black tail emerged. The tip of the tail has a bone like a knife, and the feet have sharp claws. The virtual hole becomes larger, and a black pattern appears from the virtual hole to the abdomen. The released Reiatsu, like Wang Yang, everyone's body sank. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed and looked at Xiaowu's changes in shock. Damn it, it can change. Looking at Xiaowu, who was like a monster, Earl Hong was also swearing in his heart. This has become completely like a monster. No, it is not becoming, but this guy is originally a monster. Shoo! The breeze passed, and a black shadow appeared in front of Earl Hong. Xiaowu looked at Earl Hong indifferently. Seeing Xiaowu who appeared in front of him, Earl Hong's body couldn't help but tremble. Especially facing those ruthless eyes, it made the cold hair on his body stand up. The speed has increased again, and it is not 1 or 2 points faster. The black claws grabbed out like lightning, and under the shining of the sun, it exuded the breath of death. Chang Chang. Sparks flew everywhere. Looking at the sharp claws that came over, Earl Red also reacted quickly. The sharp claws grabbed the long sword directly. Xiaowu's eyes flashed a cold light, and then he twisted it. Taste. Click. Advertisement. The long sword was directly divided into 2, and Red Earl's long sword was directly broken. Like a toy, Xiaowu grabbed the broken sword, and then inserted it towards the heart of Earl Hong. Seeing his long sword being broken, Earl Hong's eyes couldn't help condensing, and his strength became stronger. This guy. Chang Chang. Chang Chang. Sparks flew everywhere. Red Earl also held a broken sword to resist. Both of them moved very fast. It's almost invisible to the naked eye. Shoo! The long tail behind him suddenly flicked, and in the eyes of Luo and the 2, Earl Hong was directly taken away. Suck. Burgess took a deep breath as he looked at the Red Earl who was being pumped out. Looking at the monster in the field, I felt shocked. There are no exaggerated moves, but every time you make a shot, the strength and speed have reached the ultimate. Rolling in midair for several weeks, Earl Red fell to the ground, his right arm hanging down. He reacted very quickly just now, blocking the tail's thump with his right hand in advance. However, the power was too terrifying, and it broke directly. Still underestimated the terrifying power. Looking at Xiaowu not far away, Earl Hong couldn't help taking a deep breath. Very strong, this monster. Moreover, now he doesn't know whether this guy can transform. This state is troublesome enough. If he can transform, then he guesses pill. With every transformation, strength and speed have been improved. This is similar to his ability to use the fruit to transform into a vampire state. However, the enemy can transform many times, and he can only transform once. Advertisement. Whoops, whoops. The body suddenly floated up, and the horrible wings behind it were flapping gently, and every time it flapped, it brought a strong wind. The gun of thunder. The voice was very deep and very small, so small that the 3 of them couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, All three of them saw a green light appearing between Xiaowu's hands. In an instant, the green light condensed into a spear. The green spear is very dazzling. Boom, boom. Looking at the green spear in Xiaowu's hand, Earl Hong's eyelids couldn't help but feel like a bad premonition. The body shook slightly, and a terrifying aura also erupted from the body. Scarlet air enveloped the whole body, and the smell of blood and the strong smell of blood enveloped the audience. With a sudden wave of his hands, the blood mist around him suddenly swept towards Xiaowu for 0.9, like a sea wave, slapped in the past. The entire space was shrouded in blood mist, and a transparent barrier appeared around Luo. The blood mist was isolated, forming a vacuum zone. The ghost crying in Luo Jin's handshake, Xiaowu, whose eyes were tightly buried in the blood mist, was no longer visible at all. Shoo! A strange sound suddenly sounded. The blood mist suddenly became chaotic, and a sky's path appeared in the middle, and Luo also saw a green light. Like a black meteor, it shot directly in the direction of the Red Earl. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the ear-splitting sound resounded through the entire underworld beast. Chapter 289 Departure Sword, Horrible Cracking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The ear-shaking bombing sound resounded through the entire underworld beast, and the ground was shaking, and everyone felt it. The entire underworld beast was penetrated and a big hole was blasted out. Seeing the blast of air and the fog, Luo, who had already receded far away, couldn't help swallowing. The corners of Burgess' mouth were also twitching, and the power of this blow was really terrifying. That old monster, won't it be killed? The green light just now was too fast, and the target was Red Earl. But Xiao Wu's brows were frowned, his eyes fixed on the smoke. Boom, boom. The smoke suddenly dispersed, and Earl Red appeared in front of a few people. Blood dripped from the shoulders. Luo and others could clearly see that the shoulders of the Red Earl were already bloody. Tick, tick. Blood dripped on the ground, although roaring noises continued to be heard around. However, the voice was very clear. Burgess couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the Red Earl had not been killed. If this old guy is killed, then it will be in trouble. After all, everyone's goal now is Shirahoshi, provided that they defeat the Noel 23 pirate group. Red Earl is a very critical combat power, but he was also completely shocked by the strength displayed by Xiaowu. I have forgotten how long it has been. How long has it been since I was injured? Advertisement. Earl Hong slowly straightened his body, glanced at the injury on his shoulder, and then looked at Xiaowu faintly. Just now, at that moment, he really felt the threat of death. It's not that he escaped, but that the thunder's gunshot missed. For this, he also felt very surprised. Looking at Xiaowu, who was expressionless, Earl Hong's face became heavy. The attack just now was too threatening. Armament hockey, in front of the thunder gun, is like tofu. Boom, boom. Miscellaneous. This king wants you to die. At this moment, an angry roar spread throughout the underworld beast. Hearing this sound, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed involuntarily. If it is correct, the roar should be that arrogant guy. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Damn it, run away. The ground was shaking, and billowing smoke swept over. Luo followed the sound and stared wide-eyed. Not only Luo, Burgess, and Earl Red were also staring at everything behind them in shock. It broke, and the entire underworld beast was collapsing, being destroyed by an invisible force. Now, Mo Yan is fast moving in their direction. In an instant, there were screams and panic screams in the entire underworld beast. Without hesitation, looking at the surging air wave and the disappearing ground, Luo kicked his feet, and then quickly swept towards the distance. The underworld beast can't stay any longer, that invisible attack is too terrifying. And the person who caused all this, Jin Shining, is now holding heaven and earth in both hands and leaving Pijixing obediently. Known as the sword that splits the world. Advertisement. Catalina Depin and Bacchus Choate, who fought with him, disappeared directly under this blow. At this moment, everyone is at large, which is terrifying. The entire underworld beast disappeared in half in an instant, and it was still expanding crazily. This fellow Jin Shining is too messy. Seeing bullet rising from the ground not far away, and the ground that shattered and disappeared behind, Noel shook his head helplessly. Others didn't know what was going on, but he knew very well. After taking a look at the bullet, Noel took a deep breath, then floated up. The whole underworld beast is gone after being dealt with by this guy Jin Shining. Seeing Noel floating in the air, Bullet was taken aback, and then he saw the scene in front. Even Noel chose to escape, he didn't hesitate, and left the place quickly. I don't know how long it took, half an hour, or 1 hour. Above Vimona, seeing the underworld beast that had completely disappeared, everyone's eyes fell on Jin Shining's body. This home. Enel raised his brows, and gleamed tightly. What kind of attack was this? With one blow, the underworld beast was lost, and he found that he looked down on this guy a bit. This guy is full of treasures, just like the current Vimana, and also the red exaggerated sword just now. Seeing everyone staring at him, Jin Shining raised her noble head, looking like Laozi, the world's #1. In the battle among the underworld beasts, many people were killed and injured. Many people in the Noel Pirates group died in it. No captain was killed, but everyone was scarred. Kid and others are the worst. They are all covered in blood now, most of them are their own. Advertisement. Had it not been for the help of the captains, it would have been killed long ago. At present, there are not more than 100 people remaining on top of Vimana. You must know that before, there were at least several thousand people, but now there are less than 100 people left, and the casualties are very heavy. It can be said that the Noel Pirate Group has been established for so long 140, this is the worst casualty. However, the enemy's casualties are even more terrifying than theirs. Shoot and kill them. Noel looked at the scene below, the corners of his mouth curled up, and then he spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, Brother Ming also let out that weird laugh, and looked at the people below playfully. After being so troubled by Jin Shining, although the underworld beast was destroyed, the situation changed instantly. After all, not everyone has a mobile fortress. There are many people who have just fallen on the surface of the sea. Teach is an exception, using the ability of floating fruits to directly float several ships in the air. Full firepower. Kill these guys. Enel looked at the people below with a grim expression. This time, there were only a few people left in the second division. And these guys are responsible for all this. Kill them. Enel's voice had just fallen, and everyone behind him also spoke up, everyone staring at the people below with grimace. Shoo. Green rays of light continued to blast towards the sea. Chapter 290 Bombing. Horror. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Green rays of light blasted out from the left and right, and the surrounding seas were all shrouded in green rays. Seeing Vimona launch an attack, Kid, who was about to faint because of excessive bleeding, his face became excited. Although he was defeated by Noel, his character was somewhat restrained. However, that is, for the people of the Noel Pirates, the real character is not so easy to change. Kid, this guy has always liked killing in his heart. Even the old lady wants to kill, it's better to kill all these bastards. Bonnie was also swearing, holding a big chicken leg in her hand, and constantly stuffing her mouth, opening her mouth vaguely. Just now, if it weren't for seeds, she would have been killed by the Alliance. She has always kept this in mind. Now, I can't wait to get rid of all these people. Laozi also shot. A grin appeared on Enel's face, and his right hand suddenly stretched out. He didn't want to let go of the chance to beat the dog in the water. He didn't want to let go of these guys because of the heavy losses of the second division. Boom, boom. There was a thunderous sound from the sky, and the light of thunder condensed, falling with the palm of the hand. A series of thunder pillars suddenly fell from the sky, and Wan Lei came to the world. The scene was very shocking. Seeing Enel's shot, Genos was not idle, and his hands were also stretched out. 2 black holes appeared in the palm, and fires shot out from the palm. This is an Alliance pirate, just about to climb onto the ship, heard the roar from above. Advertisement. He raised his head, his body stiffened, his eyes darkened, panic, and desperate looking at the falling green light. What? Run away. The roar from above, the pirates still struggling in the sea, as well as people from all major forces, all raised their heads in unison. When seeing the horrible scene above, everyone's eyes widened. Despair shrouded in my heart, screams and exclamation instantly spread throughout the sea. In midair, On the pirate ship, the four major forces, Teach and others all stared at the scene in shock. Green lights, thunder pillars, and laser beam cannons all fell on the sea. The entire sea exploded in an instant, and a column of water rose into the sky. The ear-splitting bombing sound resounded throughout the sea, and many people were directly bombed without even screaming. The blood directly dyed the entire sea red, and it was impossible to avoid it. Avoided the first attack, but couldn't hide the second and third attacks. Various bombings directly formed Uzumaki from the sea. He was not killed, but he was directly involved in Uzumaki. Compared to various bombings, Uzumaki's power is even more terrifying, and he can't struggle in the sea at all. Ha ha ha. That's it, blast these awful. 1. Seeing the Red Sea and the screams coming from him, Enel couldn't help laughing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Noel Pirates group also laughed. As for pity, no one will sympathize with these people. When a pirate, he didn't say that he was kind-hearted, it can be said that they are all fierce and evil generations. Advertisement. Damn Noel Pirates. A leader in the alliance, looking at the scene in front of him, his body was trembling constantly. In just a moment of bombardment, 1/3 of his men were bombed to death. His strength is not weak, but everything that happened before his eyes made him feel weak. I wanted to take advantage of this matter. If the Noel pirate group were to be eliminated, they might be able to reach the top of the 5 emperors. However, under this round of attacks, all thoughts were completely shattered. After repeated bombing, the entire sea formed a purgatory. In an instant, the number of people who died in the bombing was as high as thousands. 10 minutes later, the bombing stopped and the screams became weaker. Looking at the blood-stained sea, and the corpses floating on it. People from all major forces, including those from the Blackbeard pirate group, all swallowed. Even Apu and others looked at everything below in shock. Although it is not very clear, the dead bodies everywhere can still be seen. Bonnie swallowed, and then she trembled. From the excitement just now, she became frightened. Because there are too many dead bodies floating in the sea. Didn't she have never seen the dead, and even she had killed many people. However, with so many people, she hasn't really seen it yet. The sudden pile-up of such casualties is really terrifying. Purgatory on Earth. Bej spit out a puff of smoke, his right hand holding the cigar trembled, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Advertisement. Seeing the excited expressions of Enel and others, Aruj couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Compared with these big shots, he is still too weak. Not only in strength, but also in character. Even if it is an enemy, even if the opponent is a pirate, this is a life. Damn it, there is that thing, it can't help them at all. Bigmom looked at Vamana not far away with a gloomy face. Unexpectedly, destroying the underworld beast, the Noel Pirates, another mobile battleship emerged. Moreover, Vamana's moving speed is even more terrifying. She doesn't have the ability to fly. If she is in the sky, she can only stay temporarily, and can't, you get it, to fly. This time, if the Noel Pirates hadn't been wiped out, she could have imagined the rest of the scene. If you don't destroy the Noel Pirates, then you must meet their revenge next. What 5 emperors, what alliance, single words, who can be the opponent of the Noel Pirates? Marine, these guys in the world haven't come. It's impossible. Teach also swears, his face is also very hidden. He can fly, so can Red Earl, and many people can. However, relying on them to fight against the Noel Pirates is undoubtedly an egg against a stone. Originally, he thought that Marine, the people of Junshfu in the world would take action. But I didn't expect that when I reached this point, I hadn't made a move yet, and I didn't know what I was thinking. Chapter 291 Give it a go, fight to the death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone gritted their teeth and stared at Vamana above. This bombardment, massacre, and the most serious casualties were the Alliance and those big forces. As for Teach, the loss of the 4 of them was not great, their lips were dead and their teeth were cold. With the power of lion fruit, Teach did not stumble this time. After all, if Earl Hong waits to be killed, his fate will not be much better. Who made you look like this? Bullet skimmed the wound on Earl Puhong, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, Burgess's body was full of face, and then he raised his head to look at Vamala. Xiaowu's devilish appearance appeared in his mind. Hearing Bullet's words, everyone else also looked at the Red Earl. Everyone has their own battle. As for the opponent of the Red Earl, they don't know who it is. In addition to Kaido, Noel, and that woman, there should be no one in the Noel Pirates who was the opponent of the Red Earl. No, there is the bastard who wore golden armor and directly destroyed 140 underworld beasts. Thinking of Jin Shining's horrible sword, everyone's mouth Kakuzu was twitching. It was horrible. Although most people haven't seen it with their own eyes, it is a fact that the underworld beast was destroyed directly. No one would have thought that that strange, newly appearing guy was so terrifying. The two captains of the Blackbeard pirate group, who didn't even have the ability to resist, were killed directly, and now they can't even find the body. It's the guy in the white clothes. That guy is not human, and his strength is very terrifying. Advertisement. If it wasn't for an accident, I guess I would have been killed. Red Earl's body paused slightly, and then he spoke in a cold voice. Thinking of the thunder gun, he felt terrified. If Xiao Wu was not unskilled in his control, he would really die under that blow. Seeing the changing face of Earl Hong, everyone was taken aback. Especially Bullet and Bigmom. Both of them are very familiar with Red Earl, and they are not afraid of anyone. Even the former Roger, he dared to be hard steel alone, with a very iron head. A person is a force, a pirate group, this is not a joke. This sentence completely represents how terrifying Red Earl is. But now, they actually saw fear in the eyes of this old guy, as well as that flash of terror. Damn, all of them are so strong. That bastard Noel, where did he find so many strong people? Hearing the words of Earl Red, Teach couldn't help cursing, his eyes filled with jealousy. Enel and Jill were terribly strong, even if he didn't dare to despise them. Such people, no matter where they are placed, are top powerhouses. A force is already lucky to be able to have such a strong person, and to be able to get two, they don't know what the fate is. However, like this strong, the Noel pirates came out one by one, without money. Even the powerhouses at the level of the five emperors came out in groups. If he had such a subordinate, it is estimated that the master of the Void Throne would have been him long ago. So, for Noel, he is very jealous. Advertisement. With such a strong subordinate, and so loyal, it would take so long to be lurking in the Whitebeard pirates. So, this time can't let this opportunity go. Otherwise, when the Noel pirates are all gathered at once, we really don't have a chance at all. A fierce light flashed in Bigmom's eyes, staring coldly at the upper wind. Currently, the Noel Pirates CDAJ regiment, 90% of the combat power is gathered here. The top combat power is almost here, and the captains of the 10 divisions are all here. However, she did not forget that there is still a monster in the Noel Pirates that has not arrived. The captain, another deputy captain of the Noel Pirates. Even if I haven't seen the captain take action, Bigmom has also heard of how terrifying the old man is. Some people even say that the strongest of the Noel Pirates is not Noel, but which old man. Hearing what Bigmom said, the other three nodded in agreement. Now or never. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missed this time, they will die when Noel recovers. At present, on the whole, they still have an advantage. The top combat power is not enough, then fill in with the number of people. If one doesn't work, then two, if two don't work, then three. The alliance, as well as people from all major forces, can block several teams of the Noel Pirates. Especially now, apart from the captains, not many people are alive at all. Then everyone, don't keep your hands. But it's for Poseidon, are to live. Advertisement. I have to give it a go. Bullet took a deep breath, staring up at the top with superb eyes. The battle between him and Noel is not over yet. Just now, although he fell into a disadvantage, he did not display his full strength. Everyone keeps their hands, not just Bullet, Teach and others. After all, the world's Jungfu, Marine, and Red Hair, Whitebeard did not appear. No one wants to be a Siskin, the hunter behind may cast a net and wait for them. Okay, then give it a go. This time, the old lady must kill Noel, that kid. Bigmom nodded, his aura began to skyrocket. Teach, the Red Earl did not speak, but their eyes became firm, and if they did not kill the Noel pirates, it was their time to die. Now, Poseidon is not important. However, the most important thing now is the venue of the battle. On the sea, we simply can't display our strength. Red Earl frowned, looked around, then said in a deep voice. They are all capable people, and they are surrounded by the sea, which is very unfavorable to them. Just leave this to me. Teach laughed, and then his body floated out of the boat, standing quietly in the air. And at this time, not far from the start of the war, several ships were also sailing quickly, and the people who came here were the redheads who had never appeared, and the two kings of Whitebeard. Chapter 292 Tsunami, Whitebeard's Fighting Spirit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Teach and others were preparing to give it a go, the red-haired and Whitebeard, two large pirates, were already approaching the battlefield. Dozens of pirate ships sailing on the sea, headed by the Moby Dick. Red hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates, all the captains are standing on the deck. Stop, there is no sound of fighting anymore. Marco's brows suddenly frowned, and he looked forward suspiciously. As soon as the voice fell, many people's bodies took a meal, and they all looked forward in confusion. Because, just now from far away, I could hear the terrifying roar. Now, it suddenly stopped. Could it be that the battle is over? However, it is also unlikely. They know how many forces have attacked the Noel pirates this time. Moreover, the strength of Noel and others is not weak. Even if the battle is about to end, it cannot be so fast. It is impossible to stop without fighting for a few days and nights. It seems that something happened. The red-haired eyes squinted and looked forward indifferently. This time, it was the war of the century. The whole world, big and small forces have been involved, no one can be spared. Everyone is occupied by greed and ambition. Even the Revolutionary Army, which has been cooperating with the Noel pirates, is ready to move at this time. After all, if Master Poseidon were to overthrow the world's Jungfu, it would be much simpler. Noel. Advertisement. On the deck, Ace clenched his fists and looked forward worriedly. Those are his few relatives in the world, and his brother is now being attacked by everyone. Bang! Bang! With a hand on his shoulder suddenly, Ace turned his head and saw Vista with a smile on his face. Don't worry, with Noel's strength, there won't be too many problems. Vista looked at Ace with a smile, then spoke softly. Ace was taken aback. Thinking of the strength of Noel and others, he was relieved. Yes, that guy is very strong. This time, unlike usual, the kid is facing the whole world. The most important thing is Marine, and the Jungfu of the world. Whitebeard furrowed his brows together, then spoke in a deep voice. Boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the red hair nodded, and as soon as he was about to speak, he heard a roar from a distance. The battle has started again. Usopp paused, his eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing the roar from a distance, Ace was really relieved at this moment. Since he was still fighting, it proved that Noel hadn't had any problems. At this moment, the sea suddenly boiled, and waves of waves continued to beat. Tsunami is coming. Looking at the tsunami that swept forward, Ben Beckman's eyes condensed, but his expression did not change. It's not just Ben Beckman is not worried, and almost none of the red hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates is worried about the tsunami. Advertisement. Because, there is a man on their ship who claims to destroy the world. Under everyone's gaze, Whitebeard suddenly stepped on his feet, bent over, and the cloak behind him was blown by the sea breeze. Crossed his hands, clenched his fists, and banged on both sides. Taste. Click. The atmosphere was broken, like a mirror, with cracks on both sides. Boom, boom. The tsunami that swept over, boiled completely, and was suddenly blown away by invisible forces. Surge directly to the left and right. Shock Fruit's ability is really terrifying. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, I still feel shocked every time. Looking at the tsunami that was blown away, the red hair couldn't help but smile, tightly holding Whitebeard's back. The sword is not old, Newgate. Rayleigh held the wine bottle in his right hand and looked at Whitebeard with a smile. It's been a long time since I saw Whitebeard doing it with my own eyes last time, and I don't know how long it has been since now. Time has passed. These people are getting old, and all kinds of pictures appear in their minds in an instant. I remember that at the beginning, Roger often fought Whitebeard, each time he fought very fiercely. For Flowers Zero, this monster is still so scary. Beside the red hair, a mysterious man in a black hood looked at Whitebeard's back, and then whispered. As expected of being old. Beasta and others looked at each other, and then all smiled softly. Advertisement. Goo la la la, Lousy wants to fight that kid most. Whitebeard's body shook, and after straightening his body, he stared at the front closely, his eyes flashed with a gleam. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was taken aback, and then they also reacted. They all know who the kid is in Whitebeard's mouth. Noel is now called the world's strongest man. You know, this title, but Whitebeard's, has now been replaced by Noel. Even Whitebeard himself did not deny that the kid is indeed very strong. Norrell appeared in his mind, and Whitebeard's eyes flashed with warfare. He did not expect that the little devil in the Fishmen Island had become so terrifying. The first time I met was at the Fishmen Island. Noel directly said that he wanted to put the Fishmen Island on his banner. The two played against each other briefly. At the beginning, he still admired the kid and wanted to pull him aboard. After that, it was the top of the war. If Noel hadn't appeared, it is estimated that he would have died in Marineford long ago. The Noel pirate group has also become the strongest among the 5 emperors. After that, he made big movements frequently, and the sea was so chaotic that he couldn't get rid of that kid. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone felt trance, because the time Noel took to paint was too short. It was a legend. Rayleigh nodded. Now the strength of the Noel pirates is even more terrifying than their original strength. The captains guard the New World, and the newcomers under his command are also terrifying one by one. The 2 chief lieutenants both possess the strength of the 5 emperors, or stronger. The world's Jungfu, the most terrifying force, frequently suffers losses in Noel's hands, and has to release the ancient weapon incident, so that everyone can take action against the Noel pirates. Chapter 293 Eradicate in one fell swoop, 5-5. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The entire sky was shaking. Watching the 2 islands floating in the air, everyone was completely stunned. It's really an exaggeration. It seems that the 2 islands are going to be used as the final decisive battle. Brother Ming's eyes condensed, staring at Teach's figure firmly. No one thought of Lion Fruit's ability. Teach went there and then brought 2 islands. To say that New World has the most things, it is undoubtedly an island. Except for the towns inside, the deserted islands are simply countless. Captain, we have the advantage and we don't have to fight with them at all. Luo frowned, rolled the 2 islands, and then spoke in a deep voice. The others also nodded. They have Vimana, and they can take advantage of moving in the sky. No, this time, it will be solved completely. Noel's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. With Vimala's words alone, they can indeed have an advantage, but it is useless for Teach and others. In the bombing just now, all the damn people died. Moreover, if this is not the case, how can the people of the world's Jungfu appear? Although I didn't see it, Noel had a feeling that people from all over the world had been staring secretly. I agree with the captain's decision. Enel moved his shin and looked at the direction of the League with a sneer. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The 2 islands are not big, but they are shrouded above, and under Teach's control, they smashed into the sea. It's terrible talent. It didn't take long to get Lion Fruit's ability, and he was able to reach this point. Looking at the island falling towards the sea, Jill stared at Teach closely. Noel chuckled softly. The fruit of greatness also depends on the ability. Just like shock fruit, if you change someone else, it is definitely not as scary as Whitebeard. A rubber fruit has so many tricks played by Luffy. No wonder some people say that there is no strong fruit, only the strongest. Noel doesn't agree with this sentence, but he has to say something about it. As soon as the island touched the sea surface, the entire sea surface had ripples, and the waves rushed towards the surroundings. Now, look at that kid, dare to face it. Bigmom stared at the top closely. Before he finished speaking, he saw several figures and rushed down directly. Come on, bold. Looking at the figures falling from Vimalane, Bullet tightly patted Noelle, and then also swept towards the island. Above Vimala, Shirahoshi clutched the railing tightly with both hands, looking worriedly at the back of Noelle and others. Don't worry, the captain is very strong. Bonnie was sitting on the ground, pulling her big chicken legs with her hands, and then she said vaguely. Because of the previous battle, she is now covered with injuries, plus Shirahoshi's problem is now being left here. In her words, you can sleep without sleep, and the marriage can be unresolved, but you can't break it when you eat. This time, Unohana Retsu also participated in the war. With Vimala, there is no need to worry about the enemy. Advertisement. As long as someone is within 200 meters, Vimalakirti will feel it. Moreover, Shirahoshi still has what Noelle left for her. It's safe, so don't worry about it for the time being. Watching Bullet swept towards the island, many people looked at the Vimana above. Everyone glanced at each other, and then they all swept towards the island. If you want to get Poseidon, you can't stop the Noelle pirates. Noelle and others all landed one after another, and at this time, Bullet and others also all landed on the ground. Unfortunately, the captain didn't come, otherwise there would be no need to be so embarrassed. Hawkins took a deep breath and looked at the people on the opposite side solemnly. Because Noelle always called Yamamoto to be the captain, many people also called it that way. Hearing Hawkins' words, Noelle chuckled softly. However, Enel and others nodded in agreement. Yes, if that person were here, they would be so troublesome. In terms of strength, they really don't know whether the captain is stronger or the captain is stronger. Only they know how strong the captain is. Before, Noelle had played against the team captain, and the result was no match. Of course, neither of them showed their full strength in that battle. After all, once they showed their full strength, it was a battle of life and death. Although neither of them had their full strength, the battle was broken. For 2 whole days, they still remembered that Noelle was very embarrassed when he walked out of the tattered island. The captain is also very embarrassed. Advertisement. That is, in that battle, everyone had an understanding of the actual strength of the captain. Not only that, Kaido, who also challenged the captain, was directly beaten up. He was almost burned to death by the fire, and now I see the captain, Kaido, the beast is scared. Because the flame was so terrifying, the entire island was burned to black, and the surrounding sea water completely evaporated. It was a doomsday-like scene, and no one dared to approach it when they played against each other. In this case, it's just right. Seeing Teach also landed on the ground, Brother Ming couldn't help but smile. Although they were downwind, they didn't have the top combat power. Teach, Red Earl, Bullet, and Bigmom are composed of the captain, deputy captain, Kaido, and Xiaowu. As for the others, it is given to them. Although they have only 10 captains, there are a lot of them at the admiral level. Jill, Enel, Third Raikage, Genos, Acedes, etc. Moreover, the strength of Kid and others is not weak, no matter how you look at it. If they really fight life and death, they will not fall into the disadvantage. However, it is not so simple to win. Da da, da da. Bullet walked out slowly, staring at Noelle indifferently, and then said in a deep voice, "Boy, let's go to another island." After speaking, he swept directly towards the other island. Chapter 294 Fruit Power Awakens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Bullet's back, Noelle couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that he admired Bullet's character very much. After leaving Teach and others, Noelle glared on one foot, and then swept towards the other island. Seeing Noelle leaving, Teach and others looked at each other, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike Bullet, they have no reason to match Noelle. Now that the strongest person is gone, then Enel and others must be dealt with, and it will be okay. There was no sound of fighting. People on both sides glanced at each other, and then they all flew out one after another. Without language, fighting is right, and both sides want to kill each other. The roar instantly resounded throughout the island, and Xiaowu met Red Earl again. Kaido also met his old friend again. Seeing Unohana Retsu walking slowly, Teach's face became serious. He knew exactly what strength this woman had in front of him. In the island, the figure kept flashing back and forth, and the collision continued to escalate, becoming more and more intense. All kinds of attacks, Thunder, ice, slashing and bombardment continue. 23. On the other island, looking at Noel falling on the ground, Bullet's eyes flashed brightly. Come on, kid. Bullet let out a loud roar, his body shook suddenly, and his horror began to rise. The whole ground was shaking, and with him as the center, dark purple particles suddenly poured out. Does Fruit awaken? Looking at the purple particles pouring out around him, Noel couldn't help but wink. Advertisement. The whole ground is collapsing, the purple particles are getting more and more, and the range is getting wider and wider. A purple torrent formed in an instant, and the scene was very astonishing and extremely shocking. Wherever the purple particles passed, they rolled more and more, and Bullet was directly overwhelmed. Seeing the behemoth gradually condensing, Noel also showed a smile on his face. Among the people he met, Bullet's strength definitely ranked in the top 3. Roar! Roar! The roar resounded throughout the island, and a monster with a height of several hundred meters and a terrifying figure, like a robot, roared to the sky. The scarlet eyes stared at Noel closely. In front of such a monster, Noel is very small and unremarkable, just like an ant. Then there was this ant-like person in front of him, but Bullet did not dare to look down upon it. Inside, Bullet also stared at Noel closely, and his fighting spirit became more and more terrifying. Most of the entire island was submerged by purple torrents. Seeing the purple torrent coming, Noel's body shook, and then his whole body soared into the sky. The shock here, as well as the super-giant monster standing in the field, half the size of an island, also attracted people from other islands. Seeing the giant monster occupying half of the island, everyone's eyes widened. Monster. Enel, who had just retreated from an alliance leader, looked at the giant monster in the distance, and couldn't help cursing. Kid and the others looked at each other, and they all swallowed together. It was amazing, they had never seen such a huge monster. Advertisement. What kind of fruit is this? Apu was completely dumbfounded, although he knew that Bullet was very strong. However, everything in front of him simply subverted his thoughts. The Paramesha fruit, the ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit together. Dickinson took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice. He still heard Noel say once about the ability of Bullet. Noel mentioned the ability of Bullet before, but knew that he could use the ability of the fruit to become a giant monster. He always felt that the giant monster was only tens of meters high, but the giant monster in front of him was shocked. The Paramesha integral fruit seems to be the fruit awakened, otherwise it would not be able to do so. Luo on the side cast aside the enemy on the opposite side, and then also spoke. Speaking of the awakening of the fruit's ability, he couldn't help but think of Brother Ming. That guy's fruit ability was also awakened, and his strength was amazing, and he became an admiral-level powerhouse in one fell swoop. Once the fruit awakens, it can change everything around it. Howl, howl, howl. Awakened. It's really scary. On the other side, Brother Ming looked at the behemoth in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Since this is the case, then I also come to have fun. As soon as the voice fell, in Abaro Pizarro, and under the gaze of a big pirate in New World. With Ming Jie as the center, the surrounding trees and rocks have become a single, transparent line. Like the purple torrent, the scope is constantly expanding. Advertisement. The awakening of ability has always been a legend. There are still people on the court who don't know it well. I saw it for the first time today, and I saw 2 people at once. Come on. Rubbish. Seeing everyone on the court looking at him, Mingji's fingers were ringing, and then looked at the villainous King Pizarro with a sneer. 143 Upon hearing Mingji's words, the villainous King Pizarro glanced at each other, and their bodies tightened together. The movement made by Brother Ming also attracted everyone. Looking at the transparent lines that were set off across the island, most of the people's bodies were shocked. The entire island is shrouded, forming a huge birdcage. Awakening of fruit ability. Looking at the white line covering the entire island, Pizarro exclaimed. The clown guy. Just retreating from Bigmom, Kaido stared closely at Ming's direction. Others also looked at Brother Ming in shock, and they have always heard that the clown fruit has awakened. However, apart from Luo, everyone else saw it for the first time today. Damn it, I didn't expect the rumors to be true. The clown is really capable of awakening. Kai Shas Burgess is also directly swearing, the fruit of awakening, the clown's strength is not at the same level as before. Forget Bullet, after all, it is a monster once. Most people did not expect that Brother Ming actually awakened the fruit. Everyone knows how difficult it is to awaken the fruit ability. At present, the whole sea can be counted clearly with one hand. Chapter 295 Suzanov's Mechanical Monster. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the island that had become birdcage, Aruja's face twitched. He joined the Noel Pirates group late, and only knew that Ming was once Shichibukai. However, I really don't know that he is also a fruitful ability awakener. The strength of the captains is far stronger than you think. Hawkins looked at Aruj, then said in a deep voice. Among so many supernovas, he and Apu were the first to join, and they know more than others. Except for the two deputy captains, the other captains, it can be said that more or less hidden strength. But don't forget that in addition to the external enemy, each captain is also an opponent. Every time the battle for the captain is fierce, there will be changes every time. Brother Ming. On the other island, Noel couldn't help but smile when he saw the birdcage shrouded in it. Like Enel, Brother Ming really likes to show off. Especially after joining the Noel Pirates, this guy has let himself go. Boom, boom. The whole space was in a swing, and a gust of wind swept out. The huge monster suddenly clenched its fist, and then blasted out directly. The fist came out without touching the rock, but the terrifying fist wind directly smashed the rock where it went. With the power of this punch, if it is replaced with a small island, it will be completely bombarded. Don't look at it as if the size of a robot is huge. However, the movement was really not slow, it didn't look clumsy, and it gave people a strange feeling. Advertisement. The fist was 10 meters away from Noel in an instant. The strong wind blew the short golden hair, and the clothes on his body were rustling. Seeing that he was about to be hit by a fist, Bullet also let out a roar in the body of the combined mechanical monster. The veins of the arm also appeared one after another. Normal state is not Noel's opponent at all. Therefore, when he came up this time, he was not polite, but just magnified the move and awakened. Now, Shirahoshi's affairs have been forgotten by him, and defeating Noel has become the only thing at present. Susano. 1. Looking at the zooming fist, Noel's vision was completely obscured. A clear voice suddenly came out, and a red light flashed by. Boom, boom. The smoke and the air waves swept out, and the fist stopped. Bullet's body also stopped, and his eyes were staring at the smoke. How is it possible to be blocked? The fist was blocked and couldn't get in an inch at all. The smoke dissipated suddenly, and a red behemoth suddenly rose. A behemoth like a giant mechanical monster appeared on the island. The skeleton was completely condensed in an instant. Looking at the red monster in front of him, Bullet's gaze fell on the center of its eyebrows. At the center of his eyebrows, Noel hugs Shang with both hands and is looking at him with a smile. The red monster that suddenly appeared, and everyone on the island was stunned. This is. Enel's eyes widened and looked at Susano in shock. Advertisement. It seems that it is the captain's new ability. Acedes put aside the ice sculpture in front of him, slowly turned his head, and stared at the red Susano in the distance. The scene was very shocking. Two monsters of the same height were facing each other. A distance of several hundred meters, in front of these two monsters, is estimated to be a step. It's almost face to face. Damn, obviously I am a dark fruit capable person. Jealousy makes people crazy, it's Teach, and he is shaking all over at this moment. Looking at Susano in the distance, Teach clenched his fists. All the abilities Noel showed made him feel crazy, jealous, and unabashedly jealous. Just to get multiple abilities, he chose Dark Fruit. However, Dark Fruit can capture the ability of other fruits. In front of Noel, he was simply a younger brother. Well, that's more interesting. Bullet took a deep breath and his face became excited. Sure enough, this man always makes people feel shocked, every time. The endless methods have broken everyone's cognition. When you thought 8 Gate was his strongest method, now there is another Susano. Boom, boom. Just as Bullet's voice fell, Susano held the fist of the giant mechanical monster in his left hand, and suddenly stretched out his right hand. A huge sword of flame suddenly appeared in his hand, and then it was swung out directly. The Ten-Fist Sword releases the stabbed person into the dreamlike world of illusion. Advertisement. There is also the power to enclose it forever, which is a kind of Kusunaru sword. The knife itself also contains the seal technique. He has one eye, which is the blood wheel eye of Itachi. The current Susanoo, also in the original, is exactly the same as Itachi's. Every Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is different and has its own characteristics. In other words, Mangekyo is different, each has its own abilities. Looking at the slashed fire sword, Bullet narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and then blasted out directly. Every movement of Bullet, the mechanical monster, followed the same action. The fists and Ten-Fist swords collided directly, and the bodies of the two behemoths were shocked. It exploded directly in the air, and the ground was lifted up one after another. The eyes of the two monsters were facing each other, and the next moment, they bumped into each other. Nothing is more shocking than this kind of contest. With each impact, the sea around the island blew up one after another, and a column of water rose up into the sky, slapped towards the island. It is estimated that we can trample us to death with 1 foot. Seeing the two monsters colliding in the distance, Apu smiled bitterly. It's not an estimate, but a certainty. Kid's mouth twitched, then he nodded in a deep voice. Such a terrifying monster can smash them with 1 blow, and explode them with 1 foot. In front of such a monster, they are not much different from ants. Okay, happy. The fist was covered by armament haki, and after blocking the Ten-Fist sword again, Bullet's laughter came from the mechanical monster. In the distance, the red hair who was approaching the island, Whitebeard and others, were completely stunned. Chapter 296 Discovery, come. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The two giants hundreds of meters tall made people a little frustrated. When the two giants collided, waves of waves rushed to the surroundings. Whitebeard pirates, red hair pirates, everyone is considered to have seen the world. However, they were still shocked by these two monsters. Depend on. Marco swallowed, and then he breathed out the fragrance directly. At this time, the laziness he had before was gone. Redhead, Whitebeard, the two five emperors, plus Rayleigh, the three were also very shocked. The mysterious person wearing a black headgear and unable to see his appearance, although he could not see his expression. However, if anyone pays attention now, he will see the position of his hand trembling slightly. The eagle eye standing aside, at this moment, had his right hand resting on the black knife behind him. The sharp eyes stared at the two behemoths in the distance. Although his goal is to be strong in kendo, he saw these two monsters. I also felt eager to move. At this time, it was still hundreds of meters apart, and it was so shocking to see it. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be at close range. Except for the elephant, this is the biggest monster I have ever seen. The red hair recovered first, and then said in a deep voice. Whitebeard nodded, his eyes tightly looking into the distance, his right hand 143 held Kong Yunchi, his eyes flashed brightly. Advertisement. Now, he felt the blood that was silent in his body, and it began to boil. If the old man guessed correctly, the giant should be the ability of the bullet guy. It seems that I have really awakened. Rayleigh took out a bottle of wine from his waist, then spoke in a deep voice. Bullet used to be his companion, and Rayleigh knew very well about his abilities. In the beginning, he could use his abilities to become a mechanical monster, but it was not so scary. Without even thinking about it, the fruit must have awakened. Unexpectedly, being caught in Impel Down, he became the old guy instead. Fruit awakening has always been what Bullet thought. How difficult it is for fruit to awaken, Rayleigh knows very well that it is not possible to succeed by practicing hard. To put it simply, it is more difficult than falling a pie from the sky. Awakening. So, what about the other one? What about the red monster? Beasta was taken aback. In addition to Devil Fruit's original ability, those with CDAJ can also be developed to a higher level than the original level. This level is called Devil Fruit Awakening. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, he certainly knows such things. It's just that this was the first time he saw it, as far as the fruit awakened was concerned. Noel. As soon as Beasta's voice fell, with red hair, the two Whitebeards spoke in unison. After speaking, the two looked at each other, both smiling. Don't guess, only that kid has so many abilities. Advertisement. Seeing that Beasta hadn't recovered, Whitebeard shook his head, then looked at the red giant. Indeed. Marco nodded in agreement, remembering Noel's strange abilities. Throughout the sea, Noel is notoriously mysterious. Everyone is guessing how he got his ability, or the legendary fantasy fruit ability. The closer you get, the more shock you feel. Every time there is a collision, there is a terrible roar. Two monsters. Looking at the huge rock falling on the surface, Ace shook his head with a wry smile. Now, he feels like he's really passionate. Noel, this guy, use him to worry. The two monsters who were at war glanced at each other, their fists touched each other. After stepping back a few steps, they both stopped tacitly and looked in the direction of Whitebeard and others. Redhead, Whitebeard, Rayleigh. Noel in Susano looked at Whitebeard and others in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Is it finally here? Well, Marine, the world's Jungfu person, is probably about to appear. Newgate, Rayleigh, and Shanks. When Bullet saw Whitebeard and others, he was also taken aback. They are all old acquaintances, Whitebeard and Rayleigh. Needless to say, this guy with red hair is also an experienced crew member on Roger's ship. Redhead, here comes Whitebeard. In this and other islands, there were bursts of exclamation. The redhead and the approach of the Whitebeard pirate group were also discovered by both sides. Advertisement. Because there are always people paying attention to the surroundings. Although the number of people is large, the people present are not fools, and they must know that there are people coming. After all, Redhead, Whitebeard, Marine, and World Jungfu have not yet appeared. Whitebeard is not interested in such a big event this time, even if it is red-haired, people from all over the world will definitely appear. No one wants to be a Oriole. Boom, boom. After being shaken by a sword, Teach, who had just stabilized his body, couldn't help but condensed his eyes when he heard the exclamation from the surroundings, and then looked to the left. When I saw the Moby Dick and the figure of Whitebeard on the deck, the corner of Teach's mouth curled up. Father, there are two redheads, are they finally here? With the passage of time, he fought twice, and he knew that just because they wanted to deal with the Noel pirates, they didn't show it at all. At most, both lose and lose. It is impossible to defeat the Noel pirates. If you want to destroy the Noel pirate group, then there must be other forces involved, Marine, World Jungfu. The Red Earl. At this time on the deck, Rayleigh watched a battle on the island in shock. Following Rayleigh's gaze, Whitebeard's body also stopped, his eyes flashed with shock. Although the appearance has changed because of the fruit's ability, as old friends, even if the Red Earl turns to ashes, they can all know each other. Suppressed. The red hair's eyes also shrank, and the black figure that kept flickering in the distance was stunned. The battle between Earl Hong and Xiaowu, no one dared to approach at all, forming a vacuum zone. Therefore, the red hair and others can see very clearly, especially when the two are still close to the coast. Chapter 297 Earth Style, The Wrath of Bullet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With full combat power, neither of them has hidden strength. There are deep pits everywhere on the ground, and there are also several corpses. Boom, boom. When they collided again, their bodies shook, and then they separated quickly. After stabilizing their bodies, they both looked at each other. With a pick of the thunder spear in his hand, Xiaowu looked at Count Hong with a blank face, and then he slid away the mummy on the ground. The corpses on the ground were all made by the Red Earl. He didn't expect that the human in front of him could actually recover his physical strength by drawing blood. Not only did he recover his strength, but the injury he had just recovered quickly. After patted the dust on his body, Earl Hong looked at Xiaowu, and then looked in the direction of Red Hair and others. As Rayleigh here too, it's getting more and more interesting. Seeing Whitebeard and others who were preparing to land on the island, Earl Red finally fell on Rayleigh. At this time, with the exception of a few people, everyone else stopped because of the arrival of the red hair because of Whitebeard. Noel and Bullet didn't care and continued to fight together. Amaterasu. Looking at the fist coming, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then let out a cold snort. The pattern in the eyes was turning, and blood flowed out of the eye sockets. The black flame directly enveloped the mechanical giant. The entire huge body was burned by the black flame. Inside, Feeling that the surface of the mechanical giant is rapidly melting, Bullet's face can't help but change. Advertisement. This black flame, he had seen before, was very domineering. It can't be extinguished at all, unless it is Teach's dark fruit. However, as long as it wasn't the person who burned him, then this black flame was nothing to be afraid of. $F. Susano suddenly raised his hand, holding a 10-fist sword and slashed down fiercely. Boom, boom. At this moment, the waist of the mechanical giant suddenly twisted, and his fist stretched out. It suddenly turned like a spinning top. Countless rubble was rolled up one after another, and the ground began to sink. The fist collided with the 10-fist sword, igniting a series of sparks. Afterimages, the speed of selection is getting faster and faster, and the field instantly becomes a flying sand and walking stone. The entire island is shaking, and a big pit is constantly deepening. Susano's feet suddenly kicked, and the huge body suddenly jumped high. After pulling the distance, Noel smiled and looked at the mechanical giant that swept over him. Amaterasu has no effect at all against the mechanical giant. The strength of Bullet is really terrifying. Susano didn't take advantage of it. The body broke down and was being burned. This guy used his ability to fit together, and then quickly replenished the missing parts. There is really no possibility of using Susano to defeat this guy. This guy, Bullet, is definitely the best person in all aspects among so many people he has played against. Speed, strength, and defense all reached the top. The same is true of physical skills in hockey, especially the fruit ability, which is even more awakened. Advertisement. There are no shortcomings. At this point, even Whitebeard can't match it. Susano suddenly dispersed. Noel floated in the air, his right hand suddenly stretched out, and silver teeth appeared in his hand. Looking at Noel floating in the air, Bullet's eyes flashed involuntarily. Without Susano, he did not take it lightly, but was more vigilant in his heart. He had heard of Noel's strange abilities. This kid used that terrifying physical skill and was able to sling 5 elders, which really made him jealous. The fourth child once played against him, so Bullet knows very well. Even 5 elders was hanged. Even if he was arrogant, he didn't think he could hang 5 elders. If he really wants to fight the fourth child, it's probably half a catastrophe. In the previous battle, it was not that the fourth child was too weak, but that the change was so fast that he could not react. If, now, Noel opens the 8th gate, even if he defeats the fourth, he won't be so fast. Whoops, whoops. Noel slowly fell to the ground, looking at the messy scene around him, couldn't help but shook his head. In the confrontation just now, the entire island was frustrated. For Flowers 0, all the places have been flattened. It is a piece of land, there is nothing else at all. There are rocks everywhere, the forest has already disappeared, and the collision of the two monsters can't be stopped. It is estimated that this island will collapse when it is hit. Earth style. Tubo. Noel's eyes flashed suddenly, his hands were united, and then his right hand was quickly pressed to the ground. There is no knot seal, just simply put your hands together and press on the ground. Rumble. Advertisement. The whole ground was shaking, and the ground was suddenly rolling like a sea wave. Earth style. Earth Dragon Flurry. Looking at the rolling ground, Noel couldn't help but smile, then continued. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking, the soil and rocks in front of him were lifted up one after another, and a huge earth dragon quickly formed. No, a total of 5 earth dragons appeared in front of him, hovering around Noel. This kid. Because of the rolling of the ground, the mechanical giant stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Before he could stabilize his body, he saw the earth dragons that were biting around. The corners of Bullet's mouth were twitching, and sure enough, this kid couldn't be underestimated. Any method used at will is extremely tricky. However, just wanting to defeat him by this means, it seems that he is really underestimated. The earth dragon hovered over the mechanical giant, and 2 earth dragons ran into it directly. The earth dragon looked terrifying, but it couldn't break the defense of the mechanical giant at all. Earth style. Ant hell. Looking at the broken earth dragon, Noel didn't care, and then continued. A fist smashed an earth dragon, and at this moment, the ground on which he was standing suddenly turned into mud. Uzumaki. The soil quickly formed a Uzumaki, the body of the mechanical giant was swept in, and then sank. Boy, don't underestimate Lousy. A cold light flashed in Bullet's eyes, and he was completely irritated by Noel, a series of such small tricks. Chapter 298 Noel, Funeral for You. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Noel heard the roar of Bullet, he smiled. Sometimes, small means can play deadly people. Just like now, with the ability of Earth style, Bullet is rolled into the ground, making him immobile. Angry, snarled, and felt that I underestimated him, but now he is not struggling crazily. Fire style extinguished the fire. Seeing Bullet, who was about to break free from the mud Uzumaki, Noel folded his hands together and suddenly opened his mouth. Flames spouted from the mouth, and in an instant, a sea of flames formed in the field. As far as fire style ninjutsu is concerned, firefighting can be said to be the strongest, and the scope is extremely large. Looking at the flames burning ahead, Bullet's body couldn't help but stop. Noel, Lousy will definitely kill you. As soon as the voice fell, the flame came in front of him, and in an instant, 143, was buried by the sea of fire. It's a pity, I didn't get any water. Noel shook his head slightly, and he got Earth style, Lightning style, and Fire style. However, he didn't get the Wind style and Water style he most wanted. Water style is really not too strong in this world. Lightning style Kirin comes to the world. Looking at the sea of fire in the distance, Noel let out a loud shout, and silver teeth pointed at the sky. Not only that, but a chain of mercury was shot from behind. Several mercury chains shot out, directly entangling the arms of the mechanical giant. Damn it, this bastard. The mechanical weird smoked by the flames heard the angry roar of Bullet. Advertisement. Although the flame did not hurt him personally, he felt a sultry feeling inside. Boom, boom. There was a roar from the sky, thunder was flickering, and the white clouds were suddenly scattered. A unicorn formed by thunder and lightning suddenly rushed out of the air and slammed directly into the giant mechanical giant. Crackling. The whole ground was shaking, smoke and air waves swept out. Looking at the smoke, Noel's eyes were tight, and the next moment, his body suddenly exploded. In the sunshine, Yinya exudes a terrifying cold light. At this time, at the place of the smoke, one of the mechanical giant's arms had been shattered. But at this time, he also broke free from the soil. Zon Fu. An indifferent voice came, and a cold light flashed past, sweeping towards the neck of the mechanical giant. Boom, boom. A cold light flashed by, and the huge head of the mechanical giant was directly thrown into the air. The 96 Swords cremation of Hado. Looking at the empty head, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then went on to speak. In the distance, Whitebeard, Redhead and others just set foot on the island. At this moment, they all looked in Noel's direction together. Not only them, Enel, and others also looked at it in unison. Immediately, I saw the spectacular scene of Ultimate. The sky in the distance was directly dyed red, and a huge flame knife rushed straight into the sky. Even if they were so far apart, everyone could feel the terrifying temperature. Bullet. Advertisement. Seeing the terrifying flame giant knife, Rayleigh's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This attack is really terrifying, maybe, Bullet will really be killed. That kid, it's still so scary. Whitebeard's eyes condensed, and his face solemnly looked into the distance. Such an attack is really terrifying. If it is against him, it is impossible to block it intact. The sea was surging, and the entire island was split apart, under this huge flame knife. One blow directly blasted the island apart. Floating in midair, Noel looked at everything in front of him indifferently, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Hado's 96 sword cremation, he also used it once before. However, it is not as scary as it is now. It seems to be Reiatsu's problem. Noel's eyes flickered slightly, knowing that it was because Reiatsu had become stronger, and the Kido he used had also become stronger. As time went by, the huge flame knife slowly dissipated. Looking at the island that was divided in two, there was still a place of smog. Noel smiled. This guy Bullet is really tough enough. Not dead. Bullet is not dead. However, the current situation is not good. The mechanical giant was directly bombed. As soon as the voice fell, a figure shot out from the smoke. Asshole. Bullet fell to the ground, and his upper body suit had long since disappeared. There were burn marks everywhere on his body, and the blood stained his upper body red. Thinking of the terrifying flame giant just now, the corners of Bullet's mouth twitched. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed. Advertisement. The mechanical giant is like tofu in front of that knife. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered. Da da, da da. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Bullet slowly raised his head and looked at Noel as he walked, his body tense involuntarily. It's time to end, Bullet. Noel looked at Bullet indifferently, his body slowly spread out, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. Boom, boom. The red gas directly enveloped Noel, the rubble floated in the air, and the ground under his feet began to sink. Is this the physical technique? Seeing Noel, whose skin turned red, Bullet's body was shocked. This was the first time he saw 8 inner gates. Yes, 8 inner gates, for your funeral. Noel chuckled softly and put one foot on the ground a little, and the whole person disappeared into place in an instant. 0.9 inches so fast. Looking at the cracked ground and the disappearing Noel, Bullet couldn't help but condensed, clenched his fist, and then blasted directly towards the upper left. Although I can't see it, observation hockey can feel it. Boom, boom. Fists collided, a terrifying wave of air swept out, and Noel appeared in the upper left. Bullet's body trembled, his face changed drastically, and blue veins appeared on his body. Looking at Noel, his eyes were full of shock. Good. Seeing Bullet blocked his punch, Noel smiled and nodded, no surprise. Although there are reasons for observation hockey, it is more of Bullet's fighting instinct and instinctive reaction. Chapter 299 Devil of Hell, Large Bullet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The tiger's mouth was cracking, his arms were numb, Bullet's forehead, and the muscles all over his body, all had earthworm-like veins. Damn, what kind of power is this? It's so scary. Seeing the flushed skin and smiling Noel, Bullet also yelled in his heart. In fact, this force was too terrifying, and a simple punch actually made his jaw split. The most important thing is that he can clearly see that Noel has not used all his strength at all. Boom, boom. The whole body suddenly shook, and the ground under his feet cracked directly, and the spider web-like cracks spread. In an instant, Bullet's whole body exuded a terrible aura, and his skin turned dark blue. Devil mode, once again merges his own ghost spirit with hockey. Not only that, but Bullet's eyes became flushed and his face was very sullen. Quote. Looking at the state of Bullet 23, Noel let out a whisper, his power is stronger than the devil mode just now. The old man will never fail. Bullet gritted his teeth tightly, his arms moving. With one foot on the ground that had been cracked was broken and the rocks were lifted up one after another. It seems to be the confidence that strength gives you. Hearing Bullet's words, Noel couldn't help but smile, his fists also clenched, and his body leaned forward. Advertisement. The aura emanating from his body became more and more terrifying, and the gas enveloped his body also skyrocketed. Bullet, this guy actually got stronger in the battle. It seems that because I felt the pressure, I broke through my own shackles and became stronger. Breaking through in the battle couldn't be more normal, you can see it by looking at Luffy in the original book. Every time an enemy encountered, when he first started fighting, he was basically better than him. However, he was the one who won in the end. Although there is the role of the protagonist aura, the bigger one is that every time Luffy breaks through in battle, become stronger. Bullet is like this now. Facing Noel, he felt strong pressure and became stronger. Taste. Click. Accompanied by a clicking sound, Bullet's body trembled, and then the whole person was directly blown out. The body was constantly rolling in midair, one foot in midair all the way, and then fell to the ground. The body dragged a gap of tens of meters, and his left hand stuck in the ground. After inserting 5 fingers into the ground and forcibly stabilizing his body, Bullet looked at Noel in shock. At that moment, he felt an unstoppable force. Then, he was blown out in an instant. Looking at the collapsed ground in front of Noel and the big hole, Bullet stood up slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This kid is indeed very strong, but this is more interesting. Armed. Outside release. Suddenly thrusting his fists in his waist, Bullet let out an angry blast, and his fists blasted out directly. Boom, boom. The entire ground was shaking, and the flowing armed colors gushed out like a tsunami. Everywhere, rocks and everything were crushed. Advertisement. I have to admit, your armament hockey is the strongest person I have ever met. Noel couldn't help smiling as he watched the purple object rushing over. Put armament hockey outside, except for Bullet, he really didn't see anyone who could do this step. Seeing and hearing sex, Ka-er is the strongest person he has ever met, able to meet the future for a short time. Conquerors is probably the red-haired guy. The hockey released by the guy before can affect the air flow around. Moreover, Noel can also tell that the red-haired guy, hockey didn't use his full strength at the beginning. No, there is Garp guy, and so far, the old guy hasn't shown his full strength. No one knows how strong the real strength is. However, there is such a thing as this. Not enough. Noel's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath, staring awe-inspiringly at the purple object coming. With a kick on the ground with one foot, the whole person burst out like a cannonball. The fist kept blasting, and the purple object kept blasting away. Looking at the buried Noel, Bullet's eyes were tightly squinted. Especially when I heard the constant roar and the splashing purple substance. Fit Bullet. Bullet took a deep breath, then yelled up to the sky, sound like a sound wave. The roar resounded throughout the island, reverberating constantly. Everything on the two islands, whether it's a boat or a tree, was lifted up one after another. This shocking scene made everyone stare and look towards the island. Constantly expanding, in the blink of an eye, a huge object measuring hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone. Advertisement. More than that, it is hundreds of meters high. It hasn't stopped, and it's getting bigger. Going straight into the sky, that terrifying behemoth was like a beast. His whole body is like cement color. Strong muscles, sharp claws. The food stands in the sky, unable to see the head at a glance. Because 143 is too big, this system is really terrifying. Bullet. Looking at the behemoth in the distance, Rayleigh couldn't help but stop holding the wine bottle. Daddy. Ace and others were all swallowing. It was too shocking. Is this the fruit's ability to awaken? How can such a monster be defeated? The Bullet guy. Whitebeard took a deep breath, his face becoming serious. He also didn't expect that Bullet, this guy, would actually become so terrifying and so strong. Long live the captain! And Bullet's subordinates roared with excitement as they looked at the monster standing in the sky. Now, they found that it was a great honor to be a member of the Bullet pirate group. It was too strong, their captain. Even Teach, who was a temporary alliance, was staring at this time. Bullet's strength was far beyond his imagination. Maybe, this guy might really kill Noel. Teach's eyes flashed slightly, his eyes fixed on the terrifying monster. If this is the case, then the plan will change. Chapter 300 Right Boom, Terrifying Aftermath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No one would have thought that the hundreds of meters just now was not the limit, and now it has become a monster of thousands of meters. This old guy. Enel looked at the behemoth in the distance. Because this huge body shape has exceeded his imagination, except for the Lord Elephant, there is nothing comparable to it, right? It's amazing, but it's impossible to defeat the captain in this way. Jill fell beside Enel, staring at the monster closely. This wave of Bullet operations uses the power of the fruit to become such a monster. Let everyone feel shocked. In front of such a monster, they are not even ants. It is too small. The purple substance was blasted away, and the whole body was covered with red gas. Noel exuded a terrifying aura, and walked out of the smoke. Looking at the monster whose body occupies half the size of the island. Feeling the terrible pressure, Noel couldn't help but smile. It's amazing, but it's more interesting in this way. Roar! Roar! At this moment, under everyone's gaze, the sky-high behemoth suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. The roar came out, ripples on the sea surface, and then directly exploded. Several sea pillars soared into the sky, and the roar was simply a sonic attack. The gravel on the ground turned into powder under the sound. Damn this monster! Apu tightly covered his ears, and looked at the giant beast in the distance in horror. Advertisement. This is really amazing, just making a sound is so terrifying. If you really do it, it would be earth-shattering. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but looked at the direction of the island worriedly. Don't worry, the captain's strength is not as simple as you think. Knowing the worries in Apu's heart, Hawkins, who was scarred and pale, said in a deep voice. Coming. Noel's eyes flashed brightly, and he stared at the giant beast in front of him tightly. His left foot stepped on the ground, billowing smoke swept out, and the huge body suddenly leaned forward. The sharp claws grabbed it with a sonic boom. Boom, boom. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the roar suddenly resounded throughout the sea. Everyone knew that the behemoth had fought Noel. Seeing the smoke rising in the distance, everyone's eyes widened. Although the distance between the two islands is not very far, they can't see Noel at all because of the smoke. I don't know whether Noel can survive under the blow of this behemoth. Enel and others are confident in Noel. However, Teach and others hope that he will be killed by Bullet. Noel. Ace clenched his fist, his eyes condensed, worried, and looked anxiously in the direction of the smoke. A figure flew out from the smoke and appeared in the air in an instant. Captain. Looking at the red figure in midair, Apu and the others were all relieved. Even Hawkins, who is very confident in Noel, is the same. Advertisement. It's really amazing. Noel shook his numb arm and looked at the giant beast in front of him in surprise. This power is a bit beyond his imagination. This strength is completely comparable to his 8-gate state. And don't look at this giant beast being so big, it reacts very quickly and very sensitively. However, this is normal, after all, Bullet manipulated it. The sight of this guy has covered the entire island, especially this giant beast is also shrouded by armament hockey. Compared to Noel's surprise, Bullet inside the monster felt shocked in his heart. Others don't know, they didn't see it. However, he knew that Noel was directly hardened steel with that claw just now. He transformed into a large bullet form, and no one knew how powerful he was. With one punch, it can smash the island under your feet. 8-gate. White Tiger. Ignoring the shock in Bullet's heart, Noel crossed his fingers and let out a loud roar. The whole space was shaking, and a transparent white tiger roared up to the sky. In the shocking gaze of everyone, he bit directly at the giant beast on the opposite side. The limbs are trampled in midair, lifelike. Die to me. The giant beast also let out a loud roar, clenched its fist, the blue armament hockey covered the fist, and then blasted directly at the white tiger. Boom, boom. The white tiger directly collided with the huge fist, and the ear-splitting bombing made people feel that their ears were deaf. The surrounding sea water exploded again, and numerous cracks appeared in the entire island. A terrifying air current swept out, a violent wind swept across, and countless rubble shot towards the surroundings. Advertisement. The tsunami is coming. There are still stones. Seeing the tsunami that swept over, and the countless stones that blasted over, everyone's eyes widened. The two men fought against each other, and the noise they made was really terrifying. The aftermath of the battle actually involved them all. Seeing the rising tsunami, many people showed hopelessness, how to escape. The screams resounded across the sea in an instant, and someone was hit by the rock. Air shock. Ba Zan. Whitebeard, the red hair and others looked at the tsunami that was slamming indifferently. The next moment, both of them spoke together, and Whitebeard's fists hit both sides directly. The air layer was smashed by Wiljiao. The red hair is even simpler, withdrawing the western knife from the waist, and then cutting it out directly. The entire space was shaking, and a huge, terrifying sword aura directly slashed past. Under this sword, the ground was directly cut open, and the tsunami was no exception. The tsunami exploded, and then gushed directly to both sides. Whitebeard shock fruit played. Whitebeard, red hair. Because Aokiji froze the tsunami, Enel, standing on the ice, stared at the two people not far away. It can be said that this is the first time he has seen Hong send his hand. Before that, the guy was playing jokes. The sword just now was terrifying. He underestimated the strength of the red hair. The people in the Noel Pirates were okay, but the others were miserable. Just now, many people were swept away by the tsunami.